Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to TopstepTV. Today, January 6th, 2026. We have a great day of trading lined up ahead for you today, starting with the opening call. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland, and to the far right, the Chicago kid from the south side, JD. Hoag, JD, how you guys doing today?
Excellent, Jay. Thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well. Tuesday, sitting here looking at these charts going, what are these markets doing? And we're going to try and get that into some sort of context today for everybody. But JD, how you feeling?
Excellent. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all our friends and traders in the chat. Feeling great? Yes, welcome to Turnaround Tuesday. Hey, I got a new camera. Can you guys see my nose hairs? It's a 4K.
Your eyes are coming in HD, JD. It's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good over there. New year, new cameras, same Topstep TV.
Hey, look at that guy. Look at that guy. Welcome to the handsome contest. There we go.
I know a couple of years ago, I think you said your wife gave you a little makeup routine to get on before you get on Topstep TV. It's looking pretty good.
She came up with an entire makeup kit for me. There's a video of it floating around somewhere too. Maybe we could share that later today. But yes, it's a real thing.
If you could share some tips, JD, I'm all ears. But we're here to talk about the markets. Our friend Digital Dungeon Master says, I made 12K off of it. I don't know what you're not seeing. Well, let us know. What markets were you trading to make 12K last night? Metals presenting some opportunities. We'll get into those in just a minute. We're going to talk about gold here in about a minute. We're going to take an opening range trade. Gold opens up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We've been looking at the 1 minute opening range trade, and it's been playing out pretty well. So we will be looking at that in about 40 seconds here. Hoag, take a look at that gold chart. Anything you're liking for an opening range trade here?
All right. When I look at the gold chart on the 30-minute chart, all I see is lack of structure, weaknesses in the structure above. We're in the middle of the range. We're inside value, so I don't see any urgency to getting into anything really early today. To me, it just looks a little bit like a coin flip, but I would like to see us kind of clean up some of the weaknesses in structure above in price. Hang on a second here. Actually, we're going to be opening actually above range and above value. So I like longs. That's just my thought right now.
Gold is open for business. We just saw some selling come in right on that bell. Soon as that 7:20 a.m. bell rang, we got an influx of volume. So far, we're looking at the 1 minute opening range. Yep. 63 ticks on the 1 minute. 6.5 points.
A little bit of overnight inventory to the long side.
Yeah, I did not expect to wake up this morning and see gold at the same price as we were trading during slow markets last night. It looked like it wanted to rally early during slow markets. Dakota and I were both looking for shorts in the metals, which was the wrong trade idea. But kind of consolidated here. But we got that 1 minute range closed. Now I got a low of the range 44.7310, a high 44.7920.
Jesus. 79.20. All right, off by 2 ticks on the upside. 79.40 is the high in the micros. I'm looking at the micro contract. I got a couple loaded right now. We'll see if this confirmation candle gives us a signal.
60 tick opening range.
60 tick opening range.
Pretty
Why on the
big range
opens?
here.
The GC dome has been really thin lately.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of volatility in these metals markets. Saw some strong buying come in right on the reopen at 5 o'clock Central Time last night. All the metals popped right on the reopen. Couple seconds left here. I think we're going to get a trigger. We did. I'm going to wait for this pop. All right, I got into a couple of micros at 44.74.20. The micro did signal a short. Did the mini? I'm looking at the micro.
Yeah, it did.
The mini
It did. It closed like a tick below it.
Yeah, it did.
Okay. I gave it a little breathing room when I saw that pop. Again, house count short 2 micro gold, 44.74.20.
Got a CYA up near 82s, 82 half.
Exactly. 80,
Nice fill.
You like 82 half? I've been doing this for a long time, Hogue. All right.
Only
taking
as
about
good as your last
$170. Taking about $170 worth of risk on this trade. Now I'm going to zoom out to a 5-minute chart to see what that's looking like. I got an overnight VWAP down to 44.71 even. We're getting real close to that. We're on top of it right now. Let's see how prices react around here. We're melting right through it.
We got VWAP in the big contract at 67. Go ahead, JD.
67. Should we go with the same game plan as yesterday, peel one off at 1 hour and keep one for the auto liquidator, or should we just let it ride?
I like it because I think I agree with Hogue. I'd probably rather be long gold right now.
Yeah.
So this somewhat feels like a counter trend trade. So yeah, if we can get the risk off.
It worked for us yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday it was.
I lost your audio there, JD.
How did that happen? Yeah. Trading multiple contracts yesterday definitely helped us out because we peeled that one off and left that runner who never adjusted our risk. It actually turned around and came back and stopped us out. So it was like a risk-free trade, no harm, no foul.
Right.
All we did was lose on commissions on it. I'll take that as a win.
And we had a couple of sizable winning opening range trades lately. There was over 800 ticks the end of November. You had 700 and 600 ticks last week on some winners. So it's been, kind of back to that 1 minute opening range. I think has been a benefit. Don't you guys agree?
I would agree.
I do agree. I
would agree.
1 minute for the time being, at least. Nothing's forever, right? So we'll keep working
that's
it.
for sure. That is for sure.
Got the house count short 2 micros, 44.74.20. 55% long tilt in gold right now. Last trade 44.70 evens. JD, anything we got to look out for on the economic calendar? We know it's jobs week. Anything coming out today that we should be concerned about?
Couple of things happening. We had Barkin speaking earlier this morning. Barkin was barking in front of a podium and a microphone. There should be some headlines coming out. There are a couple right now. We'll read those off in a little bit. Nothing too market moving. We've got Mirren speaking in a little bit, though. Mirren can be market moving, coming out at the bottom of the hour. Mirren is scheduled to speak. We've also got Redbook coming out at 7:55 a.m. Central Time. The S&P Global Composite PMI, 8:45 Central Time. 9 o'clock, President Trump is scheduled to speak at a GOP event. He's also scheduled to speak later this afternoon at about 1:30 at a policy meeting. And we've got Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang speaking at 12 o'clock Central Time. We'll see what we can do to get some live feeds in here for these events. We'll do our best to pipe in as much news as we possibly can. We've also got some API crude inventories out later today after the close, 3:30 p.m. Central Time. We'll see what the API has to say on crude stocks. that is it for today. But it is a big jobs week starting tomorrow. Tomorrow we've got the ADP employment number. We'll be looking at private payrolls as well as JOLTS, the job opening labor statistics number. Thursday we've got jobless claims and the Challenger job cut report, and then Friday's the big one. The December jobs report will be out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time on Friday morning. We've also got consumer confidence on Friday. So lots happening the rest of the week. We've always got one eye in the ditch for you right here on Topstep TV. Stay tuned all day. Bell to bell. We're here.
Awesome. Thank you for that, JD. The big contract just bounced off of VWAP 44.67 there in gold. Last trade 44.6960. House count short from 74.20. Couple micros. Looking to take one off at a 1-to-1. Hogue, before we get into the charts, let's go over that checklist to make sure we are prepared for the trading day.
Absolutely. So what we are doing here is we are doing our pre-market research, seeking accurate context, always remembering risk management and patience. Check on that. We got the morning checklist. Got your coffee, got your water, got your walk-in, got your exercise, got your yoga, whatever it is, your meditation, check that. Mindset check, probably part of the meditation. You are not in the right frame of mind to trade. Be aware of that. Don't put yourself at risk of making bad decisions. Your trade entry checklist, write down those trades, mark those trades on your charts so you have the opportunity to review them later on your post-market checklist, which should include watching at the buzzer after the close today with Coach Paul and your Coach Jay. There is your trading checklist for the day.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. 44.70 last trade here in gold. JD, before we get into these charts, we got some news on car sales.
We sure do. Car sales expected to slow as buyers resist rising costs. Automakers are signaling prices could go up and sales could go down this year. In a release out yesterday, General Motors says its sales fell 7% in the fourth quarter of 2025. That's despite being up 6% for the full year. Honda and Hyundai also reported Q4 slumps. Toyota is an outlier with an 8% increase during the final quarter, but it warns prices could rise this year. Automakers are grappling with new tariffs and consumer worries about inflation. We reported on this a couple of weeks ago. For the first time in history, the average price of a new car in the United States has risen to over $50,000 for the first time. 50 grand for a new car.
50 grand. It's good to hear prices may be coming down.
That's crazy.
I think we talked about that when we reported it the last time, JD, and we said, when do prices ever come down, right? With inflation and the cost of goods just increasing.
They don't.
Here you are.
Oh,
right.
Oh, you remember when they set up the toll road just to pay for the highway expansion to O'Hare?
Oh, yeah.
In Illinois. And they said it would only last a couple of years. And now here we are 40 years later. And they haven't taken those tolls away.
Oh, no. They just
once
keep
they start
increasing
charging
them. They just keep increasing them. Once that money flow starts coming in, they kind of get used to that idea. Hey, you know what? This is nice. We got all this money coming in. Mm-hmm. It's yeah, they're going to tell you it's only going to be a couple of years, while we build this road, and then they'll find other
just
things.
Hope you forget.
Yep.
Yes.
This is America. Go make more money because prices ain't coming down. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a
gold price is coming down a little bit here, 44.68 half. Let's see if that continues to sell. JD, let us know if we do get that 1-to-1 on this trade. But Hogue, let's take a look at the higher time frame in gold. Where might we be going with this trade?
All right. So on the daily chart, I mean, we're still overall putting in higher highs and higher lows. We've seen our share of pullbacks here. One of the things we're going to be looking at today is that halfway J of that 29th of December bar there. Where's that coming in? It's coming in right around 44.48 even. The market has opened with a gap. It has now officially closed the session gap almost to the tick. So we're going to see if we find some reacceptance inside the range from yesterday, or possibly some rejection. We're looking for acceptance. We lost 1,600 in open interest on an up day yesterday, so we ran into a little bit of short covering, negative delta by the end of the day yesterday. It would indicate possibly some new longs coming into that as well. Just looking at the daily chart here, a little bit of an up channel. We're kind of in the middle of it. Jay, we bounced off that 20 session simple moving average yesterday. But as far as moving averages, we don't have anything to play with on the daily today. What are you thinking on this daily chart?
Yeah, on the daily here, Hogue, gold has some decisions to make, right? This is that December 29th candle that we talked about. When we look at all the other candles that we've framed out that look similar, this is the quickest we've recovered 50% of those candles in the last year. So if gold is really going to say that this trend is going to continue and that one day was an anomaly, maybe we do run away from the moving averages on the daily. Yesterday, we tagged that 20, held as a support, and looks pretty bullish here. And as long as we're above that 50%, 44.48 on a higher time frame, I'm looking for longs in this market. Does that mean that there won't be opportunities to the short side, similar to what we're in the house account? It doesn't, but I feel like gold is in the decision-making spot here, right? You came on and you said, what are these markets doing right now? I'm looking at gold the same way. If you look at this daily candle so far, it's kind of indecisive. Still a lot of time left in the day. The daily ATR in gold is $89. So far, high to low range, we have a $48 range. So there's still about $40 left somewhere if we're going to see an at range
halfway
day.
there.
Yeah, we're halfway there. So that there's a lot still to be done if we see an at range day. I'm just curious what side gold is going to trade it. If it's to the upside, then we're looking at 4,500s. And then we'll see the market's reaction from there. But right now, it's not very directional, right? Overnight inventory, we'll take a look at the 30-minute, but it's pretty flat right now.
Well, let's do that, Jay. Let's take a look. All right. So overnight inventory, maybe a little bit to the long side. If we're going to really kind of look at this, the market opened, not a whole lot of overnight inventory really to be talking about. We did open with a slight gap to begin with. We've closed that session gap, which some would say kind of closed the gap to value as well. You can see value high on this platform is coming in just above 44.67. We've taken a look at it. We've taken a look at VWAP from the overnight session, which from the beginning does have an upward tilt to it. I'd like to see us take out the high of the range from yesterday, come back into value, show some value acceptance for our opening range trade here. The value acceptance could bring us all the way back down to 44.39, which would be on this platform approximately value low. That would be very good for us. Do I see it happening? Not necessarily. We're having some trouble at closing the session gap. We can't show that acceptance relatively early in the session today, and I'd like to see this market continue the push to the upside. A push down to value low from yesterday doesn't necessarily change the current short time frame market state, which has begun to put in higher range, higher value, higher highs, higher lows. So in the short time frame, where I think we're looking at more of a trend to the upside, I wouldn't mind seeing a deeper pullback to find opportunities for longs. There's weaknesses in structure everywhere around price. We've got a previous session gap. We've got a naked point of control going between those. We've got weekly kickoff high, which is also a naked point of control. There's weaknesses also down below. We've got the weekend gap that occurred the night before last. We've also got the naked point of control from Friday. We've got other weaknesses, other naked points of control down below price here. So if we're in short time frame control, to me, it kind of acts a little bit like a coin flip because there's lots of visual targets for short time frame traders to be looking for. I really feel like we need new business to change the current market state or condition. We need longer time frame buyers to come back into this market. I think for a little while now we've been a little bit more short time frame controlled. We did see, some pretty decent increases in open interest while we were range bound here. And, we did see some pretty decent buying coming in when we broke out of that area. We've traded back into this area of consolidation. Are we breaking back to the upside is really one of my many questions as to trying to put some sort of reasonable and probable hypothesis into the context of this market. We do have the simple moving averages all leaning higher. We've got the 20 session, the 50 session, a little bit of support for us last night in a couple of ways. Jay, what are you thinking? And, we're kind of bouncing on the value high from yesterday and the session high from yesterday. What are your thoughts, Jay?
My thoughts with gold right now are to be patient, Hogue. Right now, it's not really showing me much of a direction. So if I want to trade it, have to kind of look at it like a range-bound market. We could call the lower extreme of the range, maybe more immediately settlement 44.51, if not the low of the day. 44. I got a couple of prices here where we saw some volume trade yesterday. 44.62 and 44.43 are some interesting spots to maybe look at here. But right now, I'm looking at this market and it's telling me to be patient. Right? It's not very directional. In the overnight session, we already talked about that, there's some room if we're going to see an at-range day. This market can pick a direction as the day goes on. And as a directional momentum trader, I'm going to have to wait for that if I'm looking for anything. I got caught up trying to short gold yesterday at 44.60, and it worked out pretty well for a range trade. But if I was looking for more than that and not having the reasonable expectations we're supposed to have in range trades, I was either getting stopped out for break even or for a loss. So when I'm looking at gold right now, nothing is super clear, and that's okay, right? Sometimes the market is telling us that there's nothing to do, and then our job is to be patient or maybe look for an opportunity somewhere else. But right now, it's overnight inventory pretty flat. VWAP is still within that first 30-minute candle. I'm going to sit on my hands if I'm trading gold.
One thing you just mentioned there, Jay, is, the picture doesn't seem perfect, doesn't seem really clear. And
Right.
when you look at the market through the lens of the market profile or volume profile, you're always looking for nuances to stack in favor of one direction or
Right.
another. And Jay, you and I were both talking this morning about the idea. We kind of like longs in this market. So if we were to start looking for some sort of nuance or some sort of consistency or trend in this market, yesterday we opened very similarly to how we opened today. We opened with a session gap. We closed the session gap, but we never really showed reacceptance inside the range from yesterday, and we ended up pushing higher throughout the day. Now the profile was, a normal variation extreme day. The initial balance was left, and we, put all the volume in the close outside of the initial balance. Well, what did we do today so far in a similar fashion? We opened with a slight gap. We've traded and closed the session gap. And if we do the same thing as we did yesterday, we will reject the range and value from yesterday and continue to see this market push higher to maybe take out some of the weaker structure above. So if there is a context or a nuance that I'm kind of putting more importance on, it's the fact that what happened yesterday when we opened, closed the gap, rejected range, and continued higher has a decent probability of happening today. Just my thoughts.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Hogue. And we're holding VWAP right now as a support, 44.71.80 last trade here in gold. That VWAP is at 44.6720 in the big contract. But let's see if we get this push up. Can we trade the 4,500s today in gold? Right now, gold up 0.43% on the day. Anything else you wanted to add to gold?
No, I think 45.0260 is a unfinished and unchecked naked point of control. I like your idea of trading up to 4,500 today, Jay. Well, we shall see. We don't get to choose.
No, we don't. No, we do not. All right, let's get into the S&P. But before we do that, JD, we got some news on home prices.
Yes, we do. Real quick, let's take a look at what happened overnight, though. Stocks in Asia closed mostly higher. The Hang Seng Index up 1.38%, Nikkei up 1.32%, and the Shanghai Composite up 1.5%. Decent gains in Asia overnight. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little higher. Also, we've got the DAX up 0.34%, the FTSE up 1.02%, and the CAC is down 0.14%. The U.S. dollar index up marginally, 98.41 on the dollar. The VIX up about 0.5%, 14.99 last on the VIX. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, U.S. 10-year Treasury note, 4.171%. Yes, housing prices. Home prices are poised to dip in 2015. The American dream of owning a home has stayed just a dream for many, as high prices have made homeownership unaffordable. But some realtors say 2026 could be the year for potential buyers as prices and interest rates begin to drop. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan explains the 5 things potential home buyers should do right now to be in a good position to make competitive offers during the spring housing market.
High prices, high interest rates, and low inventory have shut out many potential home buyers in recent years. But many housing experts say 2026 could open the door to more affordable housing options.
All this new home supply is hitting the market at a time where the demand is still somewhat sluggish.
Lawrence Yoon with the National Association of Realtors says more inventory means less competition for home buyers. The other good news is home prices are starting to dip. The latest data shows the median existing home sale price in November was just over $409,000, a slight drop from October. And mortgage rates are starting to drop as well. As of last week, a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage was 6.15%, according to Freddie Mac.
Even a quarter point change could mean about $50 savings per month, which translates into about $600 annually.
Yoon says spring is when most homes come on the market. So if you're looking to buy, here's what Yoon suggests you do now so you're in a good position to make a competitive offer in a few months. Set a budget. Save for a down payment. Make sure your credit score is good. Get pre-approved for a mortgage. And don't take out any big loans like a car payment.
That scares off some of the lenders, or they will charge higher interest rate to compensate for larger debt load.
Yoon says homes are sitting on the market for about only 40 days from listing to contract signing. So buyers do need to act fast and be prepared. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Some good tips if you're getting into the housing market. How do you guys feel about this gold trade right now? We just saw some buying coming in. Do we want to take our risk off the table? I know you guys are looking for a pop in gold. We're not seeing our selling pressure. Looks like it's petered out. Every little dip gets eaten right back up. How you guys
I'm with
feeling?
you, Jay. I'm with you, JD. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I mean, after
Taking
the
a risk off
nuances
the table.
we just discussed, you know, it seems to be rejecting value and range from yesterday. The similar to what it did yesterday. If that's going to happen again today, I am for taking the risk off.
All right. We've adjusted our risk. We've got a CYA 4473.70. I think we're about to get hit.
So
I like that idea. Feels like a 50-50 here.
That said, the market loves to make a liar out of me. You know, one thing about if you are, you know, going to be in the market for a home this coming spring, all of those are really good advice. I dabbled in some real estate a few years back, and one of the important things that you can do is don't get pre-qualified for a loan, get pre-approved. You're a much stronger buyer if you already have a commitment from your lender, because you can lose a house to a stronger buyer for even a lower price. If somebody's paying cash and this person needs to get out of that house, and they're going to choose the strongest buyer with the biggest probability of actually being able to purchase the house. So get pre-approved, not pre-qualified.
Sound advice from the GOAT. Hey guys, we covered that trade.
Nice.
44.7370. 44.7370. House count is
Nice.
flat right now. Maybe we can get back in at better trade location if we think this might go down. But the dip buyers are in gold right now.
Yes, they are. How much do we make on that trade, JD?
Just call it a scratch. We're up $4. Covered our
$4
commissions.
is $4. Covered a cup of coffee also. 4 cups of coffee if you get them from McDonald's. Let's take a look at the S&P chart here. Hogue, what are we seeing in the S&P?
All right. So let's start on the daily. And the daily is obviously seeing higher lows and pretty even highs. There's an exactness that we're going to see a little bit more clearly on the 30-minute chart. And to me, exactness exudes weakness. And we'll discuss that here very shortly. But I mean, you can see, we've got 1, 2, 3 points of contact on this lower trend line. That's pretty steep to the upside. 1, 2 contacts off the all-time high here. The March all-time high is actually 7,014. 7,014. The December all-time high, which we reached and took a look through yesterday, is, what was it? 69.62 and a quarter. We looked up there yesterday, but there's an exactness, and then we'll take a look at that again. Actually, 69.5375 is the December high. And yes, we did look at it yesterday. We looked above it earlier in the overnight session today. Where am I going with this? We lost 5,000 in open interest yesterday on a pretty decent, up day. Short covering. We're still, I believe, largely in short time frame control, and because we're not seeing, new money coming into this in any meaningful ways, we're still range bound. The market is still in, a narrowing range, although it is more of a rising triangle than anything else. There's structural weaknesses above in play. We'll take a look at those on the 30-minute. Open interest lower, short time frame control, higher lows, even highs. Is this market going to break out to the upside is my question. Jay, I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
We are in balance. Somewhat channeling higher, but there just does not, in my opinion, look like there's a lot of interest in the equities right now. Maybe everyone is still traveling back from whatever their New Year's Eve celebrations were, recovering from hangovers and things like that. But the markets seem very comfortable trading these prices right now, Hogue. The one thing that I think we do have going for us for this New York session is the daily ATR being 63 points. And right now we have a 27-point range high to low. Yesterday, when we came into the session, we had a really nice trend in the overnight. And then that didn't really leave a whole lot for us to trade during the New York session. Today's kind of the opposite. So I think as the New York session develops, we may get some more opportunity to get to that at range day, right? There's about 40 points or so. If we are to see it at range day, the question is, what side does it trade to? The daily chart in the S&P right now looks very similar to gold. If it ended the way it did, it's printing right now, indecisive doji candle, right? So there is opportunity on both sides of this market. I think you could make a case for either side. And I think similar to gold, I'm going to be patient and wait for the market to choose which side that's going to be.
All right, let's take a look a little bit closer here on the 30-minute chart and talk about a few things that we've been kind of watching. And you see this little word up here, exactness.
Yeah.
Let's go back. So we've been seeing a lot of exactness at that price. I think that price means something to somebody. We got exactness here. We've got exactness here. We have exactness here. We have exactness here. All right. We even have exactness here. And to some degree, exactness here. So this whole level has been meaning something to somebody, and we took a look at it yesterday. Above that, there is a small session gap, and a weakness in structure, a naked point of control above that, 69.77 quarter. Another weakness above that. We've got last week's high, 69.8475, and weekly kickoff high, 69.95, which has remained the weekly kickoff high since the last week of rollover. We've taken one good look at it and rejected that. What are we looking at below? Well, we had a pretty decent one-time framing trend to the downside that ended on Friday. Now we've started putting in higher highs and higher lows. This is, I believe, the shorter time frame traders got too short in the hole. Those short time frame traders short in the hole are now getting out. And are there weaknesses in structure down below? Yes, of course, there always are, and they're going to become important when they become important. What keeps ringing in my mind is we've got some new kind of uncertainties globally in geopolitical situations. We don't know how that's going to affect the markets. We also understand how resilient these equities are. So it kind of lines up. In one corner, we've got uncertainties. In the other corner, we've got the resilience of these equities markets. My question is, which one is going to win? And my focus is really on this area of exactness. We're going to call this exactness 69.62. I don't worry about the quarter. Everything is a zone, right? So I have this feeling like change is going to occur when there's a decision made away from this area of exactness. As far as today is concerned, do we have any overnight inventory? I mean, the market opened. Let's see. Here's that 7 o'clock, 5 o'clock p.m. No, not really. We're basically almost where we opened last night. We looked at value high. We looked at the low from the regular trading hour session yesterday. We even took a little peek down at that 200 session moving average, and we've come right back into range. We're hanging at value low, but very relatively centrally located inside of the range from yesterday. There's the high. Here's us. Here's the low. Patience, I think, is going to be a virtue for us today. And I'm just really trying to wrap my head around what these nuances are telling us. New nuance, higher high, higher low. Jay, what do you think?
I do like that we got that pullback to the 200 moving average on the 30 Hogue. That to me is a bullish sign. Yesterday we saw the market cross above that 200 moving average for the first time in a little while, with volume trading above it as well. So the S&P does look like it's trying, right? It looks like it's trying, but I saw somebody just say in the chat, Vincent Scott said it in the chat, there's big news later in the week, right? We have a bunch of jobs data coming out. I'm kind of looking at these markets right now, at least for the beginning of the week, right? There may be some huge opportunities later when we get that jobs data. But a lot of times what precedes that is range-bound consolidation days. So I'm looking at today like that. But on a higher time frame, the market is trying to move higher. Is there going to be a catalyst that then gets us out of this range? And then we start to look at those targets, right? We're talking about 7,000s in the S&P and making a new all-time high. Or if the market doesn't like the data, then we're right back through that October 10th candle. Right now for today's trade, I'd look for some opportunities near 69.30, which is that 200 moving average. And on the upside, we'll see the response at 69.60. Right now, we're dead smack in the middle of that range, sitting right at VWAP. That's saying stay patient, but I think there's going to be a lot of great opportunity later this week as well. So I'm keeping that in mind. Just keeping that in mind for now.
Yesterday's profile, P-shape, indicating short covering. And that's supported by a loss in approximately 5,000 in open interest. Not a big change, but kind of supporting the idea that if we are in short time frame control, the short time frame gets stuck short in the hole, and that short covering yesterday could kind of support that whole theory. I don't know. I'm watching 69, 62. Something important is bound to happen there with all of that exactness. Those are kind of our thoughts here for the ES, at least for this morning.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Ho. We got crude oil opening up in about 2.5 minutes here. We can look at a crude oil opening range. Crude is starting to push to the upside here. Little overnight inventory long maybe in crude. JD, any news we want to get to before we get to the crude charts?
We'll save that piece of news until after crude, but just talking through this gold trade a little bit, it looks like we took a different path to potentially the same outcome in gold. So we got a little dip down to where our initial cover would be. We were going to cover one contract. We were short two. We were going to cover one at 101R. And we barely kissed that price where our bid was, and gold just ripped higher. So kind of weird. It wouldn't have mattered. It doesn't look like it would have mattered if we stayed in that trade or not. The outcome would be the exact same. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me. Yeah. Good cut. Good cut. It felt like a 50-50 and it was, right? There was a point where it looked like it was going to pay us, and then a point where it looked like it was going to take all of our money. So take my $4 and go.
We beat we beat the market to the volatility.
For me to say let's cover the shorts with the opening range at the dead ass high of the day says a lot.
Yeah, agreed.
Good point.
Agreed. And I have very little doubt that gold is going to return to hit our original stop. So yeah, even if we had stayed in the trade, the outcome would likely be the exact same for this. All right, let's talk through crude, and I'll get ready to take this 1 minute opening range breakout in crude.
All right, so we're kind of in a two-step balance, right? We've got weekly kickoff high and weekly kickoff low. 55.20 remains the weekly kickoff low. Weekly kickoff high has lowered a little bit, 58.80. And last week's high and low are one stage of that balance, and then weekly kickoff range is the other stage of that balance. We're wrestling with last week's high right now. We're also wrestling with the weekly kickoff high. So there's potential change in market state here. We could look at this and say the market has been pushing lower. It's been putting in lower highs, been putting in lower lows. A break above and acceptance above 58.80 could be a bit of a short time frame market state break change. We could see maybe the 200 session moving average, which currently is at $60.38. If we find acceptance above this weekly kickoff high. Yesterday we added 6,200 in open interest. That is the estimate, indicating, we did see some buying coming in here. This wasn't just short covering. This was new longs. I still kind of believe that we're in short time frame control, but weekly kickoff high 58.80 would be a level that I would be thinking the longer time frame may be forced to adjust at least some of those inventories. So I'm watching weekly kickoff high 58.80 today. We'll see how that plays out. Jay, What are your thoughts on the daily here, my friend?
Hey, Hogue, real quick, right on the 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time open, 58.80, high tick in crude oil on the opening 1 minute candle.
Well, there it
Good
is.
call on that number.
Yeah, right. Are we short below it then? Because it looks like we're selling off here too. Are we going to get a signal
Yep.
to the downside on this opening range trade here?
I'm going to wait for this confirmation candle to close. We go to about 30 more seconds. We'll see how the market reacts here. But what a number, 58.80.
To the tick.
To the tick.
That price meant something to someone, Hogue. I don't know how you do it, but you're pretty damn good at it.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. Time will tell.
You're a wizard, Hoagie.
2 seconds here. Looks like we may be.
See what I'm going to work an offer.
It's cheap too.
Oh, I only had one on. Hang on a second.
Just took out the high of the opening range in gold.
We got one on 58.62. Get a little pop here. I'll put another one on. I'm still loaded from that gold trade. I only had one on. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Try and get in some more if we get a little pop. I'm using my the hotkeys too, so I wasn't paying attention to the quantity.
Hotkeys.
I like the hotkeys.
Hotkeys. Get your hotkeys. House count looking to get in short crude oil here. Short one right now, 58.62. This is an opening range trade. Crude oil opens up at 9 a.m. Eastern time, 8 a.m. Central. Opening range triggered a short, so the house count is short. Good cut on that gold trade. Gold trading 44.80 right now. But Hogue, you were saying on the daily in crude oil, I like that level, right? 58.80. It's kind of the upper extreme of that range. It's the weekly kickoff level, so we have to pay attention to it. If we continue to break out, then yeah, that 200 moving average on the 30-minute or on the daily looks pretty interesting up there at 60.37. Of course, we have that major level, $60 up there as well. But crude is kind of channeling lower. So I like this trade that we're in right now on a higher time frame. If you draw a channel back from the middle of October, we kind of are near that trend line and channeling lower. So I like this short. Of course, with the new geopolitical updates and risks that we have, crude oil has the potential to be a very interesting market this year. But for right now, it's trading the same prices we've seen it trade for a very long time.
Let's take a look at the 30. All right. So, overnight inventory obviously was pretty long. We opened with a gap. Here's the open last night. There it is. We got too short, got too long. A little bit of an overnight session gap. We haven't closed that here just yet. So we are leaving the opening range at the dead ass high, 58.80 weekly kickoff high. What I'd like to see for us is to reaccept inside range, reaccept inside value. Value acceptance could push price down to 57.85, but if the longer time frame is adjusting inventory, either getting out of longs or getting into shorts, we don't know how long and how much they are going to adjust those inventories. So if we do start to see this market get legs to the downside, I could see some of those weaknesses in structure start to get checked out. We do have a session gap from Friday to Monday. We also have a naked point of chill and a comfort level from a past session that has not been revisited during regular trading hours down at 56.93. We do have that late spike to the upside, which we have been largely holding above. This would be, I think, a pretty tasty target if this thing does start to grow legs to the downside. We don't know. This is all, of course, hypothesis and context, and none of it is financial advice. We're just trying to put some context over the market, and we'll see how this plays out. Jay, what do you think on this 30?
I think our friends in London got the best price again today in crude oil. We had a look down near that 200 moving average, 57.79 is that price right now. London set the low of the day, and we got a pretty nice push up from there. VWAP is somewhat trending to the upside. It's still within the first 30-minute candle. It actually just left the first 30-minute candle. So for this trade, I'd be looking at maybe the market's response to VWAP 58.40, and then see if we can fall back through the range from there. But yeah, if you're up at 3 a.m. Eastern time, crude oil may be the market to trade. We see this consistently. We're up $1 from that London session low. It's funny, I was actually up at that time, taking the dog out.
Really?
Not trading. Yeah, he's been going through it a little bit. He's I don't know, I think he ate something he wasn't supposed to eat. So he's been waking me up at 3 o'clock every morning.
I think,
but no trades at that time. No trades at that time.
3 o'clock in the morning, I think I was dreaming, and at the time I was winning the Indy 500 or something like that. I don't remember. It was fun though.
Just drive fast, turn left.
Drive fast. So yeah, we got to see, man. If we start to show acceptance above 58.80, get out.
Good call. Good call here. All right. That is what we have in crude oil. House count short. Still just short one, JD?
Still short one. Working an offer at 75 to get in on another one. Thought I was going to give it to us for a second. I won't chase it.
Short one micro crude. See people talking about the NASDAQ in the chat. Richard Harris sounds like he's scalping it up. 5 points here, 5 points there. It adds up brick by brick. But before we get into the NASDAQ charts, JD, we got some news on Nvidia. Nvidia CEO Jensen was speaking at CES yesterday.
He was. He's scheduled to speak again today. What time was that again? Nvidia CEO Wang speaking at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time today. We'll see what we can do to pipe in some of that news feed. All right, what's going on in Nvidia, though? They've unveiled faster artificial intelligence chips earlier than usual this year. Nvidia's CEO unveiled the new AI server systems called Vera Rubin at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas yesterday. They're expected to go on sale in the second half of this year. Nvidia typically shows off its latest chips at its Spring Developer Conference, but the CEO said it moved faster this year. He said that's because of the massive demand for advanced processors to train and operate models, as well as the complexity of computing that artificial intelligence requires. New chips coming out earlier than expected. Nvidia is making moves.
Oh, new chips. I saw something. I got to watch a review of the event, but they were saying something about automated cars also, and a new platform for that. So should be interesting.
Very cool.
The bots are taking over. Doug, let's take a look at the NASDAQ chart. What are we seeing here on the daily?
I've said it before. My favorite Nvidia chips are the barbecued. The sour cream and onion aren't bad either, but
no, those are pretty good.
Yeah. All right. So, all right. Enough of that silliness. Let's go into the NASDAQ now. NASDAQ is much more range bound. We got lower highs. We got higher lows. We got a market that is in short time frame control, waiting for new information and narrowing in its range. Something is bound to change. We don't know any kind of idea of the magnitude of that change, but I mean, this market is basically saying, we talked about it with the S&Ps. It's resilience versus uncertainty. Resilience versus uncertainty. It's doing exactly what a range-bound market does. High to low, low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high. Talked about that October 10th high so many times, and it's still so important, I believe, in looking for opportunities in the NASDAQ today. Yesterday, we added 1,600 in open interest, a little bit different than the S&P that lost open interest. Seems we maybe attracted a few buyers, but I still am saying, this market is looking for new information. It's mostly short time frame controlled because we're not seeing any huge changes in open interest, trends in open interest, anything like that. It's waffling. So that just says, you know what, the longer time frame is maybe still hanging out in the Hamptons, wherever they hang out, and waiting for something to change before doing any major adjustments in inventory. They're always in the markets to some degree, adjusting inventories, because those big huge players they're just playing multiple little markets, big markets against each other, just working on profiting from basically the spreads between them. So with no major changes, there's not a whole lot to talk about here on the daily chart. I don't know about you, Jay. I mean, what are your feelings and what are your thoughts on the daily chart here in the NASDAQ? It's a little different than the S&Ps, but not.
Little different. Real quick, Hogue, on the offer here, 25,622. We're seeing a 300 lot on the offer in the NASDAQ. So let's see. Saw some size trading in this area yesterday as well. But on the daily, let's take a look at this daily chart. We are, looks to me a little weaker than the S&P. We're still inside that October 10th candle. The high of that candle, 25,635 and a quarter. We got the 20 moving average below the 50 moving average, which is, both of those are kind of very close to the high of the day today. The NASDAQ has some decisions to make, and maybe with Nvidia's new chips, that'll be the catalyst to, get tech to move higher. But we are, in the S&P, we're about 1% off the all-time high. In the futures, in NASDAQ here, we're 4% off that all-time high. We saw the Dow making new all-time highs yesterday. The NASDAQ's waiting for something. Don't know what that something might be, but it is looks very comfortable trading these prices here. Daily ATR is 332 points. So far, high to low, we have 146 points. So if we see an at-range day, there is some room on either side of this market. But I think I can make a case for both sides, Hogue. And in that case, it's another one of, I think I've said it with every market that we've seen today, but be patient and wait for the market to present that opportunity. There are some levels where we saw some volume trade last night, pretty much right at those highs, 24,647 up to 650. There was a spike of volume last night, 663 contracts traded in a second. 90% of that was positive delta. That was at 10:30 last night Central Time. So that price again, 25,647 up to 650s. I want to see how the market responds up there. The last time we were up there, we saw a nice rejection. So we will see what happens if we get back up there again. But right now, this market looks like, Dolby's favorite. Find the extreme, fade the extreme of the range, and take it to the other side.
And it's right in the middle of that range too.
Right in the middle.
See those trend lines. It's maybe a bit of a coin flip. Let's see if we can get any good context or nuance off this 30-minute chart here, Jay. Yeah. So here we go. Overnight inventory. Anything? Bueller?
Flat.
Pretty flat. What about value? Well, value low, 650, 565. Value high, 658. Price in the middle. Right there. Now, so often you're going to hear many of us, if not all of us, say, well, when this happens, try and stay patient. I mean, we haven't left the range from Friday. Very much large range. Yesterday's range, much smaller. We looked below it in the overnight last night. Again, if you were up at 2:30 in the morning, maybe you got a decent opportunity, but We're in the middle of the overnight range. We're in the middle of the range from yesterday. We're in the middle of value from yesterday. And we're in the middle of the longer time frame area of balance. If you're going to be a short time frame trader, if you're going to be a scalper today, you're going to find opportunities. But for a longer time frame trader who's looking for bigger bites out of the market, to me, this is just not an area where I would be urgently looking for any kind of an offer. Yesterday we had, a normal variation day. We looked out one side of the initial balance, and that actually ended up being the best trade location of the day. Well, we actually opened yesterday in it, testing to value low from Friday and rejecting it, and then we started to see some opportunities. So I'm going to try and kind of follow that trend today. We'll see if we get some decent opportunities around value low or value high from yesterday, or the session high and low from yesterday. I'm going to try and be patient, let that initial balance establish itself, and then focus on that initial balance for opportunities. And again, if you're a short time frame trader, you're trading off a 1, 2, 3, 5-minute chart, you're probably going to be finding maybe some decent opportunities in your time frame. But in my time frame, I got to be hands off here. Jay, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you there, Hogue. On the 30-minute, we have, there's a lot going on here. VWAP is at 25,602. The 200 moving average on the 30-minute, 25,597. So that's a 5-point difference there. Just not a lot of directional price action right now, and that's okay, right? That doesn't mean that there's a lack of opportunity in these markets. It just means there's a different opportunity, and the opportunity is fading the extremes of the range for now until it breaks out. The one thing I will say is, and we talk about, the major 4 markets that we trade here. Yesterday, while the NASDAQ and the S&P were consolidated, we did have the Dow making new all-time highs, right? So, the opportunity may be somewhere else. Do you as a trader want to scan, or, if the market that you trade, let's say you're a trader that says, I'm a NASDAQ trader, I'm going to default to the NASDAQ, that's what I trade every day, and it's not presenting the opportunity, then like Hogue just said, you have to sit on your hands and wait. And that's okay, right? Sometimes the market is telling you not to do anything, and I don't need to trade today, but you can sit there, you can wait, you can scan for opportunities, and then when the market confirms what you're looking for, then go from there. But trying to force anything, especially for breakout momentum trades right now in this market, I don't know if you're in the chat and you can move the markets, you can trade enough size to move the markets, let us know. But if you can't, got to wait for the market to create those waves, and then we go from there.
I think what Jay is saying is, if you go looking for trades, you're going to find them.
Yep.
What are
Absolutely.
they, the good ones? If you don't see what you like, just change time frames. You'll find something. And that is not good advice. That is a joke. That is, don't
Might have to go down to a 1 second. We might have to go down to a 1 second chart to find a trend in the NASDAQ right now. But I'm sure somebody's on it. Scalping it up right now. Hey, as long as you manage your risk, anything is possible. Anything is possible. JD, we are coming up on fast markets here. Speaking of good trades and good traders, who do we got coming up on Topstep TV today?
We got a good one coming up next in fast markets. Andre, Jack, Hogue, Dakota, and Jacob trades. Dakota and Jacob trades will be swapping in and out all morning, but we should have quite a bit to do during fast markets this morning. Hogue will be back at 11 o'clock for the morning highlights. He's going to talk about some of the trades that we took here during the opening call and any potential trades we take during fast markets. At 11:15, VIP Lounge, Coach Jay and I'll be back with Mandy. 12 o'clock, Shoulder Tap with Jack and Risk Manager Ben. They'll roast and toast a couple traders, look at some live leaders, see what's happening in the world of our live funded traders. 12:15, I'll be back for group coaching. Me, Vince, and Coach Hoop. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little while. Make sure you grab that form. Fill it out. If you have any questions for one of the three of us or all three of us combined, we'll answer it right here on Topstep TV. 1 o'clock p.m., we've got a Mindset Matters with my old man. My old man might be here. And Mr. Hoagland. Stay tuned for that, 1 o'clock Central Time. I got a 3-hour marathon from 11 to 2, folks. So buckle up. You're going to see a lot of me today. 2 o'clock, we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Jay, and Jack. That should be a good one also. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way all day long right here on Topstep TV. Stay tuned. We're here, bell to bell, toe to toe, belly to belly, nose to nose, however you want to say it. We're here all day.
We're here all day. And if you're here all day with us, we appreciate you, all of our bell to bellers. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button, like and subscribe. Tell your friends and family to as well. We are on the way to 200,000 subscribers. Let's get a little update on the trades that we are in right now. House count still short, just one, JD, in crude oil.
Man, it traded our price in crude quite a few times, but we did not get filled on those 75s, and it came right back to our entry price again. So we're still in this trade, down a couple of tickies right now. I'm still working that 75 offer. Our risk is minimal on this trade, even if we get tagged into a second contract, so I'm not worried about it at all. On that gold trade, man, came right up to our initial stop price. Our outcome would have been the same either way in gold. Is that crazy or what? No matter what we would have done, the outcome would have been the same.
Yeah. Good call. Good call.
Wow.
Who's this in the chat? Ali B says, Jay, my fourth favorite trader. How are you? I was doing a lot better before I read that comment. Fourth favorite. What do I got to do? What do I got to do to get to the top of the list? I'm doing great, and thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us. Let's quote some prices here really quick. 44.7750 last trade here in gold. The NASDAQ trading 25,609.5. The S&P 69.2425 or 69.4225, and crude oil 58.70 last trade there. We got a couple. Actually, we got more news, JD. Let's get to that.
We got one more piece, our fluff piece for the morning. Or our spicy piece, if you want to say. McDonald's is defending its McRib sandwich in the wake of a proposed class action lawsuit. Oh no. 4 people sued the fast food giant late last month. They say McDonald's falsely advertised the limited time sandwich as containing real pork rib meat by its name and rib-shaped patty, saying it doesn't contain any rib meat at all. The suit claims the McRib is instead made of lower grade cuts such as shoulder, heart, tripe, and stomach. McDonald's, in a statement to USA Today, says the lawsuit, quote, distorts the facts and many of the claims are inaccurate. The fast food giant says the McRib is made with 100% boneless pork sourced from farmers and suppliers across the U.S. It adds it's always been transparent about its ingredients so customers can be informed about their menu choices. The lawyers behind the lawsuit are seeking damages for class action members along with attorney fees and interest. McDonald's first sold the McRib from 1981 to 1985, and the time since the sandwich has returned to the menu for limited runs only.
Yummy.
I told these guys in the green room, I don't care what's in it, just give me one. You know, they're only here for a couple weeks a year. It's a guilty pleasure, right? Give me 2.
Not going to McDonald's on a health kick. Our friend Gambia in the chat says, ew, we can't keep eating this stuff. I saw a video the other day of 3D printed steaks, and there was a moment that I was just like, I'm not going to eat any beef if I don't see the cow that it came from, because a 3D printed steak is the most insane thing that I've seen. And you sit down at a restaurant that you think is a nice one, you cut into a steak, you're ready to enjoy your meal, and it's just in the back of my mind. Maybe I'll stop watching YouTube videos, except for TopstepTV, right? I don't hear stuff like that on TopstepTV.
Hey guys, real quick, we got tagged into a second contract in crude oil. We're short 2 micro crude oil now. Average price 58.69. We sold one at 58.75 in that little pop there. So short a pair. We got a CYA all the way up at 58.93. So it'll give us a little running room above that weekly kickoff level at 58.80.
I consider myself, somewhat of a good cook. I know food a little bit. I never want to hear the word tripe again. I don't even know what the hell that is.
You never had menudo, huh? You live
Sounds
in
like
Chicago, you never had a bowl of menudo.
It sounds
We have
like
excellent Mexican
sounds like
food here.
Sounds like a fish, but no. No thanks on
It's
the
the
tripe.
belly. It's in the stomach.
Belly. Yeah, got it. Thank you, JD.
You got it. You got it.
I learn something every day from you guys. And by the way, my favorite trader is everybody in chat.
You can't do that, Hogue. You got to pick one. You got to pick one. You can say it's your brother, right? When your brother's here, that has to be your favorite trader.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. He taught me a lot, man. He was on the floor. He was a good trader.
Absolutely. Crude oil short couple here. We got a great day of trading lined up. I see the team ready in the back. Jacob, Dakota, Jack, Andre. Hogue's going to stick around. I think we are ready to go. JD, keep us up to date on these trades. But Hogue, let's do the thing. Take us into fast markets.
All right, let's do it. Thanks, Jay. Thanks, JD. Thanks, all of you. As always, some of my favorite traders are always the top ones in the chat. First one in the chat this morning, winning just bragging rights. Tommy C. We got Shubham. We got the Leprechaun, Anastasios. We got Acoustic Immersion. We got Charles Henry. We got Uplex. Good morning, Uplex. Dan Trader, good to see you. John Jones, Buddha Goalie, and Liberty Customs. Just Liberty Customs, I think, is what it is. I think what it said. But good morning to all of you. As always, man, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Stay centered in your trading. Stay calm. Don't trade on tilt. Pray for peace every day. And we're coming into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, world. Welcome to Fast Markets. Yes.
Yes.
There's them horns. It's day 3 of 2026. Are we getting the tripe or the filet? Today we'll go a long way towards explaining that. Andre, what up?
Jack, it's it looks like it might be day 6 of 2026. I'm just
Trading day. I go into cryo sleep. If the markets aren't open, I just sleep.
I got it. It's like a vampire. Only awake during market hours. I love it. Welcome, everybody, TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Look at this lineup. Same lineup as yesterday. Lower right-hand corner. Mr. Jacob in the house. Left-hand corner, star of slow markets, Mr. Dakota. So Jack still on that beautiful mountain. Let's get right into it. Jacob, thoughts coming into this open here? You had a nice trade in the ES yesterday. Great patience. What are your thoughts coming into today?
Right now I see that we are above VWAP, so I would like to wait a little bit, but yeah, longs look good right now. As long as we support the VWAP and we are above the VWAP, I like longs, but yeah, we'll be patient.
Yes, we will. And patience indeed. Take a look at the ES trading 69.45. Seen that price a lot yesterday. Mr. Dakota, thoughts coming into this Tuesday? We looking at silver? We looking at NASDAQ? What you got your eyes on there, Dakota?
Both silver and the NASDAQ. I mean, you said it, Jacob. Just we've seen some choppy price action ranging right in the middle of the range here at these 630s, around 600. I did take a loss last night, but that's all right. I'm going into today down in the live. But yeah, patience is going to be the name of the game this week as we wait for things to settle down, get some more data, see if we could see a breakout. But silver has been still volatile, man. Last night with Coach Jay, it just ripped 3% in silver. Looking at the NASDAQ, we did see some volatility overnight during the London session. I mean, as we are opening up London session, I mean, that's a dramatic sell-off for this week. And let's see what we do around here. This is not the best price action. You know, let's see if it gets cleaned up. And here we are.
Okay. We're now open. We're now open. Barkin is continuing to speak here. Last over Barkin. Barkin, consumer sentiment is important to watch. The challenge of the next 10 years is likelihood the U.S. will have more jobs than available workers. So Myron was also hitting the wire. We'll keep you posted on that, but we are now open in this New York session. Look at that. NQ seeing some buying right now. Same story as yesterday. ES pushing higher here as well. 69.52 last trade in the ES. Jack, thoughts coming in. Are we gonna be in this range for a little bit?
We
Continue this?
might have to give to go to start taking some trades right before the bell.
Okay.
We kind of opened right at or just before it the resistance in the last few days that became support, that 6,900 level. We were right at it before the opening bell. Got a nice little pump off the beginning. So now that that's happened, we'll let it settle out a little bit. But yeah, I'm keeping the same things on for yesterday. I'll give an update on new levels in about, I'd say 10 minutes.
I love it. Good stuff. Hey, look at this 72% long tilt on in the NASDAQ. Long tilt in the NASDAQ. Get that in real time on Topstep X. So right now, 72% long tilt in the NQ. And there goes silver. Silver looking to push higher here as well. We got overnight high $79.37, or about 15 cents from there. Look at gold, 44.81 last trade. Crude still hanging around $58.70. Right now, keep an eye on that. Tilt in that NQ has leveled off back to 65% long. Let's take a look at the calendar. We got a number here in about 14 minutes, 45 after the hour. U.S. S&P Services PMI final. We got Myron and Barkin speaking. What's up, Dakota?
Yeah, no, you're right. We got the Fed speakers. We also have Trump speaking at GOP event, and Nvidia CEO is going to be speaking. So we're gonna have a lot of speakers, news, like headlines. See, curious, but NASDAQ keeps buying on up. And talking about that Nvidia event, Nvidia's up 1% already. So maybe that's going to help lead us higher to session highs this week. I know Jay was saying that we're 4% from all-time highs here in the NASDAQ.
Unreal. I believe it. I was watching you guys on Slow Markets yesterday. You and Jay, you guys were a little giddy. Just getting long silver and watching that thing cook. One-way direction.
And last night, if you guys missed it, you watched the recording. It was one where I'm like, yeah, I want to get long silver. And then I found myself shorting it for just
Reasons.
Yeah, I don't even. Yeah, I just,
One of those
go watch
trades.
it, man. It was
just a one-way trade.
It's a good example of what not to do.
Yeah, just get on board and ride the wave. Might have another push higher here. New highs in gold, 44.80. 88. Again, house accounts also short two micro crude from $58.69. Pretty much trading that price right now. We got a number in.
You're starting to get spicy. Wouldn't mind a short here in the NASDAQ.
Okay. Do take it by
retest of settlement. 70 points
But,
lower from
what
here.
What makes you short here?
What would make me short it?
Yeah.
So we came up here and test these 670s. We're starting to see some rejection, and what I'd look for is a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute. But part of what will kind of get me tempting to short it is I'm watching the Hateful Eight, the major tech stocks, which makes up the majority of the NASDAQ, right? QQQ Tech, NASDAQ 100. Tesla's down 2.5%. Broadcom just fell off a cliff. It's down 1%. Netflix down 1.2. Tesla is now Nvidia is starting to struggle to find buyers. So shorts are looking more attractive now. See if we go test settlement.
Did you get in? Are you eyeing a short?
No. I'm just being patient, waiting.
Gotcha.
If we do break these 44s, I'll jump in.
All right, a little bit more from Barkin here. Not exactly policy related, however, we'll keep an eye out. One positive of AI is to allow people to qualify to do more complicated tasks. That's how they talk. Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. Take a look at the Dow again. Dow making new all-time highs just yesterday. We're not there yet. With the all-time high price of 49,463. We're about 230 points underneath there. And number in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Tesla's funny, by the way. Someone mentioned Tesla's down 3%. Well, it was up 4% yesterday. Down 4% the day before that.
Incredible.
Not for the faint-hearted.
No. Just like trading is. We'll All right, we got a bit of a turnaround here in the Dow. Also, don't forget on the close in the S&Ps yesterday, we saw 2,000 lots, multiple 2,000 lots coming in on the bid in the S&Ps and the ES on the close. Right around these prices, we hear 69.45, 69.50. Lots and lots and lots on the bid side. Lots of volatility, lots of volume as well coming in on the close. Right now, trading 69.50. And silver, new highs there, $79.56. We wait for the number to hit. Barkin speaking. Myron was speaking as well. Seems like Myron has concluded. So let's get to some of the formalities. Look at that. Pin to the top of the chat. Got those Top Step daily levels. Top Step daily levels update and refresh before every New York Open. Click on that link if you'd like to. Otherwise, click on that indicators tab at the top of Top Step X. Type in Top Step daily levels. Have those overlaid right there on your charts. And update and refresh before every New York Open. Gold closing on 4,500. About $8 to go there. Now $7 to go there. And silver closing on $80. About 30 cents to go there. You're seeing metals continue to rally.
So that in about 14 minutes. Yeah, it's gonna be it's that situation you don't want to be in a trade and being chopped up and then just go back and look and say, oh man, I should have waited till the data. We're seeing a little bit of choppiness around these 660s. Buyers holding up. Buyers holding up. What are you looking at? And you just trade the ES, right, Jacob? You haven't swayed and jumped over to like silver or any other shiny thing that's moving. You've stayed solid with the ES.
Yeah, right now it's ES, a little bit before it was NQ. I did very well with NQ, so no worries about that. I did a little bit of gold in the past, but yeah, didn't find any real success with gold. Other than that, no, I didn't like trade in silver or anything else.
Stick with it, man.
Have you ever like traded crude oil or other stuff?
Yeah, like 2012, crude was really. It's like
Okay.
everyone was trading crude oil. Like if you're a day trader, in the futures, it was crude oil was the thing. Then it seemed like everyone transitioned to the NASDAQ. I've been a NASDAQ trader since then. It's like 2015, 2016 is when I slowly started to get my eyes on the NASDAQ, and then 2020 is really when the switch happened for me. And then it's just been NASDAQ ever since. And then every once in a while when we have a volatile market like silver or gold, I'll trade that during slow markets.
Yeah, for those who weren't around back in the day, like 2008, oil was trading like $150 a barrel. There were some wild times then. It was a completely different market.
Oh man, yes it was. Yes it was.
I remember I was still in college. I was going to an internship. I was living in Evanston, so I'd take the Metro down, Andre. And
Yes.
the Metro, it was like one of those trains you see like in an Indiana Jones movie where there's people hanging off of it. It was the most crowded train I'd ever seen.
That's supply and demand, right? What a wild time. And then, of course, in 2020, oil went negative, as we all found out together was possible.
For
Oil
just the
picked up.
expiring contract, once again. It was,
Right.
that was a little bit of a
Take delivery.
kerfuffle.
There was a shop out in London that actually was prepared to do this. They took delivery, and about a month later, absolutely made a fortune. We got this number here in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes till the number. And then at top of the hour, the president is speaking at a GOP event. We're not going to get the feed, but we'll definitely keep an eye out for those headlines. I believe we'll probably get some there. A little pullback in the equities. The gold staying firm right around the highs. What's up, Jack?
Looking to buy dips. The support in the ES is pretty clear cut right here. Down around that 69.40 area. Maybe down to the lows of the overnight. We'll see.
Okay. Yeah, silver broke through the session highs.
1,000 lot
Continues to
ES on the
trade.
offer, 69.50. 1,000 offer, 2 points higher. 1,000 on the ask.
Yeah, I think we can make a run to settlement here.
Running trading 69.47.
1,000 lot, 69.50 in the ES.
Yeah. Let's see what they do with that. And we saw that big size, was it 69.45 yesterday, 69.50. Oh, they're hitting the bid. Look at them hit the bid on these 69.47. And they are just absorbing it all. You see in this, Jack? 69.47 and a half. They're just hammering that bid, and it is going higher.
Nvidia's getting hammered as well.
Interesting. Wow, they just
Barkin coming out. Long-term rates today are being driven by supply and demand for U.S. Treasuries, with supply rising and larger deficits. He is speaking to my own heart there, is that the Fed can cut interest rates all they want. It does not matter on the long end of the curve.
It's the markets.
It's the markets that decide the interest rates you care about.
Reign supreme. Are you seeing what's happening there, Jacob, in the ES? We're stuck between the prices of 69.47, 69.47 half. Using time and sales on Topstep X, you saw those red prices hitting them. These are hitting in the bid. Sellers are actively selling into the bid, and the buyers just absorbed all of it. And then we got that offer up at 69.50, about 2 points higher. Still has not been filled, but a lot of volume traded on the bid there. And just they kept reloading. Last trade 69.47 now.
All right. How's the ES look? Are we pulling down on the selling off a little bit on the ES? We have the overnight lows at. Go ahead.
We're coming up on the support area I was discussing. We've had trouble pushing into it, but we have not crossed back over the 6,900 in the SPX yet. Now it's pumped in a tad. Still looking to grab that 1,000 lot at 69.50.
Might have been, it's definitely an iceberg, but 69.47, 69.48 half now trades. 1.5. We've got 75% short tilt, 75% short tilt on the NASDAQ right now.
Ooh,
average price, 25,631. So a couple points in the money right now, but we've seen some we saw a heavy long tilt, saw a heavy short tilt right now. And we got 90 seconds till the number. While we're at it, crossed 197,000 subscribers yesterday. At 4,000 people watching us all across the globe right now on TopstepTV. If you'd be so kind, please click subscribe. Please click like. Please click notify. On the march to 200,000 subscribers.
Getting closer. Yeah, there's 700 contracts in the NASDAQ at 650. Good shout, troops.
Really? On the offer, yes. Nice catch. 10 points higher right now.
Seeing more rotation today. The Mag 7 is struggling, mostly in the red. Nvidia's up 1%. Amazon's up 0.75. Everything else is down. Tesla down 3%. But then we still got the same factors from yesterday going up. Some of the speculative stuff up a couple percent. Interesting.
That 700 lot just got filled.
Got filled. The 1,000 lot got filled also. What was that price on the 1,000 lot?
650.
650
was 700 in NASDAQ.
650 or 670. Okay, 650. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. On the offer, size trading on the offer. Number here in 10 seconds. 1,000 lot was filled also. All right, we have S&P Services PMI final expected 52.9. 52.9 actual. I'm going to add you right now. A little lower, 52.4.
Somebody asked about our Bitcoin guy. He is up unrealized $37 million minus $5 million for the funding. So he's net up $32 million, which means they have done nothing as this position rallied $100 million in their favor.
That's how you take
They haven't touched anything in 11 days.
Well done. Pushing higher here. ES, new high, 69.57 in the orders. New highs. NQ 25,689. Gold on the march to 4,500, about $5 to go there. Silver on the march to $80 even, about 18 cents to go there. Bulls look like they want to take this thing higher, Jacob. See where they want to go.
Yeah.
Yesterday, what price did you get long from yesterday?
I see that price is doing the same thing as yesterday. We
Mhm.
bounced a little bit. We went lower like yesterday, and we are right back up at VWAP. Like we bounced a VWAP exactly like yesterday. So yeah, we'll see. Most
About
likely
48.
we'll take a long. Yeah.
Yep. Yesterday you bought 69.48s. 5 ME. Five ES, I should say, 5 minis. We'll
Getting
take
in
that
with the
thing.
trend.
Uh-huh.
What are you looking for to get into a long?
I will still wait for price to sell out. I don't like trading like the first 30 minutes. I find myself getting wicked out. So yeah, I'm just waiting, sitting on my hands, and just to be sure about the trend. And yeah, so right now I just want to respect my trading plan and just wait for now.
Okay.
For those that own Jacob, well, when we first met Jacob was at NASDAQ NQ trader. Same patience, same approach, same strategy. Any tweaks you had to make, Jacob, when you took that same approach strategy to your process to the ES? Anything that you had to tweak? Anything that didn't necessarily translate from NASDAQ to the ES?
No, I do think ES and NASDAQ are kind of the same. They always follow each other. I just find a little bit more, like I will say, better results with ES, but it's a little tweak. So nothing changed for my strategy. It stays the same, but yeah, it's a little bit better on ES, but I can still like execute on NQ and no problem.
Stuff. Anderson in the chat says he won't say you guys ask the same question every time, same answer. Well, thank you for tuning in, Anderson. However, there are new traders, new viewers watching every day. I'm
Yeah,
glad that you are
that's
not
fine.
one of
That's
them,
fine.
Anderson. You are here day in, day out. I appreciate that. Did you click subscribe?
Thank you, Anderson.
Yes. Oh, dude, yeah. Sorry,
No,
Jacob. I have to.
yeah, no, that's it. That's some good question. But thank you for being here every day. That's what I'm saying.
Very good. Well, how about this? That
Yeah.
short tilt, 75% short tilt, just flipped to 74% long tilt in the NQ. That was a hell of a flip from short.
Ooh, okay. Okay.
ES 73% long tilt.
I mean, that could also be a good indicator of the tilt is interesting. There's some things I want to add to it. Is did we just run the stops of a bunch of people that were short? In which case, that makes me more confident in maybe.
That was very
In
interesting.
reversal.
Yeah, that flipped heavy short to heavy long tilt. 73%
I
long
feel
tilt
like
in yes.
maybe a good rule, like if we're at the highs and the tilt is very short, that makes me very nervous. If we're, going down and it's high, maybe not as much.
We did test those 700s here in the NASDAQ. Pulling back. Oh, whoa, okay. Tape bomb right there.
More buyers jumping in new highs. ES 69.62. New highs. NQ 25,718. Dow bringing up the rear this time around. Trading 49,289. Longs do look good, Jacob.
Yeah. Still waiting, still respecting my trading plan for now. But
Absolutely.
yeah, I don't FOMO here. That's fine.
Did you ever have FOMO as a new trader, young trader? Oh, the market's running away from me. I'm missing out. I'm missing out. Did you have that feeling, the urge to just jump in and chase the market, or you always just stick to your process, very mechanical?
Now it's very mechanical, but yeah, I used to be a very emotional trader at first, of course. I think like everyone,
Of course.
and still like experienced trader. We are all like human, and we have emotions, so I think it's normal to feel some type of fault sometimes.
Of course. And President scheduled to give remarks. Give remarks.
New highs
Top
of
of
the
the
day. Just
hour.
took out yesterday's high in the ES, also coming up on SPX 6925, which yesterday looked like a pretty good level to short. Today, there's some resistance I'm seeing there, but not huge. Here we go.
This thing's
Buyers
looking
are
really strong.
Yes, it is. Buyers are in the house right now, in the equities. Buyers in the house, in the metals. There goes the NASDAQ. NASDAQ new highs, 24,745. And Q
Nvidia up
up.
2%.
And Q up about 100, 120 points since that New York bell rang. Still a long tilt, 74% long tilt.
Yep.
Getting
There's another
with-
big contract in the NASDAQ at 760. There's 400.
Nice catch. Yep, upside. Good job. 15 points higher. 15 points higher. Again, that first 700 lot was filled. Now we have, I said, 400 lot upside. See if we go get that thing. Silver got close. Silver got within 4 cents of $80 even. Call 3.5 cents to be precise. Gold got within almost $3. Got within $3 of 4,500.
Well, it looks like we did, for the time being, respect that 6925 in SPX. We kind of hit it and quit it.
It didn't quit in D. We saw some sellers jump in there. Saw about a 6-point push lower there in the ES. We're seeing some market orders getting slammed around here. Look at that volume profile on the ladder here on Topstep X. You can see 69.61. I'm talking about the ES. Between 69.60 and 3/4 up to 69.62. Far more volume trade on between those prices. Anything else around it? There we go. $80. $80.10. I'm sorry, $80.09. New highs in silver. Now we're into the 80 handle. Now into the 80 handle. All-time highs in silver, $82.67. So about $2.67 to go. Those all-time highs. Now let's take a look at gold. All eyes on gold. Gold get to 4,500. Out within about $1.50, $1.50 of 4,500. Silver
really shows why on anything besides a very short time frame it's been possible to short silver. I mean, it's incredible to me, the resilience that, you know, a couple weeks ago it looked like it was over. That was like a perfect blow off when it dropped $10 off that 81 level, and it has eaten it back.
The $10 sell-off. A lot of that had to do with the margin when the CME raised margin requirements. Gold puked like $250 also. Kind of, I guess, when the dust settled, the buyers came back. Oh, cheaper prices, better prices. Take a look at that house account trade in Crude. Short 2 micro crude from $58.69. 25 cents in the money right now. As we trade $58.46.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying that we'll never see silver that high again after that blow off top and them increasing margins. Yeah, here we are. Never say never.
Silver new highs. Silver new highs. Silver hanging above $80 now. $80.15. New highs there. Gold. We're gonna try to get those 4,500s. $1.50 to go. Still a couple heavy long tilt ES, heavy long tilt NQ.
Yeah.
Resident to give remarks at the top of the hour. Not get the feed. We will have those comments as they hit the wire.
Some selling trying to step in here in the NASDAQ. But I don't trust the sellers right now. We could be a grind higher type of day.
Could be.
Not much doing. Rates still around 417.
Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about rates. The old rates, Jack.
You've been hanging. All the stock stuff has been going on. Silver, precious metals, bonds have been pretty tight.
There you go. Gold, $4,500.20. New highs there.
There we
Came
go.
back, new highs, ES.
Uh-huh. And about $80 from all-time highs in gold. But $2.50 from all-time highs in silver. The tilt has leveled off. I'm down to 60% long. So it happens here at the top of the hour.
A little resistance a second time at that level.
What price? 67s? 68s?
Yeah, about 67, 68. I mean, right now, it's just whatever the 69.25 is in the SPX.
Silver continuing just to.
There goes the NASDAQ, making a run for session highs again.
Crude selling off. Crude new session lows. $58.35.
We got that big order in the NASDAQ at 760. There's 440 contracts there at 760.
Nice. Closing in
Might
about
look
8
to
points to
go
go
for
there.
that.
Look out below crude. Crude new lows.
That's count short, right? Yeah, short 2 micros.
Yeah. And there goes new highs and Q. New highs silver. Closing in on that 450 lot, about 12 points higher. Using that level 2 data on Topstep X. You can see that 400 lot. Ooh, get filled.
Oh, let's see.
Took partials.
Yeah.
Oh, they're front running it. Oh, not filled yet. Oh, they're just.
There you go. We filled 5 of them.
Yeah. 760, watching that. Is this it? Not quite yet. Yeah. We'll get that fill. And those would be session highs up there. Through it. The old college try. It's this time the charm. There goes silver. Silver making new highs.
Trying.
Not yet. There you go. 400 lot filled. 400 lot filled. Yeah. New highs. New highs NQ. New highs silver. New lows crude.
There's another big order at 777, 200.
Interesting.
So it seems like they're just stacking them just a little bit above the market every time it gets filled.
So it looks like Trump's speaking at a GOP event. Obviously, anytime a mic's out, something could happen, but I don't think there'll be a Q&A. That's usually where the market moving stuff happens, but we will see. Just keep it in mind.
Look out below crude. Crude just absolutely getting pummeled right now. $58.16, 14 cents now. I was going short from 58.69. New highs ES. 69.70. New highs silver. Markets are moving right now. Stay locked in.
There we are.
I'd like to see this. ES trading 69.68.
Yeah, the last 20 minutes has been nothing but buying.
Silver's up 70 cents in the last 20 minutes. Now trading new highs $80.42. New lows crude. Crude continuing to see some downside pressure. In the chat, Slow Maro says gold coming for all-time highs. Well, we got $80 to go. What we see today, look, and more selling in crude.
House accounts in such a good position on that crude short.
All right, we'll keep an eye out for president. The remarks from the president. Imagine the president's going to be.
Session highs.
Wonder if the president's going to be talking about oil in this speech. Just seeing what the oil's doing right now.
NASDAQ.
Man, buyers are
pushing
strong.
Session highs.
Buyers are strong. Jacob, you see these, look at the 5 minute. Let's take a look at your chart setup, Jacob. What time frames are you working with when are you working on the, you got one chart up. Look at that. I like this. Is that a 5 minute?
Yeah, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, and 1 hour. So right now, this is 10 a.m. Eastern time. So the 4 hour, the 1 hour just open up. So there's a lot of liquidity and a lot of manipulation right now. So just being patient. Very good hourly close on ES here on this hourly candle. So yeah, I will like to long, but I will wait a little bit. But yeah, longs look very good like yesterday.
Look at these stocks go. Stocks on the tear higher, on the push higher here. NQ new highs, 25,772. About 100. Oh, use that mute button, Jacob. Use that mute button, my friend. I know something going around. We don't want you to miss that trade. You're good. We're good, my friend. We're waiting for the president to get started here.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Markets are rocking. That's silver at $80.48. Crude selling off $58.03. New lows there. Pull back in silver. The buyer's going to jump back in. The buyer's going to jump back in. I'm going to try to take this thing higher. A little pullback here in gold, 44.96. $5 off the highs. Waiting for the president. Nope, nothing yet. New lows crude, $58.02 now. We getting the 57 handle. A penny to go.
Losing a little bit of momentum here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, taking a bit of a pause. What better time? No better time to bring in the guy that just said his favorite trader is all the traders. Are you ready for office, Hogue? Get in here, Hogue. Come on. What was that? My favorite traders are all the traders. What's up, Hogue? Happy Tuesday. Let's break this thing down. Equities cooking higher. Metals cooking higher. Happy Tuesday, Hogue.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Yeah, apparently the equities certainly like those PMI numbers, a little disinflationary on those. That's good news. New all-time highs in silver. I was going to mention this morning during the opening call, the all-time high in silver was in extended trading hours. And we all know that the market does not like to leave all-time highs or lows in extended trading hours. The trade I'm really liking is crude oil, short the opening range trade in crude oil. The high of the opening range is weekly kickoff high to the tick, 58.80. So looking like we have maybe just covered one at $58, which is pretty close to value low from yesterday. We're going to let the other one run for a while here. So gold trading up to 45.0260. Naked point of control right there. That is a obvious target. 260. We got pretty close. 180 is the high there. But as far as the equities are concerned, opening range is neither the high nor the low. But when that PMI number came out, it's been all buyers ever since. We do have lots of weaknesses in structure. We just traded through one of them, which was a gap. Session gap closed up to 68, 69, 69. What is that? 69, 69. So we've closed that gap next to upside target 69.77 quarter. Another naked point of control, point of chill, comfort level from back here on the 26th. Things are coming up roses here so far in all of these markets.
Thank you, Hogue. Hogue, go full screen. We got president getting ready to address lawmakers.
Thought I did. There we go.
Any moment. We get another push higher here. Crude new lows, $57.84. Again, house account short 2 micro crude.
I am short. I'm short the NASDAQ right now from 754.
754.
Yep. I'm going to see if we could catch a 3-bar reversal up here at these 750s.
How many, Dakota?
Short 2 contracts, 754.
Right.
3-bar reversal confirmation we need to break down below 740 and stay below there on this 5-minute chart. So getting in a little bit early. I'm seeing Nvidia pull back off the highs, so I feel comfortable getting in early here.
We've been seeing a lot of those 3-bar reversals playing out. This is the case here. Take a look at the
Yeah, we need to
50,
get down
50.
below 740 first for it to be a 3-bar reversal. So this isn't a 3-bar reversal yet.
Okay.
Everyone in the chat, yeah, there was an error this morning on the high in the S&Ps from yesterday. That's been fixed. If you want to refresh your platform, it will adjust it for
Nice.
you.
Oh, nice. Good job, chat. Chat locked in. Yes, on a heater, 69.73 half. Session highs there. Will we see 7,000s? Will we see 7,000s?
I got
today?
short 3 MES. I'm seeing some resistance above here. We'll let this cook for about 12 points of heat for now, unless we add.
What price we get?
Oh, sorry about that.
We're good.
69.73.
73. All right.
So
Who goes crude?
there's a level of exactness I've been watching in the S&Ps for 3 or 4 weeks, and that level is 69.62 As long as we hold above that, I still like to see continued longs in this. If you want to look on my chart, I'll show you where this exactness came in.
You talking spoos?
Yes.
We talking spoos, baby.
Talking spoos. So December 5th high, right there. December's 10th high, right there. December 23rd high, right there. December 25th, December 30th. Yesterday, a lot of exactness at that level, and that's just been on my radar and just kind of watching to see if there's any good opportunities away from that area, whether we accept above it and continue higher, or if we fail above it and then reaccept down below it, I could see the market returning back to lower levels. So 69.62, just a level to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and we are making a run. This is like my last stop to short for a while, just because, the all-time high in the SPX is like 17 points above here.
Okay. And there's a 3-bar reversal. We just broke through it. And so we have about a minute until this next candlestick closes. But we did just break. That's the first one. If we can hold below 740, close below 740 in the next 60 seconds, then it'll be confirmed. See if it plays out.
It looked like it wanted to pull back about
trade location.
Yes, indeed. Preempting. You saw, Dakota, what happened? You saw the setup. You've been seeing the setup the last couple of days. Maybe you preempted it a little, but you kind of saw what was unfolding. Head recognition, screen time, spidey sense, call it what you want. But
yeah, that, and then also watching the major stocks, right? That we're talking about. Nvidia, big position, or big. I can't even think of the words right there. But yeah, like Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, Meta, Broadcom, Tesla. Those make up most of the NASDAQ 100. I'm watching Nvidia just pull off its highs, and some of the other stocks kind of showing weakness and getting ready to make a 3-bar reversal that gives me that confidence of like, okay, what, we're seeing some weakness in the major stocks, and we have a possibility of a 3-bar reversal. When it does happen, it's okay to be a little bit preemptive as long as my risk is managed. And we did just close. We closed below the previous candle. That is a 3-bar confirmation. So very happy with this trade setup. Let's now see if it works out now. It's a counter trend, so it's time to see if this 3-bar reversal is what it's built up to be.
Okay. Heads up,
Ooh,
Dow
that's
is
pretty.
cooking now. Yes, it is. We got the NQ rolling over. Let's trade 25,737. Dow cooking again. Dow's closing in on those all-time highs again. We're about 40 points away. President is taking the stage right now. Thank you, James, for that. We have the feed. However, keep an eye out for those comments. Those comments as they do go. All right, let's get the tip of the week in here then right now. If we're good to go. Tip of the week. We saw this one yesterday. Bring a new one, I guess. Well, every week we got respect market structure. 100%. You heard Hogue talking about that in the S&Ps and the ES. Respect market structure. You saw Jacob do that yesterday. Identify key support and resistance zones. Watch for trends and reversals. Rebar reversal. Like Dakota took right there. Trade with the prevailing context. Something you want to do throughout the week. Follow the story. Keep an eye on what the institutions are watching. Avoid forcing trades against the trend. So avoid forcing trades as if you're missing out. But I like that. Respect market structure. Identify market state. See where volume is pushing this thing. Good stuff. We'll keep an eye out for comments from the president. We got golds pushing lower here. 44.91, about $10 off those highs. Tilt. Well, there's 72% short tilt in the NQ. Seen some big swings in the tilt in the NQ.
Dakota, we're not seeing that same 3-bar reversal in the ES.
No,
All
we're not.
green
It's
bars
holding up a little bit.
It's
Is
the
it just
Dow.
holding up?
The
It's
Dow
holding up in
holds
the
it.
ES a lot stronger.
Yeah.
Dudgeon
69.71.
says he's up 25,000.
Nice. What'd you catch? You long?
Maybe that long on that.
Silver?
Long the equities.
Could be.
Silver. Yeah, silver's the answer for most.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, Jacob flat. House account, short 3, MES 69.73.
I took a couple off for profit. We're just short one right now. We didn't get
Like
the
it.
turnaround. The ES also New Year's resolution for me. I'm gonna be more see money, take money on shorts and flip them around a little bit. And here we are back to testing. We'll see. I still see the resistance above here, so hold on to this one for now. Maybe we'll get a better entry.
Well, you know what you did there, Jack? You
What'd I do?
respected the market structure. That was the tip of the week.
Yes. Could that be
It's-
a tip
Ooh.
of the week?
Yeah, that's exactly what you did. You see money, take money with the counter trend. Can't make money both ways.
In context.
Respected the market structure. Job well done.
I like that New Year's resolution.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jack sounds thrilled. Jack, one of the first
Oh,
times
sorry.
we traded together.
Just looking
No,
at
one of the
the
first
for a second.
One of the first times we traded together, you're like, short, I'm waiting for the big one, Andre. I'm waiting for the big one.
No.
I'm with
Yeah,
you,
but that's
man.
got to
Look
be a
at
swing trade. You're not catching the big one intraday.
well, last April, but yeah, those days seem to be. What's VIX? VIX feels like we're in the 14s, maybe lower end of the 14s. I'll guess 14.2.
Jack, I love your sweater. Really fits your background.
Oh, exactly. Always sitting from this mountain. It gets cold occasionally.
Ah, yes. VIX 14.7. It's close. Here goes the Dow. Dow about 50 points from all-time highs. Last trade 49,420. Silver still holding above $80. Yeah, there goes the ES. Look at that thing go. ES buyers in the house. What do you got for Delta in the ES, Hogue? Saw a lot of positive.
Positive.
Heavy
6,700 in the ES. Positive 2,300 in the NASDAQ.
All right, at least they're moving. At least they're together.
I haven't seen Delta this deep in crude oil for a while. Negative 2,900.
Hammer time.
Good sellers there.
Crude. Yep. Trade on the lows. $57.84. House account. And the money about 80 cents, 85 cents, give or take.
Still such a great position in the house account being short from 68, 69?
Yes.
Yeah,
What's
it's
58, 58, 69.
58, 58.
Yep.
opening range is a
Ooh.
dead ass high in crude oil, and the high of it is to the tick to the weekly kickoff high.
No kidding. What's the how do we man? Well, we get JD on here, but what's the plan to J? Yeah, there's Jay.
We managed one. We took one off at $58. And we're letting the other one fly.
Let it run. Only had a runner.
Only had a runner.
Indeed, we do. Let's minor pullback in the ES. We're talking like a point and a half. Maybe a little problem. Long's covering up there. So not seeing anything from the president. Is the president taking the stage?
He's talking here soon, right?
Yeah, taking the stage.
Okay.
Haven't seen any comments hitting just yet. I know James is all over it back there. We got NQ. 12 points off the highs. 5,760. Silver still hanging above $80 by about 24 cents or so. About 20 points higher on VWAP in the ES, right around the highs. I know, Jacob, I know you're locked in right now. Talk to me about what you're seeing right now. Obviously, bulls have control up around the highs. Will that give you pause?
Yeah,
Obviously, if you're looking with trend, would they give you pause for taking long since we're at these price levels, or no? Still the approach, same thing.
Same thing, still approach, same stuff.
Okay.
Looking for longs. Waiting a little bit, maybe 5-10 minutes max, and I will be in. Just waiting for price to settle down
Okay,
and
so
have some momentum.
Waiting for price. Waiting for price is it's not arbitrary 5-10 minutes. You're just waiting for better price to get long at.
See some, yes, yeah, exactly. Some momentum, maybe a little pullback. But we'll see. We'll see.
Bottom of the hour and 12 minutes. Look at those initial balance high, initial balance low prices in the ES and the NQ. Where is initial balance, you ask? That's simply the highest price and lowest price traded in the first hour New York session.
Mm-hmm.
50-50 tilt across the board. It's kind of hanging out. I mean, everything's perhaps waiting for the president to speak.
That's what it seems like.
Crude. So heavy negative delta in crude, huh, Hogue? I mean, that makes sense. It's all red bars over there. A little bit of a bounce. Still 50.
Positive tilt in crude. Really?
60%.
Yeah.
Is this a failed three bar
Right.
reversal? Not yet. It's obviously not the cleanest, right? Whenever you see a three bar reversal, you immediately want it to sell off. But it's a failed three bar reversal if we get above the previous high, which is 773, 772. So this is the basic three bar reversal. This main candlestick right at the top of the hour, the high of that, low of it. And so it's a failed if we get above it. Right now we're just within the range. We're within that candlestick.
Mhm.
The confidence
I got a question
is
here.
decreased.
Here, chat from Alex Short. Andrew, assuming they're asking me, what is the significance of initial balance pegged to the first hour? Well, don't ask me. I got a better person to ask. Oh, why the first hour? Initial balance. Why the first hour of the New York session? That's actually a good question. I don't know the answer. What is it?
It is
Why,
a good
Hogue? Why first hour?
question.
Why first hour?
And it comes back from the trading floor. So when they were creating the market profile, they needed some sort of reference as to what the locals or what the speculators were going to be looking at or looking for in the first hour of the trading session. And the locals and the speculators in the first hour of the trading session are looking for some sort of range where two-sided trade can occur. A lot of the traders in the pit would really just be kind of working the bid and working the offer at the same time and hoping to get hit on both. So the initial balance would give them a range where they might be able to anticipate the opportunity for two-sided trade to occur. In other words, buying and selling coming in relatively freely. If I'm half bid at 75, I can do both. I can bid half. I can offer 75s. Sometimes get hit on both. It's just an early reference level for potential area for two-sided trade to ensue for the rest of the day. If it holds, great. You have a plan. You're going to fade the extremes. You're going to sell against the high. You're going to buy against the low. If there's an extension that shows continuation, then there's a change and you want to go with the breakout of that initial balance. It's an old term. I still use it. I see I think I saw a couple of new IB haters in the chat this morning.
We got more.
It's such a great level. It's such a great opportunity for potential execution and great levels for risk management. Above all, it's all about risk management.
Emmons,
that helps.
You ain't wrong, Emmons. Treasuries. It could work in treasuries. Could work in the treasuries.
Yeah, it does work, Dan, in electronic trading. I know a lot of folks who've tried it. Yes, and maybe in treasuries, but
treasuries
gotta be high in the queue.
Dangerous game. You better be working an algo for that.
When they flip it, yeah, they pull all the size and they flip it on you.
Your algo better have a $50 million microwave line between New York and Chicago.
You better be right next to that server, right next to it. All right, Jack. So we're currently short one from right about where we're at right now.
Yeah, we're like basically not in a position, but we'll let this play out a little longer.
Still nothing from the president. Hogue, let's get those IB lows. Let's get those initial balance low prices in for the ES and the NQ. Hogue goes off the 15-minute for these. So
I usually have to off the 30-minute. Really,
30-minute correction. 30-minute.
Yeah, IB low 69.45 half for the S&Ps. If the IB high is in, it's 69.75 half. And for the NASDAQ, let's take a quick look-see. Time got away. All right. So IB low, 25.608. No, that is incorrect.
Damn it. I just wrote it down.
That is correct.
I just wrote it down.
Yes, 25.608 is correct.
All right, cool.
And if this holds, 25.772 in the orders.
All right, we'll hold off. And we still got 8. Scratch that. 6 minutes. 6 minutes still. Perhaps might see some new highs here in Q. About 9 points to go there. ES 2 ticks off the highs.
The longer we hold up this area, the less I like shorts. Like a 3-bar reversal is good for you want to see a pivot and a complete reversal. That's what you're looking for. Reversal, not we hang up here into these 50s and 60s. So not liking the short at all.
Time can be an issue.
Yeah, 100% Hogue.
The reason the bid-ask thing won't work even in treasury futures is all these markets, there are very sophisticated, fast, well-funded, optimized spreading companies out there. I used to work for one. So if you look like something like the bond futures, they are intrinsically linked to the bond cash, which you're not seeing. And there's a million algos out there. So if you were to have the bid ask in the futures there, they're also seeing the bid ask in the actual treasury cash of which these futures are, following, right? And so the game used to be those trade in New York is you'd have an extremely fast connection, like literally a microwave beam between it. You'd be located at the CME. and you would try and arb those small differences before everyone else. But if you're just looking at one side of that market, there is not a chance you can make money like flipping bid ask and treasuries futures.
New highs
Sorry
ES,
to
Jacob.
interrupt, but I'm in. I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I'm in from 6974. I'm in 7 gun.
Plus 7 ES 6974. Plus 7 ES 6974. Last trade 6976 half. Let's some new highs 6977. See where they want to take this thing. The Dow is continuing to push here now within 20 points of all-time highs.
Ooh, why 7?
I mean, I can put more if you want, Dakara.
No. I'm just,
Oh,
No,
is there a reason for
I'm
that
joking.
number?
No, I'm
yo.
joking. I'm joking. No, I'm joking. No, this is not for Ronaldo. I'm a Messi fan, so no, I don't know. Just like that.
Let's see if we get the. Where's the risk, Jacob? Where do you put your risk on a trade like this?
Around VWAP here, near the VWAP, I would say.
Okay, very good. So are you all in with 7? Do you work the bid or do you go? I assume you work the bid, yeah.
No,
Market.
7 right away.
Oh, market, my God.
Yeah.
Let's go. Oh, there goes a heads up silver. Silver new highs, $8.69.
We got silver not done.
Silver not done indeed. Will we see 81s? Closer to. Now we're about 20 new highs silver. Anything from the president? Nothing yet. Oh, here we go. President Trump on Venezuela raid. We had a lot of boots on the ground. On that, keep an eye on crude. A lot of things to watch. A lot of things to be sensitive to. Oh, we got crude turnaround. 50-cent turnaround. So we trade $58.20. We bottomed out at $57.73. We're about 50 cents higher from there. Silver absolutely cooking now. 20 cents from $81. Oh, we got bottom of the hour here in 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, we'll have to adjust the initial bounce highs.
The highs, yeah. Tilt leveled off 50-50. Well, we got 77% long tilt. How about 77% long tilt in gold right now? In gold. Gold lagging behind silver. Silver used to make new session highs. Gold still $10 off the session highs. And Q and silver moving together. Ask Gamby.
Why not?
Perhaps. I mean, if you look at the chart, I wouldn't know why.
Kinda.
Yeah, if it
Here's
is,
up
it
a
doesn't
little
matter.
bit.
Doesn't matter
Risk
why.
assets.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
4.185 in the 10 years. So we're up a little bit there in yields.
Okay. President, here we go. Takes too long to get weapons made. We'll begin producing weapons faster. Coming from the president. Holding bid around the highs here in the equities. And Dow was closing in on new all-time highs. Now we were less than 20 points from making those new all-time highs. Made new ones yesterday.
Okay.
To do so today. All-time high price of 49,463. We're about 30 points from there.
All-time high SPX 69.45.7. Let's call it 69.46. Right now we're at 69.32. So we're about 14 points away. That makes me, I just have one micron, so I will hold it for now. But the closer it gets to that all-time high, the more it needs to be tested.
Oh.
Bitcoin scratch for the day.
Yeah,
Bitcoin
what's
hasn't
the
moved.
All right, IB highs. I think I got them here. Hogue initial balance high 69.77 and a quarter. The ES. NQ 5,779.
Yep, you got him.
So, what are your thoughts on the initial balance range? Initial balance range in the ES here, Hogue. Looking at about 30, 32 point initial balance range. Not
It's about average.
About average. Okay.
Yeah. Nothing tremendous. Just looking back. About the same in the NASDAQ. About average.
Trump still hitting the wire.
Yeah, just got started. Still nothing super moving. Yeah, I got my eye on crude. See what is impacted there.
All right.
So holding here. We'll pull back in silver, about 40 cents silver. $80.30 last trade there. Gold tilt has leveled off just a bit.
Yeah, equities seem like they're just in a holding pattern right now.
Push
a
out
little
here.
dip in the ES.
We'll get another push. NQ. What's on the ladder there? Take a look at the NQ ladder. All right, back to we saw 700 live, saw 400 live. Both get filled on the ask.
Yeah.
See what happens.
So we're back. VIX is down today. It's at 14.8.
14.8. Felt lighter. Felt like a 14.2. Still 14s.
Still 14s. Still low 14s. Volatility. Yeah.
And Dakota, well, you're short. You're still short 2, correct?
Yeah, same position. I mean, we've
5.4?
kind of just been chopping around these mid 700s. So still there, short 2 from 754.
Oh, all right. Well, let's take a peek at some of how our funded trader, live funded traders, get it out, Andre, are doing today. That was terrible. Let's take a look at that leaderboard, man. Oh man, look at that. Tyreek up 11,000. It was $12,000. Sebastian, seen that name a lot lately. $10,500 early into this trading session. Make sure to hang on to those profits. Keep the green day a green day. Well, then we'll check in with those traders that live leaderboard throughout the day. Things progress,
Nice.
but right now the president is speaking.
Right in the middle of these mid 700s here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, what's the YM doing? Oh. Yeah,
So
YM seeing
back
some
to 80.
selling. YM seeing some selling. Seems and gold selling off here.
Yeah, so it's silver.
Go down. Go down $14 in the last 2 minutes here. 44.79.
Okay.
Dow selling off. What do you say? What do you say? Nothing. Not seeing much.
Yeah, not real.
Silver down 70 cents in the last 2-3 minutes. Now beneath $80 in silver.
All right.
Silver down.
Equities pulling back a little bit.
What's happening here? Silver back above $80. What did he say? Crude's holding steady, $58.19. Saw the Dow move first. Downside Dow. About 100 points. Yeah, about 100 points off the highs there. Yeah, 69.5 last trade. 5 minute just opened.
My target's going to be 690s, 700 even. But we need to break through this consolidation to the downside if we're going to go.
Can you show us why, Dakota?
Yeah. So if we pull back, if we zoom out, right, you can see yesterday's high was right around there. These 690s, 700. And that's simple as that, Hogue. It's not extremely complicated, but if we do get that pullback, that would be my main target. Seen some resistance, maybe at 675 for a runner, but yeah, 690s, 700 is my first target to the downside if we do start to see a sell-off.
Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw gold. Gold sold off about 14. Gotcha. Nothing from the president. NQ about 20, 25 points off the highs, holding 25,750. Silver back above $80.
Okay. Yeah, Tesla's down over 3%. Yep.
Right.
Seeing the sell off.
69.68.
Still short, Dakota.
You're still short as well?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Go.
I meant Tesla, but yes, in the MES.
Oh, okay, yeah. Nice work, man. I know you were out last week, but I ended up getting into a short Tesla the last week of the year at and it paid pretty penny. I just have a hard time holding a short.
Yeah, shorts are fickle. Like I covered the Carvana, but like kept going. But I've learned my lessons the hard way.
All right, silver down a buck. So silver down a buck in the last 6 minutes or so.
I just closed my position. This is a loss.
Flat? Okay.
Yeah, I'm flat.
69. All right, very good. Looking for the next setup, Jacob. We talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
We're looking for longs, or has that changed?
Yeah. No, it doesn't change. I still think about longs. Just wait for more confirmation. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Nice cut. We got silver down a buck in the last 7 minutes. We're trading $79.72. Gold down $15 in the same time period. Yeah. Buyers stepping back in the Dow. 71% short tilt in the ES. 70% short tilt in the NASDAQ. At the bottom of my Topstep X.
NASDAQ's just resilient, man. We came down to these 730s and bounced.
Mm-hmm. Chad's fired up. Chad supposed to stay locked in here. Click subscribe, please. Click like. Click thumbs up. Click the notify bell if you'd be so kind. What happened to Leon? Remember Leon? Leon would just light us up in all caps. Leon, where are you? Absolutely just scream at me.
His aneurysm might have burst finally.
I hope not, but yeah. But Leon, please, we're looking for you.
Ooh, there's always a character in chat.
Just light me up.
My favorite traders.
What was that, Hogue? My favorite traders are all the traders. It's like you're running for office, man.
I love everybody.
They're the dip buyers in gold. I'm at $8 turnaround now, $9 turnaround, 44.82. Last trade, we were just trading 72s.
All right.
Silver take the lead. Not yet. Take a look at crude. Crude rocking. Markets aren't moving right now.
Not really. We're trying to push back down.
Hogue for president? I agree, Brandon. That'd be incredible. That would be incredible.
Just a love fest.
69.67 last trade. Asking 10 points.
Whiskey in every cabinet.
Hey.
Oh.
Eddie VP. They'll get my vote. Absolutely get my vote.
Oh, yeah.
6 days, by the way. 6 days.
Well done. Well, yeah.
Nice work.
No whiskey in your cabinet.
No whiskey in my cabinet. Well, there's lots in there, but I can't touch it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm with you on that, Hogue. I do take a sabbatical on New Year's Day. I like to celebrate New Year's Day. Usually have a party, but so I continue it at least through Groundhog's Day, but we'll see.
Yeah, you guys are gonna need it after this weekend, though.
Ah,
I see what you're doing there.
Celebrating?
why?
see what
Because we'll
you
be
do there.
celebrating.
Yeah.
No.
Taking a look at these equities, look at the VWAP, definitely upward sloping. About 9 points from overnight VWAP in the ES 69.57. We just
Yeah, we're back down to these 730s. If we could break through these 30s, then I could definitely see 700 or these 690s coming into play.
Oh, look at the chat. Tristan in the chat. I assume you're talking about equities. Failed upside auction? Question mark. Hogue.
Nope.
No.
Haven't looked above the initial balance high. Right now, it's a normal trading day.
Normal
There's
trading day.
nuance to that. There's nuance in that though, Hogue. The auction was
There
to
is
the
nuance in
upside.
that.
Auction was to the upside. We're selling off now. But I know for Hogue's definition is not. But 3-bar reversal.
By definition, no.
No.
NASDAQ defending these 30s.
And there, yep. We can get the push beneath it. 5,740 last trade. Jack, update the position against short one MES 69.73, correct? Trade 69.66.
Right back down. Okay, so sellers are starting to sell these little bounces here. Bitcoin down 1%.
Is it?
Yeah, the spot's trading at 93,700.
We are monitoring what the president is saying in the background. I can show you that. We're just talking about elections at the moment. Keep an eye on oil as well. Again, speaking to GOP lawmakers. Silver. All the bull run silver.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, right at 80.
Here we go. Supreme Court says Friday is an opinion day with tariffs pending. Headline just hit. So Friday, opinion day with tariffs pending. Okay, there you go. What's
You know
up,
what else is
non-farm
Friday?
We from
Yeah,
non-farm.
yeah,
We
non-farm.
got jobs reports. We got
Non-farm.
ADP tomorrow. We're really gonna start picking up. But there you go. Friday, Supreme Court. Opinion with
Things are back in schedule. Feels good now that everything's in line.
Thank goodness. I'm still holding bid here. 69.67. Yeah, still holding this level.
They're trying to break down though. Showing some weakness here in the equities. There's a little push. A little push.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Q might want to take the lead to the downside here with the equities. Dow holding. ES not convinced just yet.
I'll work a bid at 699.
All right. Last trade 720.
There's a flushy.
A flushy flush.
We caught
Flushy
Dow caught a bid here. Oh, what's that delta now?
ES.
What's positive?
Positive 3,900. NASDAQ positive 1,900.
Okay. So we did see that pull back a little bit.
See if we
And
can
Q's
get
going to
that
need the
follow-through.
flush. And Q, will it get the push lower?
feel like I should always slack you those numbers so we can like have a timestamp and watch it throughout the day.
Yeah, well, like in the back of my head, I got an idea what the numbers
You
were.
are good at that.
Higher
you
or
do
lower. So I know if
keep
they go
track of
higher.
that shit.
You're
You're good at that.
We got a nice little pop in the VIX, probably maybe off that Supreme Court stuff, injecting a little uncertainty into the market.
I like it.
Yeah.
We're above 15.
Okay. What's the next move going to be? Top of the hour here, 14 minutes. 14 minutes. We are inside the initial balance right now.
Almost to the 700. We're getting close.
Pulling to 714. Dakota's talking the NQ right now. But watching the ES here, Jacob. Still holding bid. I've got the Dow kind of catching a bid.
Still short 2, Dakota?
Still short 2 from 54, Hogue. Yep. My first take profit is at 699.
You know what I'm thinking.
10%. I know what you're thinking, Hogue. Yeah.
Buy one for the break.
Buy one for the
Make
breakdown.
them think you're long.
Love that.
Make them think you're long.
Oh man.
You want to buy one for me, Hogue?
Sure.
But he would be long though. If he did, then Hogue would be.
I know.
Then it's gonna
It would be. Yeah. Well.
Then he would be.
I'll buy one at 699, so it thinks I'm buying it there.
There you go.
There you go. There you go.
We got Dow turning around a little bit here. About 30 points. 30-point push higher here. Now 40 points. 49,380. See if the S&Ps, the ES, you want to take the lead from the Dow, the YM here. Looking for that same setup, Jacob?
Yeah, I'm looking for longs. Price is doing a pullback right now. But yeah, I will stay patient and trying to chase or FOMO or anything. Just being patient and following the plan. That's it.
Good stuff. Stick to it here. Well, gold was able to recover most of that sell-off back up to 44.88. Well, 89s. Market's taking a bit of a breather right now, pretty much across.
There we are. I mean, Nvidia is still up 1%. Amazon up 2.2. Broadcom up 0.3. Palantir is up 2 and a third.
Speaking of
the rest is down.
The boss, Jensen himself, will be speaking at noon Central. For those
That's right.
to whom
Yeah,
it
he's
may concern. Yeah.
He is the boss, huh?
71% short NQ tilt right now. Average price of, we've seen some 70% long, 70% short tilts in NQ a lot today. Average price, that's 71% short. Pretty much right here, right now. Where do I want to take this next? All right, Hogue. So we got those initial balance high, initial balance low prices. We got the top of the hour in about 10 minutes. What do we do with those? What do we do with those prices? We're inside that range right now. You want to see how we get to it? What are you looking for, Hogue?
All right. So let's just look at the NASDAQ. All right.
Okay.
So let's start with the daily. I want to see what the ATR is. ATR, average true range, is 399. So our entire session today is about 250 points. So there is, a good probability of range extension outside of the initial balance one way or the other. Right now, because we haven't traded outside of the initial balance, we're setting up a normal trading day. A normal trading day sets the entire range for the regular trading hour session within the first hour. The initial balance remains the high and the low for the entire session. I'm not expecting that to happen. If I were, and right now, I mean, there is a good probability of that happening. What we would do is we would fade the extremes. We would sell up against the initial balance high. We would buy against the initial balance low, because that gives us our best opportunity to limit risk. So we get another chance at IB high. We can look for a cheap short up there. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's not going to cost us a lot. Then we can look for a failed auction or a selling tail above the initial balance for a move back to the downside. If we rotate all the way to the IB low, shorts at the IB high are going to be happy. If we get to the IB low and we can't take it out, if we're playing for a normal trading day, in other words, the entire daily range is going to be in the first hour of the trade, we look for longs against the initial balance low. Helps us limit risk. If it doesn't work, it doesn't cost us much. And then we, if we do get stopped out, then we monitor for either continuation or a failure and a move back into the initial balance for a rotation higher. Right here, not much to do in my time frame. If I'm not short up here, I'm just going to be patient and wait for the next opportunity.
Jack, do you see that?
Makes sense.
It does. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're looking for energy, if we can extend, or
Yes.
the extremes.
Yes. It's
We'll
all
see what happens with-
context. I mean, we're waiting for a lot of information as far as employment is coming, Wednesday, Thursday, tomorrow. Well, tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. Lots of information coming out. We've got a little bit of a smaller, extended trading hour range. What do we have as far as the regular trading hour? 171 points. What did we do yesterday? 170 points. So we've already matched the range from yesterday.
Here goes the NASDAQ, too.
All right, we'll see how this plays out. We got a little further clarity on what's coming on Friday from the Supreme Court. But right now we're seeing some selling here in the equities. I guess a little bit.
Yeah.
We get
we
down
got
to
that news real
Jack, go ahead.
quick.
Answer-
Yeah.
The
US Supreme Court is
special in the chat. You are right. 90% of the time, approximately, the initial balance gets broken on one side or the other or both. 90% of the time. Normal trading days are rare. Thank you. Go ahead, guys.
Cool. All right. US Supreme
Whoa, there you go.
Court is designated
profit here.
Friday. Yeah, here we go.
We'll tackle it later, Jack. Let's watch these markets. Yeah, Friday. We'll talk about what's going to happen on Friday with the Supreme
Probably
Court.
ties in with it.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. I'll read it, Jack. You watch these markets, and I'll get your take on it.
Gotcha.
U.S. Supreme Court has designated Friday as an opinion day, signaling that this will be the first opportunity for a verdict on President Trump's global tariffs. The notice on the court's website comes as the justices return from a 4-week vacation break. Nice. And then
Nice.
the
4 weeks.
courts never specify in advance which decisions are ready for release. But given the court's fast treatment of the matter thus far, a tariff determination seems possible. Jack, what does that mean? Sounds like we're going to get an answer.
It means that we've injected new information to the market, specifically more uncertainty. We've seen the VIX pop off of that. Will make for an interesting week up to Friday. We only had one MES on. I covered it down around VWAP. Close enough for it. So we're
Nice.
flat right now, minus the oil.
Very good.
Nice trade, Jack.
You as well.
So did you take one?
Jack.
Yeah, one take profit at 699, and I tighten my stop loss. I have one more running from 756. I'll trail this. There's a chance we go back down to settlement, which is 120 points lower here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Jack, what was your P&L on that?
Oh, just $67. We only took it on. That's the problem with being short in these markets is we got a little bit of news here. This could sell off a bunch more. if I had had more contracts on still, I would have just started covering there.
Well, what are the markets seeing? Is just uncertainty? Or are they seeing? It sounds like we're going to uphold the tariffs. Is that kind of, since it's such a quick determination? I mean, it's a quick turnaround. Or it's just uncertainty? Essentially, what's
I
happening
mean,
here.
I don't even know. There's just going to be a lot of uncertainty. I don't even know which is better for the markets because there's going to be, you know what I mean? Like there could be
Right.
some friction and chaos if they do overturn the tariffs. It's like, well, who pays who then and how?
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
so I think it's just like,
We're seeing
okay,
some
if you're
solid.
sitting on a bunch, there's a lot of people sitting on a bunch of profits and stuff. Do you want to roll the dice now, knowing whatever could happen the next few days?
Yep. Good call. Yep, we're seeing some solid here. About 90 point sell off from the highs in the NQ. Now we're trading right to overnight VWAP in the NQ 25,679. The ES about 20 points off the highs. Now trading 69.57. More selling coming in. Dow selling off as well.
Ooh. That 3-bar
I guess
reversal
what I'm saying.
lived up to its hype.
I guess what I'm saying here is obviously anything can happen and it could bounce back, but I would be cautious of just like, oh, it's a dip, let's buy, which has been a great strategy so far in this new year. Why would they overturn it? I have to be careful here because little secret, I am not a lawyer or a constitutional law person, but there are some questions. I think the question revolves around whether you can use the power that they said to enact tariffs when you're not, what's a national emergency or what's a war on something. We're getting a little bounce here.
Trying to hold these 90s and 80s.
Mhm.
This is yesterday's highs that I was referring to.
Okay. Top of the hour incoming. So president, not much from the president. Gold didn't react too much. Silver still holding bid in silver. 40 cents off the session highs.
Nvidia has retraced and it's only up 0.4% now.
Okay. So review up. We got another push higher here in gold. Take a look at that crude trade, the house account. And house account short 2 micro crude from $58.69. Still about 50 cents in the money right now. So you trade 58.16.
Don't forget, we did take one off at $58 even. Only short one.
Okay. Man, nice cover on that one.
Mm-hmm. Yesterday's value low.
You're right. It was the 4-week vacation in that. What are they in school?
Man, oh man.
You don't even get 4 weeks for school except during the summer.
You know their vacations are nice too.
Yep.
They're not going to the Dells. They're not going to the Dells, I'll tell you that. 69.59 last trade in the ES. And cute. Andrew like that one. 25,693. Let's trade.
I mean, maybe Comey Barrett is. She was living in South Bend.
Oh, yeah,
Dells is like,
Indiana
French
Beach.
Riviera. If you're
Indiana
stationed in South Bend.
Uh-huh. A bit of a holding pattern now. Top of the hour in 20 seconds.
All right.
Let's see what Marcus want to do from here. Again, with the president speaking. All right, Chad. No.
Get all 9 of them on the duck boat, Andre.
I've been on that thing, man. I've been on the Tommy Bartlett water ski show. I've been on that thing. Pirates Cove. Oh, I've been there. All right, here's the top of the hour
resort.
All right, Jacob Trades. Stay in there. We'll see you in the chat. Jacob, couple words before you get out of here. I saw what you I saw the setup there. You manage your losses though. But Jacob, couple words? Thank you for joining us again. We'll see you again. But Jacob, please.
Yeah, this is just probability, so that's fine. I took a loss. Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate you. I'm grateful. Great trade from Jack and Dakota. Congrats to you guys. And thank you, Andre and
Yeah.
Og.
Oh, man.
So have a good day
I
and
love him.
peace out, guys.
Thanks, Jacob.
Jake.
Thank you,
All right.
Jacob.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us again.
Enjoy your
Jacob
day.
Trey's joining us. All right, let's throw it to James, Dr. Volatility. James, what do you got for us? We got things cooking here. What's up, James?
We do. I hear the sirens, which means it's only one thing. It's 10 a.m. on the first Tuesday of the month, everybody. How we doing? We're finally in it. 2026 is here. And with 2026, you can join the Topstep Discord if you're not already a member. Topstep Discord, it's the place to be for all things Topstep related. You can find other traders, find a trading buddy. You can join the Topstep TV channel, talk to all your other Topstep TV fans in Discord, even once the show is off air. In addition to that, you can find channels where you can talk about your favorite products, your favorite time zones to trade in. And if English isn't your first language, well, we've got rooms for every language out there. So you can find another trader and talk the talk that you know about trades. Get quick support when you need it from our Discord mods and never trade alone. We're going to drop the link in the chat. Be sure to jump in it now and join the largest trading Discord community out there. We can't wait to see you in our Discord. It is the place to be. Classes happen in there all the time. So if you ever are looking for more one-on-one coaching, you can find it in our Discord. Seriously, join it and never trade alone. Now, back to back with more educational information. Group coaching continues on today at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. Group coaching. If it's your first time here with us on Topstep TV, group coaching is the point in the show where our Topstep TV personalities and coaches sit down during their lunch hour and answer your questions live. Today, we have Vince, Hogue, and Hoop. They're going to be sitting down and answering your trading questions. I'm sorry, no Hogue. JD, Vince, and Hoop. Still 3 great TV personalities to answer all of the questions you may have. And if you're wondering how do you get them to read one of your questions, well, take a look at the chat. You'll see it pinned to the very top. Submit your questions for group coaching. Click on that link, fill it out with your trading question, and then tune back into Topstep TV at 12:15 p.m. Central Time today to see if your question is answered live on air. And don't worry, we do keep all of these questions in a doc. If your question isn't answered today, tune back in all week long. We do try to go through each question from all the days past. That's what we got going on here on Topstep TV today. We got more market action coming your way, a lot of great guests still to come. But before we go back to the guys on Fast Markets, we're going to talk about home pricing. That's right. The American dream of owning a home has stayed just a dream for many, as high prices have made home ownership unaffordable. But some realtors say that 2026 could be the year for potential buyers as prices and interest rates begin to drop. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan explains the 5 potential things homeowners should do right now to be in a good position to make competitive offers during the spring housing market.
High prices, high interest rates, and low inventory have shut out many potential home buyers in recent years. But many housing experts say 2026 could open the door to more affordable housing options.
All this new home supply is hitting the market at a time where the demand is still somewhat sluggish.
Lawrence Yoon with the National Association of Realtors says more inventory means less competition for home buyers. The other good news is home prices are starting to dip. The latest data shows the median existing home sale price in November was just over $409,000, a slight drop from October. And mortgage rates are starting to drop as well. As of last week, a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage was 6.15%, according to Freddie Mac.
Even a quarter point change could mean about $50 savings per month, which translates into about $600 annually.
Yoon says spring is when most homes come on the market. So if you're looking to buy, here's what Yoon suggests you do now so you're in a good position to make a competitive offer in a few months. Set a budget. Save for a down payment. Make sure your credit score is good. Get pre-approved for a mortgage. And don't take out any big loans like a car payment.
That scares off some of the lenders, or they will charge higher interest rate to compensate for a larger debt load.
Yoon says homes are sitting on the market for about only 40 days from listing to contract signing. So buyers do need to act fast and be prepared. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Thank you, Jen Sullivan. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jen Sullivan. We've got but I love that.
Who was that? Was that you?
That's her
Jack?
news voice. That was Jen Sullivan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was Jen Sullivan. All right. Again, pin to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for group coaching. JD, Vince, and Hoop. What a trio. Get those three with your questions.
I did move my stop loss to 738. Still short one from 756.
Okay. Those group coaching questions in. Oh, sorry, JD, Vince, and Hoop. Vince and Hoop. All right, got London close in about 24 minutes, bottom of the hour.
Yeah, we might see some buyers step in here. And Nvidia is back to break even. Might turn red. I think there's still room to the downside. Settlement in the NASDAQ. Still got 88 points to go to the downside. So still room.
Yeah, I like the we're still about 12 points above the support level from earlier in the ES. That's kind of where I'd be waiting. I'm not even sure if I want it.
Woo.
There's just been uncertainty injected here.
This is a big deal, Jack. Yeah.
It could be, but the problem is we don't know.
And that's all, yeah.
And when you don't know, you take risk off the table.
You don't know. Now you know.
Yeah.
We're seeing the gradual continuing to. We're down 130 points now off the highs in the NQ. The selling began about 40 minutes ago, right on the session highs. And we're continuing the same thing in the. See, Dow is not selling off like ES and NQ right now. Dow is still right near the highs, but we're watching this thing continue to push lower now. 25,650 in the NQ, now 645 ES, now down about 25 points off those highs in the last 40 minutes or so.
We got all of the hateful 8 in the red, except for Amazon's up close to 2%. Amazon was kind of the laggard last year. Saw Amazon catching a lot of love in 2026 investment theses. Isai.
But Cody, you're sitting on a 100-point banger here, aren't you?
Yes, Hogue. I didn't want to say anything yet, but I still think there's.
Oh, sorry, I didn't say that.
Downside. Yeah. I took one for profit, right? I bought one for the break, and it keeps on breaking. Just gonna continue to trail this down. I don't mind a pullback. I'd like a pullback, so I could have a reference point to move my stop loss. But I think
I've heard you say that before. I think you're the only person that likes a pullback.
I mean, it just gives you a point of interest to manage your risk. Of course, ultimately, I'd love for this market to just keep dropping in my direction, but pullbacks are good.
Straight to your target.
Yeah, exactly, Hogue. Just like it does my stop losses.
Yeah, I don't mind a quick stop loss. You find out quick if you're wrong.
Yeah.
Again, bottom of the hour, 20 minutes till the London close. Get on to initial balance low. Didn't get there. ES or the NQ. Ho, what did you have for a gold delta? We took a peek above 4,500s.
Yeah, it's
now we're
negative 214, sitting right at the. I'm going to say it again. The initial balance high.
Yep, taking a breather right now. We're taking silver has taken a breather.
Yeah, stuck at 80.
Still above
80 is a
bucks.
Big number for silver, I think.
Oh yeah, $82.67, all-time highs there. The Dow got within 20 points of making new all-time highs that it set yesterday. See if they got another run in it here. About 80 points away from it. In the middle of the ranges for now. Oh, I haven't taken a peek at MBT. What's going on in the MBT?
A little
people
retracement
bullish.
today.
93,815. A lot of bulls. A lot of bullish. Feels like a bullish sentiment coming into January for crypto. It is up so far.
I had to say that, didn't I, Dakota?
Yeah, you had to say it.
Yeah.
It's
But-
all right. I'm not superstitious. Just a little stitious.
At all?
Little stitious.
Just a little stitious.
We got a 500 lot on the offer in the NQ up at 695, 25,695, 500 on the offer, 20 points higher right now.
We've seen a couple of those big ones come in at the offer.
Yeah. 25,695 using that level 2 data on Topstep X. See a 500 lot sitting up there. We had a 700 lot on the offer earlier today at 650s. That was filled. We had a 400 lot, at 25,695. That was filled also. See if that will be the case for this 500 lot. That's about 20 points higher.
Yeah, you can see it
We're
right
trading right now.
here. 695 right there.
See, it just sticks out.
Yeah, you can see the difference. See how these are the asks. See how tiny it is compared to the bids. The bids, you can see the like 5, 6s, single digits, and these are just not moving as much. Scroll up. There's that 500. See if we go fill it.
Closing in on it.
Guys, took my eyes off the ball. We're getting close to 4.2. We're trading 4.19.
There's your
in the
uncertainty
10-year right now.
There's your uncertainty.
All right.
Another push
So
higher here.
why have I not moved my stop loss further? Well, I took profit for one, and this is in the green. You look at this 5-minute chart. That's the only reference point I have right now. I will zoom into this 100 tick. Right? See that this 100 tick. There's that resistance. I've debated to move my stop loss based off of this. Oh, that's a horrible. Careful what I draw here. Resistance right here. I'm going to wait for the 5-minute to see if we can make a lower high. So maybe something like this. Maybe I'd like to see us go fill that 500 contract and then reverse. But if we do make another leg lower, then that will give me a better reference point to move my stop. I want to make sure I give this market room to breathe.
Shadow Monarch, if the size is on the ask side, that means that they're looking to sell a limit order of that amount. If it's on the buy side, they're looking to buy a limit order of that amount.
The floor, we call them bids and offers. If you want to buy it, you place a bid. If you want to sell it, you place an offer.
If you want to pay that price to buy it, you want to pay that price to
pay price for amount, sell amount
Yes. At price.
quantity. Yep. I still have to rehearse it in my head. Even today, I still have to rehearse it in my head. Or I say it. Yep.
I never
But,
said,
all
what's
three
on
of
the
those-
ask?
What's on the
What's
ask?
on the ask?
What's on the
What's
ask?
on the
What's
offer? What's for sale?
Whoa. All right, we got the Dow gearing up for another run here.
What's here?
Well, that was the classic. I didn't get this, but I understand back in the day, the classic interview question for trading firms was something. It would be like, make me a market on something. And then be like, I think maybe Dan Hodgman said it was like, make me a market on the number of windows in the CBOT building and do it in 10 seconds.
They're not looking for a real answer. They just want to see what you do with it.
Would say the
Yeah,
old
so you could
windows
say-
or the new windows?
Yeah.
Old windows. So just real quick, I'd be like,
There are no windows. Yeah.
500 at 1,000. I don't know.
Well, right now we've got 500. 500 at 25,695 in the NQ. ES. Oops, 100 on the bid, 100 on the offer. Looks like buyers are starting to jump in here a little bit. President is continuing to speak. Nothing really. Here's one from the president. We have the highest stock market in the history of the United States. This is correct. This is correct.
Yeah.
Next year will be the same thing, and the following year will be the same thing there.
That's what happens when you hit all-time highs, right?
That is correct. The Dow looking to make new all-time highs. We'll see if we close in on that 500 lot. Now we got 300 lot in front of there. 300 at 25,692.
Yeah, we haven't filled it yet.
No, interesting.
I'm watching to see if it chases.
Yep. So people are asking, what do we do with that? What do we do with something? Just take note of it. See if we go fill it. The first three have been filled. We'll see if that happens again. But we have a 500 lot, 695. Got a 300 lot at 692. ES.
Jack, you just sent me right back to an interview I took for. I wasn't even interviewing for a job. It was just an interview for a clearing firm so that I could trade on the trading floor. I've told the story before, but I'll tell it again one of these days. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. I'm thinking about that too. I had to take, I remember in like the first round interviews, part of it was they gave you a half an hour to do a 9-question test. And I really want to see if I can write some emails and see if I can get a hold of the 9 questions. I think that'd be fun to have.
Same. Did you get the Russian roulette? Did you get that question by any chance? Did you get?
No, I mean, they were all like math, reasoning type
Red herrings?
questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
say
on
we keep
the
doing
state
series
champion
threes.
math team in high school, Andre. They were much like those.
Yeah.
Humble brag.
You also
We
taught.
could
Yeah,
keep doing series 3 questions. I would
also-
vote for that.
Jack also taught a GMAT class. One of my
Yeah.
favorite things.
There were no questions about actual financial instruments. They were all like math teasers.
Uh-huh.
Series 7. We could do series 7 questions.
Puzzles.
Again,
Yeah.
those orders were not filled. Those now we're just hovering around. VWAP, overnight VWAP in the ES, NQ, same thing. It looked like Dow is going to go make another run, test those highs. About 30 points away. Silver found its range for right now, $80, or found its price, pretty much trading sideways at $80.20. And gold trading $44.89. Hogue, they want you to take me to the floor. They want you to take me to the floor. That's where I met Hogue. I met Hogue on the floor 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Options
not
floor
20.
still open.
It's tiny. I was
Yeah,
a
we've
clerk
seen
in
the
the
floor.
beans pit. I was a clerk in the beans pit. It was with a runt. I was getting coffee.
Getting the beige book.
Getting the beige book. Getting the beige book indeed.
I'll have to double check. What floor did we go see? Me, Coach Jay, and Baron when we were doing some tours on
SIBO.
with.
I think, weren't you
Yeah,
at
it was
the
SIBO, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
It's almost slinging
It was
size
the NASDAQ
too, right?
pit.
Yeah, they
What's
were,
that?
They were slinging size, correct? So you saw
Yeah, they had some major size, like options.
Yeah.
Like it was like 3,000 contracts or something. Like this guy was putting up like $50 million bets. Like it was nothing.
Let's check back in on Crude again. We're still short one. Yes, we are. Crude rolling over a little bit. $58.06. Last trade.
Trimmed our stop down to 58.50.
No. Soybeans.
We're
Soybeans.
in this for the pain.
Soybeans. I was getting coffee from my bosses.
This is deja vu in crude oil. This feels like the
Hold those
exact
orders.
same house was short and market. Just that's a beautiful trade. Was it yesterday
We're
the
in it
house
for
was
the
short
pain.
crude?
That was
Friday.
gold.
Oh, that's right. It was gold. It was gold.
Yeah. And that was Friday, I think we made $600-700, 600-700 ticks.
Silver might be waking up here. Gold also. Have you seen this thing?
Then last
push
Monday
higher.
we made 600 or 700 ticks. 3 weeks ago we made 850 ticks in a trade in gold.
It's down to a 700
House
lot,
account.
fellas. 700 lot
Yeah, I
at
see it.
695. 695 offered 700 times. 30 points higher from where we're at.
I see it. 695.
NASDAQ.
We got
huh?
the AMD CEO is
Yeah.
speaking as well. One thing I wanted to point out is this is something I want to end in 2026. One of the quotes here is, "We're in the early innings of unlocking AI." If anyone compares on this show the AI revolution or whatever to what inning we are in, I'm going to fly out there and slap you with a glove.
What about like the hole? What if like we're on the third hole of like an 18-hole course?
That's fine. That's
No.
new. It's like every joker in
Okay.
the world is like, "Oh, we're only in the third inning. We're in the fourth inning. Oh no, we're closer to the seventh." It's like, shut up.
Yeah.
None of you know.
No, you know. So,
I would say that we're
Jack, I'm definitely
closer.
on the back nine.
not true, Hogue. It's not true. You're not even making the turn. You haven't even hit the halfway house yet to get your turn, dog. You haven't even got there.
You're too kind.
I say we're closer to the beginning than we are the end. That's usually what I go for.
Well, actually, we're getting one day closer to the end every day, Dakota. that was dark.
Get deep. Getting deep here.
Yeah, we got we're gonna pick 15 points from that 700 lot. See if we go get it.
I'd like to see it filled
Gold
and
waking
then
up.
reversed.
Yep. I know. 10 points away. Now closing in on session highs. 13 points to go. It seems to be there still.
Yeah, let's go fill it. Fill it.
Let's go
Then we
for
can turn around.
You got who's got on their screen? Closing in and filled. 700 times.
Yep.
655 times. What was it 695? 695.
Now, if we turn around, I'll move my stop.
Okay, sounds good. London close 6 minutes. 6 minutes till the London close. We've got Dow continue to pop here. Seen a pop in the ES, pop in silver also. Dow's going to do it. Dow did not.
Relentless.
Yeah, Dow did not want to really take part in that sell-off. Things just got spicy again. Supreme Court, perhaps, to make a decision about the global tariffs this Friday. So we got jobs reports Friday. We got ADP tomorrow, private payrolls. We got initial jobless on Thursday. So things are really going to start picking up here. But here goes the Dow. New highs. Dow. 49,450. 10 points from all-time highs. Buyers
Yes,
Non-farm and tariffs Friday, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
tariffs.
And we got just over 5 minutes until the London close.
Oh, nice catch there. Take a look at the tilt. 50-50 across the board. And Dow looking to close in on new all-time highs. The president was correct.
Question is, did anybody catch this 3-bar
How
to the upside?
Yeah. That would be a tough one. I mean,
That'd be a gutsy trade.
yeah. I mean, you're in the middle of
Yeah,
the
it would.
I mean, yeah, you're getting along right 50% of the way down, but hey, more power to you if you did. And we got another size order. We got that 300 lot now on the offer. 715. 25,000. 695, offer 300 times in the NQ. About
Man,
20
a lot
points
of these
higher from
big
where we're at right
orders
now.
coming in.
All in the offer, too.
Yeah, Man Caves took it. Max took it.
Done.
It was
Oh, good. Nice job.
great trade.
Huh.
All right, that's what I wanted to
Maybe a
see.
little-
Let's go fill
Let's
that
get turns over
order.
like that.
Let's turn around. Now I could.
Mm.
Now I'm gonna move my.
Big
I can move
boy.
my stop loss. Let's move that stop loss.
We'll see that 3-bar reversal right there. Just roll over. It's be a tricky one, but if you did good,
It technically
job.
worked because it
Sure,
was a
sure.
1-to-1. It's just not.
Okay.
It wasn't as. It was not as good of a risk reward as that one up here for that short. That short was a thing of beauty.
Sellers jumped in the ES 6958. We're looking at about a 6-point turnaround. They're walking this thing higher. We got gold on the move to the upside. We got silver on the move to the upside. YM got within 5 points of making new all-time highs, but sellers did jump in. London closed 3.5 minutes. That was tough.
Profit 707. Great. You got 707 for profit, Man Cave. That's you topped it.
Nice job. Nice out. They really stepped on the sell button there. 73% long tilt in the ES. We are seeing some pretty decent long and short tilts in the NQ and the ES today.
And keep pushing lower a little bit.
Is gold grinding higher now?
Man, Apple's down
Sire's on mute.
1.7. Google's
Some of
down
the thing with
1.4.
with the bond yields rising a little bit
Oh,
right
yeah.
now, it's gonna be weird if they do. It's kind of like market wise, damned if you do, damned if you don't. They'll either leave the tariffs or if they say you got to repay them. It's like we've already been using that money to like pay farmers and such. So it's like I guess we just gotta auction off some more bonds, so more supply,
Yep. Money printer go burr.
higher yields.
We got all the oil we can sell now, right?
Fed. Yep. 10-year yield 4.193%. Let's see what happens here at the bottom of the hour. The London close. Another pop higher here in coming your way after London, JD.
All right. Almost
69.57 half last trade ES. NQ.
Silver's just not done.
It's picking up. It's grinding higher this time. As opposed to really taking up. Same in gold, just grinding higher. Might see some more selling coming in here in the ES. All right, this is what I've been waiting for. Trump, we will meet with oil companies. You know what that's about. I'm just reading the quotes here. Trump, we have a lot of oil to drill. Drilling will bring oil prices down further. I've been waiting for this. What is happening there? And crude prices going higher off of that. London close 40 seconds, a little bit. Again, President, we will meet with oil companies. You know what that's about.
How low do we want crude oil prices to be?
Their stocks
That doesn't seem to be the problem. Like at some point that just hurts the domestic manufacturers. Like, we're going to bring it down to $30 a barrel. I haven't seen gas prices change that much.
We have all right. Let's get the London close at the bottom of the hour. London will close. Again, President now talking about oil trading $58.06. Not too much movement off of those comments. There we go. New 5-minute is open. New 30-minute is open.
London is closed.
London is closed.
You think? I was thinking maybe crude would get a nice sell off that side of the house was short.
That's what I went to.
Yeah.
First thing I went to look at.
Like, as I've explained, I mean, like, whatever happens with Venezuela, it's not going to affect what the price of 1,000 barrels of oil delivered in February is going to do, right? I mean, maybe I don't trade oil. I'm not going to go look out at the futures curve right now, but like,
I mean, well, when there's geopolitical unrest in the Middle East, it's certainly is sensitive to the front on that curve. But I know what you're saying, Jack. All right. Well, speaking of that,
Sure.
house count is still short.
But they could
It's still
embargo,
short.
like, just really quick to expand on that thought is like, yes, if there's geopolitical concerns in the Middle East, you know, a Saudi oil field could get droned. That happened. They could embargo something. They could close a strait. That could affect prices and supply right away.
Uh-huh. Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair point. Speaking of that, house account is still short one micro crude trade. Let's bring in the person that executed that trade. JD, come on in. Talk to us about this crude trade. What's up, JD? Happy Tuesday, man.
What's up, guys? Happy Tuesday to you. Yeah, we are still short one micro crude from 58.75. That was our second entry. We scaled into this position. We were looking at the 1 minute opening range breakout. Saw some selling pressure come in right away. Stopped at the, as Hogue would call it, the dead ass high at 58.80 weekly kickoff high in crude oil. It's still sticking as the high. We're in this trade. We've adjusted our risk. We got to stop at 58.50 now. So we're in profit in this trade no matter what happens from here. So, and yeah, I agree with what you guys are saying. The lower crude oil gets, the more expensive it becomes to pull out of the ground, right? That's why we look at that Baker Hughes rig count every Friday, Jack, to see how many open and active oil and gas rigs there are in North America. Lower the price gets, sometimes they shut down those rigs. Just stressing the importance of our favorite Friday number. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at some payouts and P&Ls from yesterday. Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Here they are. Up at the top, Abin trading the NASDAQ products, the NQ and the MNQ, $17,985 in profits. Sydney trading gold, silver, and the NASDAQ yesterday, $16,912 in profits. Samuel trading gold and silver, nothing but metals for Samuel, $14,244. Connor G, $14,150, also trading gold, silver, and he threw in some NASDAQ to top it off. Little cherry on top for Connor. And Shang, $13,445, trading gold and NQ. Those are your top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Now let's take a look at some payout numbers. Here are some impressive numbers to start a week. First week of the year. And look at what these guys are doing. You up on top. $40,000 from the live account, from the markets, into his account, into his pocket. That is a great way to start a trading year. Efren also $35,980. Katsuyuki, $27,248. Emil, $23,449. And Gary, $22,840. We had well over 10 live traders with 5-figure payouts yesterday. Quite a few live traders knocking it out of the park to start the year. So big shout out to all of these live funded traders. Here's a couple more to take a look at. One of my favorite things to talk about, the live funded trader bonus, the performance bonus. We had 4 traders hit tier 2 yesterday. What does tier 2 mean? All right, so here's the tier structure. Tier 1, $15,000 in profits in your live funded account earns you a $1,000 bonus. You make an additional $5,000 to bring that balance up to $20,000 and you earn $5,000. Make 5 to earn 5. Make 5 to get 5, I should say. And these 5 traders did it. Quayan, Poe, Shin, and Alexander all hit the $20,000 mark in their live funded account to earn a $5,000 live performance bonus. Great job to these traders also. That's the way it goes. Making money to earn money. What a beautiful thing. All right, guys, back to you.
Thanks, JD. Making money for making money. Well, had a snafu there. Hogue, you got morning highlights coming up here. I forgot we were supposed to exit you before JD came on, but now here we are doing it after. So, Hogue, my apologies. We'll see your morning highlights. He's crushed, he was saying. But sorry,
I was crushed. Yes,
crushed.
I was crushed.
Cool. That's what we changed with branding. Morning highlights now.
Okay, cool.
See if it
Yes,
moves the
yes,
needle.
it is a new brand. And what do you suppose the odds are? I still say morning recap. Had a blast with you guys. Great trading this morning. We'll see you in a few minutes for the morning, whatever it is. We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah.
Morning
See ya,
highlights.
folks.
Morning highlights, Hogue. Highlights. We got silver gunning for $81 even. We got out to 9
It
cents
is.
of that. We
It's
have
ripping.
yes, it is. Last trade in silver, $80.73. Silver is still running. Will we see $81 say? How will we see all-time highs again above $82? Take a look at the YM. Do we make new all-time highs there? Yes, we did. New all-time highs in the Dow. 49,474.
Woo.
New all-time highs in YM.
All right.
600 lot up at 25,715 in the NQ. So about 30 points away, but there you go. New all-time highs, Dow.
Awesome little
Again,
range
also-
going. 5 points in the E ES.
Same with the NASDAQ. We're in about a 20-point range here.
President has concluded. 1:30 p.m. Central Time. President is scheduled to participate in a policy meeting. That's all it says. I'll keep you abreast as to anything that comes from there. But the president has concluded for now. New all-time highs, Dow.
All right.
Check. What's cooking in the Dow today?
What is cooking?
Goldman Sachs and Caterpillar both up again.
Goldman killing it lately.
United Health Group,
Yeah,
2%.
Goldman absolutely.
NASDAQ pushing lower right now. See if we could break down again.
Ooh,
Silver's just
Tesla's down
volatile.
4.4%.
Tesla is okay.
Tesla.
And some sellers come in the ES. We'll pull back in silver, pull back in gold as well. S&P's down about 4 or 5 points here in this 5-minute candle. And pinned to the top of the chat. So questions in for group coaching. Group coaching got JD, Vince, Hoop. Next move here. You still short?
Seems
Dakota,
like
you're
we're
still
just-
short.
Yeah, I'm still short. 756, one contract. I've moved my stop lower. It's in profit. I'm going to continue to find places to trail it here. Just watching price action. We're in a range between basically 670s and 700, just back and forth.
Well, Dakota,
I
no
still think we
silver.
could see settlement today here in NASDAQ, which is 100 points lower, 580s, 590s.
Well, a question in the chat from MBs. MBs, will silver hit all-time highs today? Perhaps. Or it may hit all-time highs tonight. And I saw a couple cats trading up silver yesterday on slow markets. Mr. Dakota show 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Saw Jay and Dakota trading up. Dakota, tell us about slow markets for those that will be tuning in for the first time. Who will be on tonight, and what can they expect when they tune in 7:30 p.m. Central Time?
Andre, yeah. So hopefully better than last night. Coach Jay and I, we were trading it up in the metals, gold and silver. I took a loss in my live account. That's why you don't see my live account right now. I'm seeing some traders in the chat talking. Did you blow your live account? No. Nope. I don't want to make a losing day worse. And tonight, Baron joins me. Baron has been talking about trading it really well in silver. He's been trading really well in slow markets and in silver. So he's going to be joining me tonight. Like you said, 7:30. It's always a good one. Got music back. Got some music.
Markets were cooking. Silver markets were absolutely cooking. Yesterday, gold
They haven't stopped, man. They haven't stopped for months.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I look, silver's up or down like over 5%, 8% some days.
gold. Gold closing in on 4,500, about $1.50 away. 50-50 tilt across the board. We got morning highlights after this. And we can see, check in with Mandy or VIP Lounge with Jay and JD. Silver Trader. I'm going to take this from here. Interesting price action for now. We're keeping an eye on that 10-year, Jack. Closing in on 4.2%. Not there yet. Was there a pop? Did the yields pop or prices when that Supreme Court headline came out? Again, Supreme Court may be deciding on tariffs Friday. Maybe.
A little bit.
See.
We had a 415 lot at 96. Sorry, 69.61 in the ES. Yeah, it popped a little bit. As far as bond moves go, it's not huge. Obviously, you can see from the market, there's not some sort of like panic or something. It's just a little more uncertainty.
Look at gold. Who's got that gold? Look at the 5-minute gold. Just a methodical grind higher. As we trade 44.97. 44.97 last trade.
Ooh.
In the gold. Yes, NASDAQ chopping around overnight VWAP. What was it? I'm having trouble going above that new high. Well, let's give it time. Got silver closing on $81. Hope Monkey in the chat says, how can you tell if adults are in the room? That's the exact type of question you should ask in group coaching. Ask that question.
Ooh.
Exact. You'll get a great answer there. Volume. Just give me a hint. Volume.
Volume. Well, we have seen some really big orders come through. Curious if that has anything to do with adults being in the room.
Well, they'll really start picking up. Adults will definitely be in the room the latter half of this week.
Ooh, tape bomb.
Yeah, some downside or upside. Looked like they hit the bid. NQ hit the bid, but then popped right back up just to see the same price. 25,682. Or was that the ES, Jack?
It's usually both because they're all interconnected, but we saw like 1,200 ES contracts trade in a second there.
Okay.
Sure did.
Yeah, we're trying to break down out of this range.
There. Wow. NQ got it's about 30-point sell-off right there.
I still like settlement in the NASDAQ. We're 88 points lower.
So we know push lower here. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm kind of with you. Settlement is also like we had a nice sticky
Things moving together.
finish there. I still am hands off probably buying until we get to 6,900 in SPX. So like 12, 13 points to go.
Yeah.
What was that?
Just a block order.
Moving markets.
Yeah, see if there's more behind it.
Yeah. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna tighten up my stop loss even more.
I like it. So looking at about a 40-point sell-off here on the 5-minute in the NQ. Trading lower end of the range we've seen for the last hour. 25,664. We were trading right around 700s. ES sold off about 7 points there. You know what I saw there? Someone asked, is silver NQ moving together? Well, that last, that black order. NQ, 5-minute went red. Silver, the 5-minute candle went red there. So, but look at gold. Gold grinding back to 4,500s. New 5-minute just opened. What was that?
Let's see if NASDAQ could break down here. That 5-minute candle just closed out of the range that we've been in.
Trump's finished.
Did he just get
Kareem
finished? Is
asking,
that what?
how do I?
He did just.
I don't know. He's been done for like 5-10 minutes. I feel like. How do you modify position at Topstep X? I want to close half my position. Well, if you have position like brackets on, just if I was say short 2 ES right now, if I just take one right now and just close it, then it would close half the position.
Yeah.
And the
If
position
you are in
brackets would
one
adjust.
contract, though, you can't.
Unless you want to get saucy. You're
Don't
one micro.
go down
No,
that
you gotta
route.
close it.
Oh, be nice,
One
chat.
micro
No,
you
no.
can't. Let's say
Nice, chat.
one micro you can't.
You could
Fired up, chat. Fired up, man.
sure one you could like do one micro in the Russie and like eliminate some of your delta risk, I guess. But
Go for the delta.
let's
Go for
call
that
one
delta.
micro the minimum. If you're in one micro, it's all or nothing.
Yep.
Look at chat. Absolutely fine. Chat, did you click like? Did you click subscribe? Did you click notify? How long does the Santa Claus rally? I guess we did get the Santa Claus rally. The Dow. Santa Claus came to the Dow.
Ooh.
There you go.
We got the Santa
That's what we
Claus
did.
Santa's
rally
old
was
school.
the week before Christmas. It was
Santa
the
is
week
old
before
school.
Christmas this year.
That's right. And buyers jump back in.
Yeah.
Right back to where we were trading. Same story in the NQ. 25,685. Yes, we're right back in range. 25. I'm sorry, 69.58. No. No more push.
Santa Claus rally. It ended with a 3-bar reversal.
I mean, what was that? Let Crude again. Crude, $58.05 last trade. Thank you, Roger. Roger, get like and subscribe on the maximum legal number of devices. You get it. Good job.
And it's just in this range.
Yeah, that just disrupt. It was just a dip to buy. Watch him just turn this whole thing around. Incredible. That 600 lot still up there in the NQ. Yes, it is at 25,715. 30 points higher from here. ES 69.59. Jack, take a look at the options.
I was just doing that. We're just
prices. You got your eye on
Yeah.
futures.
6,900, which is right around this line right here. And then kind of where we sold it earlier, up in this area.
What's the price?
Problem I see. So the price is 69.42, is about 6,900 in SPX to the downside. To the upside, I'm seeing, I hesitate, it's not super major resistance, but between 69.40 and 69.50, which would be 69.82 to 69.92 to the upside. The problem is if it does rally back up here, we're getting real close above here into the spot market hitting all-time highs. And so even if it looks like there's resistance, I don't want to take a short in the ES when we're like 4 points away from the all-time highs, because the odds are pretty darn good at that point that they're going to test that at least. So at that point, if we were to go off to the races, I'd be looking more for us to break the all-time highs, see if there's some exhaustion, and then short it.
Yeah, good stuff. Speaking
Otherwise,
of
I'm
all-time
hoping for a
highs,
sell-off.
new all-time highs Dow, 49,490. New all-time highs in Z-Dow. When we see
The Dow
50,000, when we see 50,000 Dow futures, YM, when we see 50,000 by the end of the week,
What's the price right now?
49,495. Call it halfway to almost there. 500 points from
We can with
50,000.
non-farm on Friday too.
Absolutely. Let's sell off.
What you believe so?
You're making me add the Dow spot market. 1 second.
I know.
I don't have too much stuff.
The watch list grows.
Huh.
Yeah. I'm gonna do a purge at some point.
Something to take note of. Yep.
NASDAQ right back in this range.
Yes, right back. That was brutal. Some in the chats like, you got to be kidding me. Oh, that sell off, that guy reject. I know that's tough. That's the Jack said, just a block order hitting, and it's not the first time. It's not gonna be the last time something like that happens. Manage the risk. We'll get back.
So we did indeed hit all-time highs in the spot market for the Dow there. We're about, it's trading 49,243. So we're about like 760 points from hitting 50K in the spot market.
I wonder if Tuckman's got his 50K hat.
Have it ready. Have it ready to go.
It was a he jinxed it last time. We got morning highlights after this. Still a few more minutes here. All right, yep. Dow making new Dow mini futures YM all-time highs there. Will silver futures the SIC $81 today. Oh, well, it's the $82.
I'm going to lean towards yes for the 81, maybe for the 82 tonight. It's just
definitely. What do we have on the schedule for the day? No. Nothing. Pretty much smooth sailing. The president is scheduled to, quote, participate in a policy meeting 1:30 p.m. Central Time this afternoon.
all right.
Fired.
We also
today.
have
Love it.
CEO of
Absolutely love it.
Nvidia. He still has yet to talk, right?
That's noon Central, I do believe.
Okay.
I'll see more Jack in shoulder tap with Ben.
Yeah, 450 lots and 69.64 in the ES.
Get that thing. Yeah.
We got that 600 lot back at 715 now.
Size. We got size.
Yeah, I'm going to move my stop loss just above that, actually.
Dakota's been short. It's been short for some time now.
No, they pulled it.
The 715s?
Yeah, was it 715? They pulled it.
Yes, they did. Ooh.
Originally, it was in the 720s.
Yeah. All right, good stuff, fellas. Look at about 60 seconds here. Let's see. Can we see $81 here in the last couple seconds of fast markets? It's just a bit of a holding pattern right now. Feels like they want to make another run. Dow's certainly doing it. We break out. Will the ES break out here and go retest those highs? About 15 points to go there. Markets getting decent action. 49,501. 501 new highs, new all-time highs in the Dow. Dakota is chuckling. I'm not sure what's so funny. I'm not in on the joke, but that's okay.
Dow man, Andre.
It's something to talk about, man. I don't know. It's something to talk about. It's the only thing to do. It's making all-time highs. Mr. Dow. Jack cannot stand the Dow. Jack, I'll see you in shoulder tap. Get out of here. Dakota, I'll see you in slow markets. We got morning highlights coming up after this. Markets are continuing to pick up new all-time highs. Dow, TopstepTV. Let's go.
Let's go.
Click like, click click subscribe. This is TopstepTV.
One of my favorite new features in the Topstep dashboard is the real-time trade report processing. Traders no longer have to wait until the end of the trading day to be able to check their progress across their accounts. In addition to that, if you pass your trading combine, you can activate your Express Funded account instantly, giving you the freedom and control to decide when you are ready to take the next step in your journey with us. I think that is really cool.
All right, it is time for the morning highlights. Welcome to the morning highlights, everyone. Hopefully you're trading well this happy Tuesday. Some good trades today. A couple of things to go over, a couple of things to point out, and a little bit of a new format. This looks absolutely fantastic. So let's start with Crude, because that's the top of the list on our little morning highlights there. So yeah, we did have some play with the weekly kickoff high in crude oil, 58.80. Now it did take a look just above it right before the regular trading hour open. However, our 1 minute opening range was dead high, 58.80. So, and it remains the dead high of the session so far. So the house took two shorts on the 1 minute opening range trade, short two from 58.69. We did take a look at the value low from yesterday for our first exit. We got out just short of that, and I do have a tendency to do that. I have a tendency to get out a little short of where I think the market's actually going to go. We got out of one of those at 58, and we are still holding one of those positions. Now, we did see a pretty steep pullback, and we talked about possibly moving our stop above settlement, maybe above the VWAP. And JD and I both agreed that, you know what, that's where everybody's stops are going to be. So we let those stops pop off. We still remain short one MCL from up there at 58.69. If there's a target, if we do see this market continue to roll to the downside, I see a couple of opportunities for targets down here around 57.50, around 57.22, or actually a naked point of control all the way down at 56.93. I don't know what's going to happen. However, we have moved our stop to a profitable position. So we've already taken a profit on one of them. We're guaranteed a profit on the next one. We're going to let this one fly. Maybe we'll have the opportunity to let this one get taken out by the risk manager at the end of the day. Let's take a look at gold. Now, we did take an opening range trade in gold, but there were a couple of things that we were talking about during the opening call that we really didn't necessarily like about this opportunity. When we noticed yesterday, the market opened with a slight gap above the previous session, Friday's high. The market looked into it and rejected it yesterday, and then resolved to the upside. We saw the same thing happen today. The opening range, the 1 minute opening range, did get us short to micro gold 44.70, 420, 70, 420. Shout out to Eddie. And we saw the market come into the range, come into value, and reject. At that point, I was like, you know, we actually talked about this during the session. We said, you know, if this is going to repeat itself, and we end up short. We don't want to be short for very long, and we're not going to risk a lot on this. So we actually ended up jumping out of this at a very small profit. I think the profit was about $8, maybe $4 to $8. I don't know. We got out pretty quick, and it was a good cut because, as you see, the market has been continuing to resolve to the upside. Now, let's take a look at the NASDAQ because Dakota and the house account were able to find the highs of the session, at least so far, with a three-bar reversal. Let's take a look, a little bit of context here. So the market opened in range and in value, usually suggesting we stay patient. Market did not leave the opening range at neither the high nor the low. The market started to rally, and as we started to kind of get up to these levels, Dakota was really looking for an opportunity to see some sort of a reversal pattern up here. Now we're going to go to the 5-minute chart, and we did see, a little bit of a reversal here, but it wasn't until this 3-bar reversal, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. There's that 3-bar reversal. So Dakota got short 2 micros, 25,754. Got out of one of those at 25,699, basically kind of right up against yesterday's highs, and is still holding on to one of those positions to see if he can maybe see this market continue to roll lower. At one point, 100-point banger on it. I did mention it, and I probably shouldn't have because that's when the market pulled back, but he's got his stop, pulled into profit, no problem, free trade. Let's see how this plays out for the rest of the day. Now, what about S&Ps? So right about that same time, and again, let's always think about context. Market opened in range and in value. Usually we're going to try and stay patient. Opening range was neither the high nor the low of the session. The market rallied. Couple of things. First thing that the market did was come and close the session gap between the 26th of December and the 29th of December. A little bit of a gap between regular trading hour sessions there. That's the first thing that it went and checked. The next thing was a naked point of control, a point of chill, a point of comfort from back here on the 26th. That naked point of control had not been revisited in regular trading hours, and it actually ended up putting in the high directly. I mean, to the tick. So, about the same time, Dakota started looking for shorts in the NASDAQ. The house account got short 3 MES. We took some profits on those. Let's go down to the 5-minute chart. We took some profits on those. We got out of 2 of those at 69.70. Got out of the last one at 69.50, 69.59. So nice little profit for the house account on that. Nice little reversal off the highs. Jacob, however, was looking for continuation to the upside. He was going, of course, with trend. Jacob usually likes to go with the trend. Got long 7 ES, 69.74, and took a little bit of a loss on those. Got out of those at 69.67. So that it was our activity for the house account as well as fast markets. Let me check and make sure. Yeah, we checked the point of control. We talked about the 3-bar reversal. We talked about the weekly kickoff high in crude being the dead ass high of the regular trading hour session. That's it. Let's take a look at our quotable quote. Mark Twain was a very funny person, and I always love his quotes. And today is a quote from Mark Twain. Kind of goes along with yesterday's always be honest with yourself. But Mark Twain says, a clear conscience is the sure sign of a bad memory. We all do things in trading that we know aren't the right thing to do. It's, of course, very important to be honest with ourselves when we do those things and to remind ourselves not to do them again. And it would be quite easy for all of us to kind of throw those things to the side and try not to remember them because they can be painful. So everything we do in trading, good trades, bad trades, wins, losses. There's always something to learn from. So don't let a bad memory be your clear conscience. Let good trading and staying in process and staying in your strategy be your memory. That is it for the morning highlights we have coming up in VIP Lounge. We got Coach Jay, we got JD, and Mandy, a fan favorite, one of my favorites. Mandy, Coach Jay, and JD coming up again for VIP Lounge. Still so much coming at you from Topstep TV today. Trade well, everyone. Look for those good opportunities. Wait for that next good trade. This is Topstep TV. Stick around. Let's go.
Welcome back to Topstep TV and to the VIP lounge. I'm Jay, that's JD, and the star of the show, Mandy in the middle. Mandy, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thanks, you guys. I don't know about the star of the show, but hey, I am excited to hang out with you guys. It'll be fun. New year, new full week of trading. Excited for 2026.
Let's do it. Let's do it. JD, what's going on? We're still in this house count trade. Short crude oil looking like it wants to take out maybe the low of the day here. How we doing, JD?
Oh yeah, we just got a little dip, didn't we? Yeah, we're doing good. Hogue was just talking about this in the morning highlights. But yeah, we are short one micro crude contract from 58.75 off that 1 minute opening range breakout to the downside. Coach Jay was there when we put the trade on. He's here now. We're talking about it. We're a couple ticks from the lows of the day. We've got a CYA up at 58.50, locking in some profit. So we're just going to hold this for the auto liquidator, possibly, and see what happens. Maybe we'll trail or stop in a little bit. We find a new point of invalidation. But yeah, we're hanging tough in this trade. Just a couple
There's
of micros.
never been a better time for crude oil to go negative than right now. That'd be awesome to see. But that's just a joke. I just really like this house count trade. We've had some tough times trading crude oil over the past couple of days and months because of the it's just a tough opening range trade, but we got a good one on right now. Keep us up to date on those trades. Right now, the NASDAQ, though, I know Mandy's looking at the NASDAQ 25,715 last trade over here. Mandy, anything you're looking at for potential trade opportunities?
You
What are we seeing here?
know, as of right now on NQ, we had that amazing, oh my goodness, I'm sorry, pulled up the wrong screen. We had that amazing pullback from session highs earlier today during fast markets, that sell-off. You know, I am curious to see how we can maintain this momentum. So my question is, where can I get long? I want to see us holding for sure above these 715s. I feel more comfortable waiting until 720s. But I don't want to like chase NQ, right? But that's kind of my sentiment for now. I will let you guys know when we get like a setup on my crossovers and whatnot. I'm also trying to keep an eye on silver. Silver's been fun to trade.
Yes,
Traded it last night on my XFA. Did really, really good. I don't know what happened this morning, but I was struggled a little bit this morning on silver. So took a pause, decided, you know what, let's breathe, trade on a combine. Just up $50 right now.
You got some size up here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
A few more days to get into the year, and nothing wrong with that, right? After today, I'm gonna keep doing the countdown. 248 trading days left in the year after today, so more than enough time, to get on the right track here. We got some size up here in the NASDAQ, 25,735. There's a 600 lot on the offer there. We've seen a little bit of size in both markets. I know 1,000 lot just got filled in the S&P. Somebody in the chat knows that price. I think it was 69.66. If you guys can remind us where that 1,000 lot just did get filled, or 69.60 actually. 69.60, 1,000 lot filled in the S&P. We got some size up here in the NASDAQ, 25,735. Let's see if the caveman trade works here. Trade up into that order. Not financial advice. Pretty long tilt
Not
here.
financial advice.
73%. 73% long in the S&P, 68% long in the NASDAQ. Crude oil 59% short, as it's looking like it's making new lows on the day. 57.79 last trade over there, and gold 59% long, kind of on its highs. Gold trading right below that 4,500 major psych level. We did see some volume trade up there earlier today. It's a big fat round number, not going to be easy to trade through, because we might be talking about all-time highs once we see some convinced buying above 4,500s, and silver's not far either.
Man, Jay, you really nailed that. Go ahead, Mandy.
I was gonna say silver's trying to make a new high on the day. So position here. We've got about about 10 more cents to go. Oh, not even 10 cents. Let's see. Hold on. About 5 cents or so for new highs. Man, silver, what a market.
Jay, you really nailed that 4,500 on gold this morning during the opening call. One of the reasons we got out of that short off the 1 minute opening range breakout, the trade that we took.
You know what? It was
You
a
and
great call. I
Hogan.
wish I would have traded it, JD. I did take a
Wish you would've
short up
traded
there
it, yeah.
actually. Yeah, man. I did take a short up there when we got there because we did, like I said, we saw some 4,500 is a huge number, right? Everyone who's trading gold is aware that we're trading 4,500. When the first attempt up there, we saw somebody asked what platform I'm using. I'm using Quantower, which you can connect your Topstep X accounts to. I saw 280 contracts trade in a second, right at that 4,500 level. And a lot of times, what we'll see is a pullback, right? Because there's just a ton of buying, really no follow through, because somebody's probably up there on the offer as well, or some stops up there. And then we got that pullback right back to VWAP. So I did take a short up there, but yeah, I mean, I think it was the right call to get out of that house account trade. It looked like it was going to pay us for a second, and then just turn the other way. Metals are tough to short.
Yeah, it is.
Sure. Dakota and I learned that lesson last night.
Yep.
44.99. Not really seeing much size up there right now in gold.
Let me pull up the gold.
So Mandy, I know you've been picking up the silver market. You've been trading for the past couple of weeks in a combine. You said you traded it in your XFA yesterday. What are you liking that you see there? It's a lot of fluid price action from what I'm seeing, for the most part.
Yeah,
I've seen some size in the SP too.
Absolutely. In silver, you guys, silver has been relatively clean. We don't have as many crossovers with my strategy. So that's why I was trading on a combine and just seeing how we do our, how well does it translate from NQ to silver, right? From equities to metal, different markets. So they're going to move differently. And so strategies might, and oftentimes cannot hold, or you have to make an adjustment to it, right? But from NQ to silver with my strategy that I've worked on my own, it's my strategy, it's nobody else's strategy. If you use any aspect of my trading strategy, like with my crossovers, that's your strategy, right? With what I've been practicing and how I'm seeing the markets and what works for me, it's been pretty clean with these crossovers. Getting some movement, but I've just been noticing lots of little bounces, which is pretty easy to do when silver's just rallying nonstop these last little, end of year, beginning of the year time frame. So it's worked pretty good for me. I am just trying to not over leverage, which I feel like I've done pretty good about. I did well.
Yeah.
I've been doing well with that in my combine. So then I moved over to XFA, did well on my XFA, and I might have, I know I did. I shouldn't say I did oversize this morning. So I took a loss on my XFA this morning, even though I was up last night. But now that's why I'm like, you know what? I need to take a breather. Let's go back to the combine.
Good call.
Make sure I
Good
keep
call.
with my strategy, reset, and being disciplined. That's my goal for 2026.
Silver just took a
New
look
high.
above $81 there. Crude just made new lows the other day as well. Made a new low 57.65 there. Last trade 57.71. Crude oil. House count is still short. One lot. Dow is making new all-time highs right now. We got markets moving right now. We got size in the S&Ps 69.70 half. There's a 550 lot there in the S&P. That 600 lot is still there in the NASDAQ as well. 25.735. Let's see if these markets want to take out these orders. Someone was asking, what do you see? How do you read these orders? I think the first thing is reading the market's reaction to them, right? Is there someone convinced enough to take those out and buy them? And then is there follow through behind that, or does the market run away from it? S&P is a tick off of it right now.
Yeah.
See what happens here.
Pull back to the 1 minute would have been a nice entry there at 713.
In the NASDAQ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another
I'm watching
13
these 70
points right
halves to see
now.
if they trade. I've got my eye on this offer. It's starting to trade out now.
Yeah, it's trading out.
They're getting
Took
them
about
all.
half of it
They're
right
on them
there.
all. Yep. It traded out.
And And there
All
it
500 there.
goes. So now, and I'll be on Power Hour trading a little bit later. I'll tell you guys how I trade those. Someone showed that
Yeah.
they're convinced enough to buy through that. I'm looking to get a better price than them, right? So maybe we get a little bit of a pullback, and then if they
Mhm.
have more behind that, right, and they want to continue to follow through, then we go. A lot of times I may miss a trade because it could just rally here, but just traded those out. The NASDAQ now pushing up to those 735s. That 600 lot is still there as well. That just traded out.
Yes, it did. Good little 20
Still
point
going.
up
Yeah.
here
We are
on
going.
NQ.
The Dow is just screaming to the upside right now.
You didn't like it though, huh, Mandy?
I did, and I just was worried that I was getting poor entry. And but you know what, JD, you asked this last time. I need to have a little JD in my head. Where would my target have been? That was a great question. One time we were on air just a couple weeks ago. You asked, well, where would your upside target be? Like, did you actually miss the boat? And I was like, you know what? Actually, I didn't. Let me jump into it. So maybe I did get a little bit of paralysis there, and yeah, we could have. I mean, I would have looked for these lower wicks, which is right where we're at right now. I still would have gotten another 7 points out of that, which for me as a scalper, that's nice.
Yeah, that's the bread and butter right there.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I don't know if I'd go chasing it right now though.
No, not at this point. No, but that's where, that's where it was like, oh yeah, where would my upside target have been? It would have been, my high. If I had gotten in, and if we went in MNQ, two contracts, 3 contracts, take Summit 7, and then push for another 10 to 15 for the other 2 contracts. That would have been laid out nicely. Yeah, I'm trying not to chase, but I need to add that to my sticky notes. We've talked about me having like my little sticky notes on my computer. Like, did you set your stop limit for the day? Yeah, mine should be like, well, where's your upside target? I'm gonna write that down actually, JD. Thank you.
We're here to help.
Where is your upside target? It's a great question to ask, right? If I measured for 100 points and we're only 20 points into the move, is there a way for me to get in this as we continue to see the NASDAQ push here, 25,740 quarter, 69.72.75 last trade here in the S&P. Crude oil is seeing a little bit of a bounce off those lows, but we're now, JD, where's the stop for that crude oil trade? Is it in profit or is it the original stop?
Oh yeah, we're in profit. CYA is now at 58.50. So I think we could probably start looking for a new point of invalidation right now after hitting those lows. I'd like to lock in some more profit on this trade for sure.
58.50.
Only a single micro. Yeah. Only a single micro, but I'd hate to give back too much on this trade, just because crude oil has been so unkind to us over the months.
Right.
Absolutely.
Another 30 ticks maybe, 58.20?
58.20. We've got settlement price at 58.20, 58.32. Line point of control.
New highs in the Dow, all-time highs.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little bit more off the table here.
Or right above 58s, I think.
Yeah, we're at 58.25. So we're going to lock in another $50 on this trade.
There you go. Great.
There we go. New all-time highs in the Dow. This is 2 days in a row now. We're seeing new all-time highs in the Dow. 49,608. New all-time highs, 610s. Continuing to push here. Who's trading the Dow in the chat right now? I'm just curious. Who is looking at the Dow? One of the things we talked about during the opening call is, if we're not seeing the rally, and the NASDAQ has had some pretty nice price action today. If we're not seeing the rally in the NASDAQ, it may show up somewhere else. And right now that is showing up in the Dow, making new all-time highs. All is well, says me. Nice job. Hopefully to the long side. Hopefully if you're trading it to the long side. And if you're short, hopefully you know where your risk is because that market is continuing to grind to the upside. All right. So Mandy, you were looking for that long initially. Now we get a little bit of a reset. What are we looking at here?
On NQ, I have been liking the 1 minute pretty good. It's respected my moving average really well. It has had pretty clean reads with it. So we did come back and tag it. I just want to see us dip below it, but not close below it. So wick below it on like a 1 minute and then not close it. So that's kind of where I'm looking for. I think that would give us a decent entry. So like right now we're getting close to tagging it. If we wick below it, but then push like back to here at 38s, that would be a good possible entry. Next step for me would be like up at the 60 range, so another 20 points from here. But I need confirmation, which we might be getting here in just a second.
Seeing a little bit of a pullback from that high there, 25,740 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Little headline here, Siemens and Nvidia expand partnership to build the industrial AI operating system. I think they were listening to TopstepTV. Remember we were talking about a couple months ago, we were talking about, you know, the future of AI probably being AI operating systems. And little partnership there with Nvidia.
Nvidia's CEO Jensen Huang is scheduled to speak at the top of the hour too, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Maybe we'll hear more from him about this partnership. It'd be interesting.
Yes, it
Nvidia's all over the news.
All over the headlines. Yeah, it really is. What is going on here? It's got to be nice for everybody to be talking about you, right? We're supposed to be getting the president speaking again, I believe, right? Yeah,
1:30 Central Time. He's in a policy meeting at 1:30. Do they open those policy meeting doors to camera crews? I don't know.
Good question. I feel like we've seen them. I don't know. It depends, right? I think it's if it's one of those like Oval Office meetings, right? We've seen those where he's sitting down with a bunch of people in a circle.
Yeah, sure.
We'll see. Dow looking like it's going to take out this all-time. Yeah, go ahead, Mandy.
I was just gonna say, I just love like TopstepTV and then the platform. Like we have the Trader Hub here. If you're not looking at this, you know you're gonna be at a loss. But we talk about it so much on TopstepTV. Like there's no way that you can not be aware of what's going on if you're, you know, got one ear listening to TopstepTV every day, right? You know, we're telling you guys are reminding us of all the different big numbers that are coming out later, you know, this week on what was that, Friday, and then we also have like the jobless claims too. There's going to be a lot of good stuff, but a lot of stuff coming through, right? But then we just get on this market news just here on our left where we have all this information pushing through. That's what can move markets, right? And so if we aren't aware of what's going on, I mean, that's why I tuned into Topstep in the first place. I'm like, I don't even know what the crap like CPI means, what it means for the markets, or you know, jobless claims or whatever. Those I've learned so much keeping an ear in at TopstepTV. But then it's just great that we even in our program, like the TopstepX, that we have pretty much everything we need to have, like that's hands-on. So talking about NQ, we have that cross pop up on my 1 minute. And so that would indicate a sell, but with how much we've been moving, I didn't want to enter that. I needed more confirmation, but we didn't wick below and then hold above on the candle for the 1 minute. So again, that's kind of a hands-off, like trying not to chase anything on NQ. So I'm still just going to try to find a nice little pullback entry, but it's going to be pretty picky. I'm trying to be more picky with my trades, having better, you know, like A setup trades, A+ setup trades instead of taking like B or B- trades. I've done a few of those, and
Nothing
those
wrong
ones
with
have
that.
me in trades better than I want to be. So that's another goal this year is to have better setups. So yeah, we're crossing here.
Might have been a good hold on that. Might have been a good hold on that short. Looks like a little bit of buying coming in right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, how do you not chase this?
About 4 points from new highs in the ES. The Dow just keeps ripping.
Yep, just keeps going, JD. 49,624, new all-time high in the Dow. Again, any high tick in the Dow for the day is a new all-time high. I want to answer a question in the chat here from MindMates, asking about the metals and saying, are the metals good opportunities for longs here? The one question, obviously the trend for the metals have been up, right? The one thing I'm looking at is if I get long in gold or silver right now, how much more room do I really think there is available to the upside, right? I could have the direction right? We could have the direction right where the market's going up, but for a day trade where timing and location matter for us, am I in a great spot to see a potential profit on this trade, right? And if not, then it might mean that, I have to wait until the next trading session to get an opportunity. Right now, we have gold trading right below 4,500, big fat round number. We're not really seeing any volume above it. And we have silver trading right at this $81 level, which it looks like there's some hesitation there as well. Silver probably looks stronger than gold right now. But then again, you have silver up, pretty big percentage-wise on the day. And can it continue? It can, but to a high probability, is it going to? I don't know about that. So you got to weigh the risk to reward. And if you're going to take it for a scalp, take it. But how are you seeing silver right now, Mandy?
Yeah, I mean, the question is how many 8 to 10% days can you have in a row?
Right.
I mean, I don't think you can have that many. Can we have multiple green days? For sure. So, I mean, it's fair to say that, I'd be shocked if we hit 8% today, right? That would be wild. ACH, anything can happen, but I think if we look at the average, the ATR for the day, trending, this could be kind of around that same spot. Let's go to the 1 day chart. What is the ATR on that, or even the 4 hour? So right now it's four-ish dollars. So I can't do the math right now in my head, but we're about $4 on today. So yeah, that's about 5% average right now.
Right.
So I mean, we're kind of hitting that what could be an exhaustion area. Can there be a validation to retest the highs from a few days ago at 82? And let's see, how many cents was that? I think it was like 60 plus. That totally can happen, but when you're looking at the ATR, we're pretty much hitting relatively close to that right now. So that's where it can work to buy all-time high, or close to the all-time highs, but I think your stops need to be more tight. You got to be really risk aware in those situations. Otherwise, you might get a nice pullback and be kicking yourself real good.
For sure. Seeing the equities continue to push here. 25, 7, 62, 50. Whoever bought that 600 lot at 35s, they're happy right now. Keeps going higher. 69, 76 last trade here in the S&P as the Dow continues its push. 49, 617, new all-time high, 49, 624. Get your Dow 50,000 hats. Send them to the printer. Seems like it's inevitable at this point, JD. Less than 1% off of 50,000 in the Dow.
That's amazing. I guess, yeah, what's the average percent move on Dow? What's the realistic expectation for that? Could that be tomorrow? Could it be end of next week?
Ooh, what is the average range of Dow?
Good question. Let's take a look. Daily ATR in the Dow is 503 points. Today, so far, we are at 520.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's very, very easily in range for a daily ATR move tomorrow.
Yep.
That's wild.
How much further do you expect it to go today, right? That's the question at this point. Same with gold. I'm looking at gold and got a decent rounding formation or rounding pattern formation forming here. The cheap trade is to the short side in gold right now. You know exactly where your risk is. You're risking about $5 at this point.
Right.
NQ. Darn you, NQ.
Looking for a little pullback to get in, Mandy?
I'm almost like, I think that ship has sailed at this point. I just never had a solid pullback that I felt really comfortable with. Do we make new highs on the day? Definitely possible. Definitely look like it can do that. I mean, like, you know, that's the question. We have 15 points to get there. I don't know. Maybe because I got burned on silver earlier today, I'm just getting a little bit of paralysis. That's totally a valid point too. Jade and JD, type in too if you have a good answer. I haven't really compared silver and gold because I've solely been focusing on silver. They should correlate like in the past. Have they correlated relatively well, or is it right now because silver is just on it doing its own crazy thing right now? Has the correlation just been abnormal? Is like, what's the vibe with that? I personally haven't really looked at gold, so I'm sure there's other traders who are curious about that as well.
Good question. Real quick, we have the equities making new highs of the day. 25,780 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 69.78 half last trade in the S&P, new high of the day. Dow, new all-time highs. The Russell's starting to catch up as well. Continue to see these markets push. Here, shout out to all of the longs in the market currently. Take a look at the tilt. 60% long in the S&P, 67% long in the NASDAQ. House count still short crude oil. 56% short there and 55% long in gold. Kind of just stuck here, but the equities are continuing to push highs here. I do want to get back to that question, Mandy. For me, I'll say that I think it's probably a change this year where I think fundamentally the entire sector for metals has changed, right? We hear a lot more about demand for metals and decreasing supply across the board. If you look at a silver chart, and I haven't traded silver up until this year, but if you look at a silver chart from 2 years ago, while gold was moving, silver was pretty stagnant, right? So I think it's more so an indication of what the sector is doing as a whole. JD, you've been trading longer than me, but you know, what do you want to say to that?
Yeah, I know a lot of institutional investors and shorter time frame traders look very closely at that gold to silver ratio. How many ounces of silver does it take to equal a single ounce of gold, right? So you take that when that ratio gets above 80 or 90, then you traders will start to look for that spread to narrow a little bit. Inversely, when it gets to around, I don't think it's ever gotten to around 10 or 20, but I should say the higher the spread gets between gold and silver, the more likely they are to start sort of catching up to each other a little bit. So you got to think in terms of an institutional trader when they're spreading positions, right? Buying gold, selling silver, waiting for that margin to sort of collapse a little bit. That's another indicator to look at.
I know, it's like, is there a certain ratio indicator that you're well aware of?
Oh no, you can eyeball it, you know. What's the price of
yeah.
silver? Yeah. How many ounces of silver, price-wise, would it take to equal 1 ounce of gold? So we could do that right now, actually. What is gold trading at? Pull out the old calculator.
While JD does that math, just a reminder to everyone, we got group coaching coming up today. We got JD, Vince, and Coach Hoop for group coaching, 12:15 Central Time. That will be right after Shoulder Tap. That form is pinned to the top of the chat, so make sure you get your questions in there. And
is this
group coaching, 12:15 Central Time. Yeah, go ahead, Mandy.
Is this a pullback or is this a wanting to start a rotation? That's what I'm looking for now on NQ. When we make a new high for the day, new session high, those are the questions that I'm asking. So I think looking along my 3-minute EMA, if we can even my moving average, if we can maintain these, then it would be like a pullback, right? It's probably going to take a few minutes for this to confirm whether that would we want to rotate back down, or are we just going to continue to push? Do we have any upside targets from this area that you'd be looking at, Jay?
I would be looking at, so what was this, yesterday's high? No, the
800s.
high of the year,
Yeah.
high of the year so far. Yeah, so high of the year so far is that 25,803.75. I'd be looking at that as an upside target, and then from there, we're talking about 26,000s. But
Yep.
yeah, that's what I would be looking at. To me, this is an interesting one. I think if we pull back and hold 50s, I'd be inclined to get in long here.
Yeah, I
Personally,
think that's
that's not
fair.
financial advice.
So, Mandy, right now,
Go, JD.
Oh, good. Oh, so right now the gold silver ratio is right at about 55. That means about 55 ounces of silver, are the equivalent of 55 ounces of 1 ounce of gold, if you're measuring by price. And that falls right in that historical range. So this is a balanced market right now. Gold and silver are moving how they should. If you're going to try and pick out a correlation with them, they're moving in unison right now.
In unison, cool. All these things I didn't think I was ever going to try to learn about. I was like, oh, NQ is my bread and butter. I don't need anything else. And then, what's that meme with like the guy holding the girl's hand, and then there's the other girl walking the other direction?
Oh yeah, yep.
Like,
that is all of our traders
silver.
right now. All of our traders right now with silver, like holding NQ's hand, but looking back at silver, like, man, I should be trading that right now. JD, nice call on that cheap short there in the metals. We're seeing the pullback here in
anybody catch that?
Gold 44.92. Who took that trade? Curious who was there. Freeze Brain says thanks. Assuming Freeze Brain took it.
Got it. That's what we're here for. This is not trading advice. This is not financial advice.
Not at all. Just providing context.
Somebody was asking earlier about my indicators. I'm going to pull down the indicator tab here. It's the MA EMA cross is I think what they were asking me about earlier. So that indicator will put on the crosses. I've changed the colors, of course. I think it's like green and orange, or orange and yellow is like the default. So you can change them to whatever colors you like. I changed the cross. I think it defaults to blue. I changed it to white just because it's a little bit more, vibrant and eye-catching for me. I have my trading buddies that also follow this strategy. They don't like the crosses because they're like good at seeing the crosses. I like to say I like to ride with my trading wheels on, so it confirms whether or not there's a cross. And I feel like I don't have to watch as much because sometimes you'll see those the moving average and the EMA converge. You'll get like a cross, and then it'll start to uncross, and the indicator helps that positive like pop on and off, so you don't have to like squint and be like, oh, did that uncross? Is that crossed? So
right.
I like it, but you can just set them up individually. Like if you go to indicators here and you just type in like moving average, right? You can just create a moving average level. So you can come here and hit setting and then change that over to inputs. And then you can change the length to 7. And then if you come over here to the indicator, then you can just manually type in EMA, right? So if you don't like the cross, you guys can still follow, the EMA moving average strat without having to actually use the cross. If you don't like the crosses, I have friends that don't like the cross.
Thank you for that, Mandy. I see some traders asking, is this a failed upside auction? We did look above the initial balance high. That price was 25,778. Sure, Hogue is, I don't know if Hogue is around. He's probably in lunch right now, but I think I don't know if you can call it a failed upside auction before this 30-minute candle closes, right? If I'm going through my Hogue notes, I think we still need to wait another 14 minutes or so before we confirm that. Yeah. But it looks like it's setting up one, right? Where we looked above that initial balance high and we're falling back into it right now.
Yeah, it needs
We
We
that
might have to
confirmation.
consult. We might have to
Yeah.
consult the Hogue Oracle also. It might be a little too late in the day to be calling failed upside and downside auctions. There might be another term for it.
Yeah.
Hogue, if you're in the chat,
Oh.
is it too late to call this a failed auction? Too late in the
Good
day?
question. JD, I don't know how you're doing this right now, but your face is just frozen. That 4K camera is looking pretty damn good, though. That's a clean picture, but your face is frozen.
Oh man,
you're just.
look at that.
It looks like you're staring at all the traders who are over trading right now and saying, "Don't do that."
Sorry,
If you
guys.
ever
I'm actually moving
to
around.
overtrade,
Hang on.
Um,
if you're ever tempted to overtrade, take a picture of JD and put it on your wallpaper, and he'll tell
can I
you not to.
screenshot this? Print screen? Is that how you hit
I
it?
think you're gonna have to screenshot it. I might have to exit the room real quick, guys.
All right.
That's all good.
My new
Sounds good.
camera.
JD will be
My new camera is
back.
not operating properly.
We have some news.
JD,
I
I'm
think
printing
you wanted-
this. It's gonna be on my screen, you guys. Like with my sticky notes, I'll have a little JD.
Yeah,
It'll be like,
right.
don't be dumb, Mandy. Don't
overtrade.
Don't break your
Do
strategy.
not overtrade.
Don't overtrade. Don't
all right, let's bring
oversize.
in that news clip really quick, Gabe, and then we'll come right back to the charts.
Check your change for a new U.S. coin marking the nation's 250th birthday. On Monday, the U.S. Mint announced one of the coins, the Mayflower Compact Quarter, is now officially in circulation. It's the first of 5 new quarter designs that will be released this year. Those coins will mark the Revolutionary War, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Gettysburg Address. The U.S. Mint will also be releasing other collectible, non-circulating coins to celebrate America's 250th birthday.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Gabe. Seeing that pullback in the equities here. Here are these 50s we were talking about, Mandy. But it has to hold, right?
I know.
We the price, but I think it would have to
Has
hold.
to hold. I mean, I could even see it rotating back down to 43s. Even I
Yeah.
have a triple moving average over there. I believe that one is my 14 period. So, yeah, we can see that. I mean, that's the thing though, is like, is this a false signal on my 3 minutes? Of like, oh, it's a rotation back down, right? The EMA and moving average crossed. So the EMA moving average isn't like a one and done indicator. Like you don't just take the entry when it crosses, right? I have to be looking at, okay, are we near the high of the days? Are we at the mid of point of the day, or near settlement, or low of the day, right? Or are we coming to test and tag these moving averages to then just continue to push and ride? As we've looked at it so far on NQ, it has respected the moving average and EMA really, really well. So right now it is definitely rejecting those. So part of me wants to say that it's going to rotate. But again, I want to see, like for you, Jay, you're saying, you want to see it hold above 50s. I for sure would, argue like, hey, if we can hold above 43s, that would actually be a pretty solid, cheap long, most likely.
43s. Seeing some traders in the chat catching that short and saying we're rejecting off of a trend line that we had from October.
Oh, wow.
And we have not made a new all-time high in the NASDAQ since October. So if you have some longer time frame trend lines that you could still trade against, that's awesome, right? Where we talk about it during the opening call all the time. These markets are in balance on a higher time frame, right? They're really not going anywhere. I mean, you look at the Dow, which just made a new all-time high again, 49,650, new all-time high in the Dow. That's where the trend is right now. In the equities, they are pretty or the Dow's an equity market as well, but the NASDAQ and the S&P, which most people trade, it's really just not a trend. Not a trend here.
No.
Not a trend up. Looking at these 43s, Mandy.
Yeah, we're holding them pretty good. let me see what 5 and 15 is doing as well. So we're touching the pressure on the 5, which would be a good indication for a possible long here. The only problem would be if we close below it. I love that it's tagging it. Sometimes it just comes and tags these moving averages and then just totally bounce. We still have like 2.5 minutes before it would possibly could close below it, and then that would be a no entry for me. Looking at the 15-minute, we still have a long ways before we come and tag the 15-minute green pressure. So yeah, it's still, I love it entering in a trade and probably having a little bit of paralysis for sure, but I just don't want to chase something that's not there, especially at this time of day too, where volume has decreased. That's
For
also
sure.
another to consider. Yeah, so that's nice. We have a little bounce coming off of here close to these. Now it's 47 is that moving average.
Nice little bounce here. 25,759 last trade here in the NASDAQ. The S&P is trading 69.77 half. The S&P is a lot closer to all-time highs than the NASDAQ. Can we get the push above 7,000s here in the S&P? Maybe not today. Maybe today. We'll see. But we are just over 0.5% off the all-time high in the S&P, 69.77. Let's see if the Dow is going to be our leader. I saw somebody in the chat say they miss Eddie earlier. One of the things I loved that Eddie did was find the leader and the laggard, right? And right now the Dow is the leader. Clubhouse leader right now is the Dow, 49,658 last trade, 49,652 here. Let's see if the S&P and the NASDAQ want to catch up. Maybe we get some more good news from Nvidia. JD, you're back.
I am. I'm reading through all the comments in the chat too. It's hilarious. Thanks, everyone.
You might be on a lot of people's profile pics, JD. I don't want to give anybody any ideas, but they had the ideas themselves.
They had them first, yeah.
JD won the staring contest.
So again, on this 3-minute, came up and tagged green pressure, my EMA, didn't go above it. So longs aren't in play yet. Kind of an indecision zone right now. Like I'll be honest, like I missed this move on NQ. And sometimes that happens, you know, and that's why I'm trying not to chase stuff, but I need the market to tell me what it's going to do, not have me hop into the market, think I know what the market's going to do, and then
hope it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, really good point. Really good point. Coming to the close of this segment here, we do have Nvidia's CEO on Bloomberg at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So just in a couple minutes, again, we may get some headlines out of Nvidia here. They've been in the news pretty much all week this week. So keep your eyes out for that. But make sure you stay tuned into TopstepTV as well. We do have a shoulder tap coming up. Jack and Ben for shoulder tap, and then we got JD, Coach Vince, and Coach Hoop for group coaching. That form is still pinned to the top of the chat, so make sure you get your questions in there. Mandy, good patience here. Like you said, maybe a little bit of analysis paralysis after taking a couple losses, but hey, that's what happens with trading, right? But now I think you're being conscious of not just taking unnecessary risk. We're seeing gold make new highs of the day here. Nice little push there. Silver making new highs as well, 81,345. Yeah, we got markets moving right now. Let's get to a little bit of a break. We'll come right back. Shoulder tap with Jack and Ben. And then after that, JD, Vince, and Coach Hoop. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Hey, friends and traders. As always, please remember to like and subscribe. With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on TopStep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps. What's up, guys? Welcome to Shoulder Tap. New year. Same segment, but this is your first time. This is when we dig into a card from one of our traders and talk to our great manager of risk, Ben, about how our other traders are doing today. Ben, what's up, my man?
Hey, Jack. It's another good day. It's been a little bit rough in the live markets for our traders. You can take a look at the live leaderboards, and they're going to be a little bit more muted than what you're accustomed to seeing, especially over the last few trading days, even weeks for that matter. It feels like, but yeah, tons of red on the board today. It's difficult to ascribe that to any one market. We have so many live traders trading, the metals, trading, energies, trading the equity indices, obviously, and so it's not one thing necessarily, but it was a pretty bright red day on the board for us thus far. Of course, there's a handful of traders who stand out, up money. The common thing amongst those is that they have traded very little, so the contract volume is pretty low on the traders who are green today. So those who just were trading back and forth, it seems like mostly got chopped up. Yeah, pretty red day for the live traders, which is bound to happen as conditions change. So that's the update on our live boards today, Jack. A lot less peachy than it has been the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm trying to my first thought is to go to silver whenever I hear these things. And it is a day where you mentioned this the other day where people were jumping into silver right. This is weird because if they jumped in right off the open, I mean, there's a little pullback. They shouldn't be getting blown out on that, but it's been up, and away since. But I get it. Two-way direction in the equities. Right now, we ran into our earlier highs from the New York session in the ES. Had a little bit of a rejection right here. We'll see where that goes. Within about 15 points of the all-time highs in the spot market. But yeah, hopefully they bring it together. We do have one card we want to delve into today, Ben. Who are we talking about?
Yeah, let's pull the trading card up for G here. Now, this is a trader who's been with us also coming up on a year anniversary. So I started this account on January 8th of last year and have traded, unlike Shervin, who we talked about yesterday, have traded most of the available trading days since that point in time. So I've been in the account, completed 219 trading days over that period of time. And so that is quite a bit of trading. It's basically showing up at trading every day that they've had available to them. And the vast majority of those days have been daily loss limit days. So, especially the losing days. And that is, I know we've talked about this over and over before, Jack. That's a formula that can work if you are very, very specific about the way in which you operate and manage the account, keeping a healthy balance in there, making sure you're taking home at least, a few multiples of that daily loss limit when you are correct, or having a very high win rate, which is something we see even less of. Most often, if the winning day percentage is in the 30 to 40% range, like it is today for this card, then you'd want to see them taking home usually like 3, 4, 5x at least the daily loss limit, if that's how they're going to backstop the losses in the account. Now, we're not seeing that from this trader. Another one of these, you could call it scratch or pretty close to break even, obviously losing, $82 on average per day over this period. But there's considerable P&L swings throughout that period of time. Now, to his credit, and the last time we talked about him was a few months back, it's had a nice, I was able to put up a nice month of December. So December was quite positive, up about $20,000 in P&L over that period of time. So we do like seeing that. We are on the upswing, and they have had a few, and again, driven by a couple of days where they really, brought home the bacon. I think it was a $10,000 winning day and a $14,000 winning day during that month, really helped bolster the P&L during that period of time. So, we are in an upswing, but ultimately I hate seeing this much, DLL up and down the trade reports, and I'm sure you feel similarly. I've got some more thoughts here, but I'll send it over to you. What did you think when you were going through the trade reports here?
Yeah, I think this trader definitely needs some introspection, right?
sometimes we see traders without a lot of sample size. This is 219 days, averaging minus 82 bucks a day. And I'm glad you brought this card right after the one from yesterday, because there's a couple clear differences between them. You'll remember yesterday we had a trader that traded 217 days, so almost the same number of trading days, and was making on average about 100 bucks a day. And some of the things that I pointed out that were kind of cool about that card is that trader was at 150K. In 217 days, they never hit the full $3,000 loss. Similar to this card, they had almost the same percentage of winning days. The big difference, if we have that histogram, let me show it. I wish I had the histogram from yesterday too. I don't. Here's the histogram of the net P&Ls for 219 trading days or whatever, and you see that that huge spike there is down around minus $1,000. So the other histogram from yesterday was still on the negative side, but it was a nice bell shape that wasn't skewed way towards hitting these limits. And I'm gonna say, I mean, you got to change at a certain point if it's not working like this. Too much leverage. I looked. I saw that this trader was trading NQs. Remember, this is a 50K account. Was trading NQs and MNQs. I can filter. Well, how many MNQs did they trade? They traded MNQs on 2 days. Usually, it seems like they're trading multiple NQs, which is just way too much leverage. I also have the equity curve, and this is where it's like, come on, we got to change this a little bit. I do have some good news with this. When Gabe, do we have that other image? Yeah. So that huge downward slide at the beginning, that is, we see this sometimes on here, that it's the same story every time. It is someone who is over leveraged and looking for an improbably large day and just hitting the DLL over and over and over again. And I can't see what the intraday swings were in this account, but I imagine that they are brutal, because just statistically, putting on these trades, you would think there were days where during that streak where they were up quite a bit. This trader has gotten extremely lucky twice already. You can see those account balances. They were able to, it seems they somehow get that dog in them when their back is against the wall. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but 2 times now, this trader has done very improbable things and returned an account that's barely dead, especially that second time. I see 3 days that could have ended the account. And you've built a balance back up to like $26,000, $27,000 now. You need to take a payout. I think they've only taken like, what, 5K in payouts or something. Take half of this money out, cut your size in at least a fourth, and let's see if we can get this back on. Like, you have been very, very lucky twice now. But I can see if it continues the way it's going, that luck will run out. So that's what I would say there. You need to trade smaller.
Yeah, that's that would be my recommendation as well, especially at the current daily loss limit value. It's interesting seeing it on the P&L chart there that you have up. Very often, this is an interesting phenomenon that I've seen a number of times through our live traders and elsewhere. Something about that $20,000 to $30,000 account balance mark that can be kind of a mental hurdle, I think, for some individuals to get over. And you see, people struggling around that level. So somewhat of a side topic, but you can almost, it almost looks like a resistance level of, 30K in this account. You get back up to that mark and then begin losing again. So it's only, December was a great performance. We're only, the first 2 days in this account down the daily loss limit for January. So that's not a great start, but there's plenty of room to turn around. Like you said, there's been some buffer built. I'd love to see a payout as well. Do something to kind of get yourself mentally on the right track. and let's break through this $30,000 account balance level and keep marching the P&L higher. Clearly, this trader is capable of it, through stretches. That's why be selective is one of those bullet points for our card, because I think there's just a level of an absence of selectivity for some of these trades. Clearly it works out sometimes, but being selective about how much size you're taking on, some of these more middling trades, or just, outright sitting on your hands. It's one of the most commendable things about our card from yesterday with Shervin. He just takes entire days off, if the setup doesn't present, or he's got a distraction or didn't sleep, whatever it may be, right? He's looking for reasons not to take trades rather than, just showing up every day and throwing it on to see what happens.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is right. I see that a lot. I think for a lot of people at $20,000, $30,000, it feels like a lot of money. I mean, it is a lot of money, but money's all about context. And they maybe stop thinking about things in percentage terms and just is like, well, I'm at 30. It's not a big deal
50's
if
knocking
I
on the
lose.
door.
Yeah, if I lose
Yeah.
10, but it's like, yeah, if you lose 10, then from 30 you lose 10, then you gotta make 50% of the account just to get back to where you were. Consistency in things that aren't hitting, like, that's the one takeaway. This is so over leveraged. Very over leveraged. So take a step back, take a payout, cut the size significantly, and I hope it works out for Gia.
Indeed. Good stuff, Jack.
You too, Ben. Well, thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure. Coming up next, we got Shoulder Tap. Today in the Coach Dome, we got two generations of Dohertys. We got JD and Jack Sr. here with Hogue. Should be, well, I see Vincent back here, so I think this schedule might be wrong. Vince, I presume, is on next. JD's here. We'll see who else is. This is Topstep TV. We'll be back in a few.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It's that time of day. It's everybody's favorite time of day. It's group coaching time. We got a couple all-stars with us. In the middle, Coach Vince. On the right, my other bookend, Coach Hoop. How are we doing today, gentlemen? Vince, let's start with you. What's going on in the markets? Oh, actually, before we start, let's take a quick look at these markets. We got everything on highs right now. S&P making new highs. NASDAQ getting close to new highs. Gold just printed a new high. Russell printed a new high. New all-time highs in the Dow. The only thing not making highs is, can you guess?
The market I'm in.
Oil?
No.
Or the market I'm in. Crude oil is not making new highs, but we still got this crude trade on. What market are you in, Hoop? Tell us everything.
I'm long 3 micro natural gas. So.
Nat gas? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that. What got you into the market on natural gas there?
We're making a set of higher lows, and now we're I'm agreeing that I have bad trade location right now. I'm right around point of control. I'm diddling in the middle. So, I'm right around VWAP. I'm counter trend. So can I give you a couple more while I'm at it?
Tell us everything.
All I can do is manage risk, right? So I did touch the stove with silver in the overnight, and I have been trading. I have a 50K XFAs and combines, but I'm telling you, man, I cannot trade that market unless I expand a little bit. So I have 150, and I did scalp it a little bit in gold. Not sure I love it, because it is just silver is right now. There's some clean price action to it, but you're a lot of risk right now.
You're not kidding.
Yeah.
We were just looking at that gold silver ratio. It's sitting at about 55, 56 right now. You take any stock in the gold silver ratio? Is that something you guys look at?
Being a spreader, for years on the floor, yeah, I believe in them. I don't necessarily know, in context, let's just put it this way. Silver's been lagging gold for the last year, and now it's playing catch up. I think that's as simple as I'm going to make it, along with platinum. And but once again, it's just inside of 50K, I just couldn't manage the risk even in a micro. I like to scale in and scale out. So being in a 2-lot micro, holy crap! I mean, it's just it's just scalability wise. So I'm just like, the only way I can scale it a little bit better for me is to go. And once again, I'm not sure once again, it's the scalability of it. It's going to be great when you're right, but man, you better manage yourself when you're in the wrong direction. And that's the biggest thing I would say right now for anybody. And once again, JD, we've been around markets, Vinny, that get hot, and everybody wants to trade them, and they get super volatile, and they, like we said earlier, you love it. Oh, it was great. And then it's just one wicked day that'll wipe you out. So just size down, because right now it's moving. We want volatility, but you got to manage it.
Yep,
absolutely,
very true. Very true. Coach Vinny, what are you looking at the markets today? You doing anything? What's good?
Well,
what's bad?
I wore this green shirt today for the rally, but I've been watching the Dow go all day without me. Yesterday, I watched it go all day without me. It just hasn't given me my pullback that I usually look for to try to enter into on a directional market. So I've actually been on the sidelines, unfortunately, for most of the day. The only thing I did today was take a little silver trade in a practice account. about 2 G's on that, micros. But other than that, my XFAs, my personal fund, just nothing happening right now. Oh, I'm hoping to get some sort of trade off today, but it is what it is. I don't like to chase. I like the market to come to me, and some days it doesn't want to let you play.
Yep.
Very
Goes
true.
directional.
There were 16 15-minute candles formed today in the Dow. Let me maximize my chart, and only 2 red ones. Only 2 closed red on the 15-minute.
That's what I mean.
There's
no
we're working on our
opportunity
third
to
right
pull
now.
back.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get the
Only
pullback
click
here.
pray. You got a caveman into it,
That's
right?
it.
You ever just
Yeah.
What's the caveman
I mean,
trade?
I was going
Does
to take.
everybody Go ahead, Vince.
No, I was going to say I was going to enter into a momentum trade in the ES at 63.75. That would have been a nice little trade. But I'm not the biggest momentum trader that there is, but I was going to enter on a buy stop on that rotation back up. Probably should have taken it. It was a pretty nice opportunity, but
yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Silver.
No FOMO. No FOMO. Anybody's
FOMO.
curious what a if anybody's curious what a caveman trade is, we've been talking about it quite a bit around these parts. It's very simple. When the market's going up, you buy it. The market's going down, you sell it. Just to get in the market. That's it. Simple as that. It's going up, I'm buying it. It's going down, I'm selling it. No brainer.
Buying
Caveman
momentum.
right into it.
Selling momentum.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's the gist of it. Simple as that. Let's check in on the tilt real quick. A little bit flat in the equities, 55% short ES, 51% long NQ. Same in crude and gold, 52% long crude, 55% long gold. Relatively flat across the board on the tilt. And again, we're sitting on some highs right now. Everything's sitting on highs. Except for crude.
Everything.
Here's our crude trade.
JD, you traded crude, you dirty dog today. I can't believe it.
I didn't really, it was one of those things where it's like, I don't want to do this, but then I saw it. Hogue was talking about his weekly kickoff high at 58.80, and like the market kissed it, traded 5 contracts there, and it pulled off immediately. And I was thinking, well, this is a nice cheap trade. Hogue's weekly kickoff levels are usually pretty golden. So I figured our risk is pretty minimal here. We could take a little trade, we were only risking about 50, 60 bucks on this trade.
Right.
So it was a good, cheap trade, minimal risk at an excellent level. So I didn't see any downside to taking the trade this morning. Does that happen all the time? No. The stars just happened to align today.
Yep, that's it.
And it worked out.
Open range trades have been pretty sweet though in gold last week or so, right?
Yep.
Opening range,
nice bangers in there. Yeah.
We dodged a bullet on one today. It was actually today was like an anomaly type of day. It wouldn't have mattered if we held on to that trade. We got out of the gold trade prematurely because we weren't seeing selling pressure follow through to the downside. So we were about, I don't know, $6 or $7 into the trade, and Hogue J and I talked about it. If we don't get more momentum to the downside now, we don't like being in this long. Jay was calling for 6,500 during the opening call, which he nailed, by the way. You guys were listening to Coach Jay's analysis on gold in the opening call. Top notch. The 1 minute opening range breakout signal was short. We took it. Nobody liked the trade, but we managed our risk appropriately. We actually put in a 1 lot down below at about 1 R to take one off, so we'd have a free trade on. We ended up getting out before we hit 1 R. So we were out of the trade. Gold came down, spiked down a little bit. There's a little liquidity grab down below. It would have filled our 1 lot bid, but then it returned all the way up, and it would have stopped us out for a scratch. So any way we had taken that trade, we would have ended up a scratch. Does that make sense? Unless we didn't do anything and we just held out for.
You still got a trailer right now?
In crude? We have one in crude, not in gold.
Yeah.
Gold, we are flat.
No, crude.
We got a trade. Gold is about to settle for the day, 12:30 p.m. Central Time, bottom of the hour. Settlement price will be established by the exchange in gold. All right, guys. We got
Wow,
some questions
silver.
from you in the chat.
All right,
Actually, the form
let's
is
do
still
it.
pinned to the top of the chat. If anybody feels so compelled to ask us something, grab that form, fill it out. We'll do our best to get to it right here live on Topstep TV. All right. First question comes from Muhammad A. Muhammad says, "Hi, I'm struggling with revenge and emotional trading. How can I overcome it?" This is a very common question and something that a lot of traders deal with, especially newer traders. Maturity comes with experience in these markets. The more comfortable you are trading a specific market, the more comfortable you are with your trade setups, your strategies, your analysis of the market, the more comfortable you be taking trades and holding off from taking trades. Being impulsive in the markets sort of comes with being new to the markets. You feel like you need to be in the markets all the time. Like you're missing moves, you're missing out on money, you're missing a payday, you're missing this, you're missing that. You're not missing anything. The markets are here today. They're going to be here again tomorrow. They're going to be here next week, next month, next year. They're going to be here 100 years from now, right? You're not missing anything. You don't have to take every trade setup that you see. You don't have to be in the market 24 hours a day. What you got to do is start slow. But Coach Hoop, Coach Vince, you guys spend a lot of time coaching traders on how to settle into these markets when they're first getting started. Who wants to go first? Who wants to take this one?
Go ahead, Hoop. I'll let you go first. All right.
Okay.
So,
go ahead, Vinny.
You both said yes and no at the same time.
Ready?
Yeah.
Stop. 1, 2, yeah.
Trade.
You got it, Vinny.
All right. So, yeah, revenge trading can be very, very detrimental, right? To everything, to your account, to your well-being itself, right? What I would say is I do agree with JD. Newer traders, I think this happens to a little bit more often than the more seasoned traders, even though it still happens to us as seasoned traders. We're human beings, but the way I did it is through emotional journaling. And I think that's very important to, journal your emotions. People just journal a trade, took a loss, blah, blah, blah. But I actually did I went through a phase, right, where I went into a little bit of a drawdown. I was managing money professionally, and I went to a drawdown, and it started getting to me, right? Because when you're used to having a certain performance, and then you start getting, your ass handed to you, right? You start to question yourself. You start to beat yourself up a little bit. And I think a lot of people, they take a trade, they get ticked out, then it goes up, and then they start to revenge trade, start chasing the market. I got to get my money back now, and that could really be detrimental to yourself and your account, because you get into that like spiral and you spiral out of control. You don't remember what happened. At the end of the day, you're like, what did I do? But I think if you were actually trading live money, you tend to learn this a little bit faster, right? Right now, you're probably trading a combine, an XFA, and if you mess things up, you have the opportunity to reset, right? But if you're trading your own money, or God forbid, you're managing other people's money, and you get into that phase and you start doing these things, you're gonna be forced to learn a little bit quicker, right? Because you got to go back to work and fund your account with hard-earned money, right? You got to trade your time for money and then put it into your account. And if you blow it up and you start revenge trading, I think that really starts to, it's like, when you're younger and you touch a stove and you get burnt, you really don't want to go back and get burnt again. So I think that has a lot to do with it. But I think if you can try to emotional journal, how do you feel when you enter the trade, when you get out of the trade, and then you can start to get a sense of these emotional triggers that make you do these kind of things. And then just review it. And when you start to sense that you're getting to a certain thing, you get up, you step away, you walk away. Sometimes you only need a couple of minutes just to reset, because I know how it is. When you get into the mode and you get into the screen and you're in battle, it's like you're in the screen with the market, right? Like nothing around you. You don't know what's going on. People could be talking to you, calling you. You have no idea what's going on. And you're just in the zone trying to battle back, right? And that's bad. You don't want to get to that point. So you need to learn your triggers, what gets you going. And, I think emotional journaling will help you do that, and where you could step away before you get to that point of no return. So hopefully that helps. But for me, emotional journaling was the biggest help for me.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Vince. And we do have an emotional journal that our good friend and mentor John Hoagland put together. If we have someone in the chat right now, maybe they can grab that link and throw it in there. But Hoag likes to talk about the venom, the venom when you're trading, revenge trading, trying to get back at the market. Well, the market doesn't know you're mad at it. And if the market did know that you were mad at it, the market doesn't care that you're mad at it. Same with people, right? Hoag says this all the time. This is another great Hoagism. When you're mad at someone, half the time, the person that you're mad at doesn't even know you're mad at them. And the other half the time, the person that you're mad at doesn't care that you're mad at them. And that's it goes the same with the market.
Exactly.
Right?
And the market's job is just to facilitate trade. It doesn't care who we are or what we are. It just does its thing. A lot of times people think it's the market trying to get at us, but it's us against us at the end of the day, right? We're trading our own emotions that tug at us. So you got to be able to control that.
Yep.
That's one of the biggest parts of this is emotional control.
Mm-hmm. That's it. Oop. You've coached quite a few traders yourself. How do you deal with this issue when you're talking to some of your traders?
I think trading buddy and accountability to somebody else about it helps too. I think being accountable to somebody else instead of just also journaling is important. But once again, Hoax talked about it. People on the floor used to go get help. A lot of guys struggled from floor to screen. Robin Dane, Dr. V, we had Jared Tendler on here. Those type of people, if you're struggling, those people I believe help too. It's a kind of a lonely world, so it can be emotion when there's no one else you're being accountable around you. It makes it tough. The journaling, and once again, I do keep mine a little bit more vague and just saying, okay, what was I looking at? Vinny, you said about it, and I have to be careful. And I noticed it last night, Vince, when we talked about the ladder and creating emotion. If you want to see the difference of emotion, like if you go to my chart right now, natural gas is on the left, silver's on the right. They're moving at two different speeds right now. I mean, like light year different speeds. So as the silver ladder moves up and down, it does create a little bit of, hey, look at this thing's really whipping around and it's moving around, where natural gas looks like it's sleeping. So emotion can come in a lot of different, obviously a lot of external things. Obviously it's not like we're stepping in a pit. You're trading at home. There's external things that can be. So there's a lot of things that can create the emotion. And revenge trading is I always, traders talk about just reloading, right? Not taking a lot of context into your trade and just, I'm pissed now. I'm just going to reload and get back in, those are things a lot of traders fight every day. So yeah, I mean, emotion's a real part of trading. And it's a lot of probably where, I don't know if where you see, I think people struggle more with that sometimes than they do strategy or technicals. Yeah.
I think it's keeping your composure while you're in the market, and it doesn't have to be revenge trading. It could be just FOMO. Like, how bad I want to FOMO into these markets. Look, I'm watching all these profits. My eyes are going like this, change, but nothing's going into my account. And, I could very easily say, like, oh, let me just get in, and just close my eyes and buy. But I'm not. I'm keeping myself, my emotions in check. Yes, the market's moving without me. It's not giving me what I'm looking for. I know over time, usually when I end up hitting the FOMO button, what happens? All of a sudden, the emergency brake comes on in the market and it turns around against you, right? And I've had that happen hundreds, if not thousands of times over my career. So you start to learn these things and you start to recognize these patterns, and you have to be okay with just sitting on the sideline. And that comes with time, right? A new trader, it's very, very, how would you say it? It's very exciting, right? You want to be in the market, but as you progress as a trader, you'll learn that being, out of the market, you're more protected, right? You want to try to participate as least as possible, and you want to take good executions because you want to put the odds in your favor. And if you're in the market all the time, you know, you have more likelihood of taking a loss, right? So for me, it's just being patient, and it's hard to do. I mean, 2 days now, I've been trying to buy the Dow, you know, all-time highs. Just haven't had an opportunity to get in there. I've had orders working. It just didn't get to my entry, you know, and it is what it is. But over time, as you get seasoned in this, you'll start to build that mental muscle. And yeah, do I mess up sometimes? Absolutely. Do it. You know, I have weak moments too. Everybody does. But I do them much less, right, than what I did prior. So that's kind of what I would suggest you try to strive for, is try to remain more patient, be okay with not, you know, let the market go without you. Because right now I can just say, oh, let me just market it. And this thing is going to, it keeps on going higher.
Yeah.
Right. And then what happens? As soon as I hit this button, the market's going to go down. I should just tell you, I'm going to buy them, and then you just sell them. So
100%.
Absolutely
that's all
right.
I can really
Well
say
said.
on it.
Well said.
Yep.
Hey guys, we got some headlines coming out of Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang is speaking. He's talking about energy. Well, these new chips, we talked about the new Nvidia chips this morning. They're going to be rolling out towards the end of this second half of this year. They're supposed to be the fastest chips ever. They're coming out earlier than expected. A couple of headlines coming out from Wang saying the new chips are 10 times more efficient than their predecessors. And he also says, we wish we had more energy. We have to invest in all types of energy. That quote coming directly from Jensen Huang, CEO of Nvidia. There's a strong demand from Chinese customers, and Beijing will communicate through companies we are not directly communicating with. We are not communicating directly with the Chinese government. He wants to sell to China, but he's not communicating with the Chinese government. President Trump is due to not hit the podium. He's participating in a policy meeting, which was scheduled to start at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. We got about another 50 minutes, just under an hour before that starts. Nothing else until then, right? All right. Well, we got another minute before our next question. Guess what kind of list we got? We've got the list of the most punctual airlines and airports. An aviation analytics firm is crowning the world's best and most on-time airports and airlines. Delta takes the punctuality award in the U.S., and Aeromexico wins it worldwide. Let's run it. Cirium says Istanbul Airport is the platinum winner in the company's 2025 on-time performance review. It says the facility's punctuality is about 80%. That's not the top number, but the award takes into account overall operational performance and recovery capability. Qatar Airways is Cirium's platinum winner in the airline category. Air transport rating organization Skytrax also considers Qatar the world's best airline. Cirium says Chile's Santiago Arturo Merino Benitez International Airport is the most on time. It's a long name for an airport. Santiago Arturo Merino Benitez International Airport. The most
That's a
on-time
mouthful.
airport.
Wow.
It sure is.
Just
so you
by
know.
Cabo, right?
Is it? You got me. I don't know. I've never flown there.
Yeah. I think it's on the western side of the country.
Good to know.
Crude keeps
The more
drifting
you know.
lower, JD.
It does. We got about 120 ticks into this trade right now. Or 120 ticks in open equity on this trade, I should say.
Nice.
Almost $180 total. All right.
Nice
Next
trade.
question comes from Supun. Supun says, euphoria during winning streaks consistently lead me to a catastrophic trading day. How can I interrupt that pattern? Thank you. You start feeling a little indestructible, right? You get on a hot streak. You start loading up on size, taking bigger risks. You convince yourself you're infallible. The next thing you know, you're hitting the reset button. Is this a common occurrence? How often does this happen, everybody in the chat? Raise your hand. Let's talk through it.
And
Let's start with you on this
another
one.
great lockout feature too, JD. Just take a 15-minute, lock yourself out
There you
for
go.
15 minutes, right?
A lockout feature. That's all we got to say. All right, next question. I'm joking. You guys want to elaborate on that at all? How do you calm yourself
Go ahead,
down when you strap on the gloves and you feel like knocking one out of the park every single trade? Is it dangerous? Is it a good feeling? Is it a bad thing? Does it make you nervous when you feel like that?
I mean, when you're seeing the market good, you know, people say, you know, you see Mandy all the time use her trailing to use it as a bumper. I think that's a great way to use it. You know, that's why I'm kind of always a little leery on take profits and things like that, because you never quite know. To me, you might have an idea where it's going. But yeah, I think the trailing drawdown, once again, you know, we're going to talk about the risk inside the platform. So once again, I'll take, you know, like Hoag's got the one where 3 losing trades in a row, he takes a break. I've always liked that one. You know, maybe you were seeing a good market state change. Now it's time to take a look back. And if you're not seeing it good anymore, call it a day. You know, wasn't very unusual if a trader had a good morning, JD, to watch him walk out of the pit early and say, I'm good. I've had a good day.
100%.
I don't need to stay in here
100%.
and grind it out the rest of the day. So,
as much as your job is to make good trading decisions, your job is also to preserve your trading capital. You are risk managers. You're money managers as much as anything else when you're trading these futures markets. Try not to forget that.
Yep, 100%.
This isn't a piggy bank, you know, where you come in a couple days a month, you know, whip something up and pull some money out of the market. You might get lucky once or twice, but in the long run, it's not a sustainable plan. Yes. Preserve that trading capital, as our motto says. Make sure you're always trading for tomorrow.
Yep.
Coach Vince. Oh, real quick, we're putting in some new highs here in equities. NASDAQ just printed a new high, 25,785. 88 last print in the NQ. S&P 69.83 last print. Russell's at 25.7710, and Dow still making new all-time highs. Last print in the Dow, 49.695.
Dow 50K before Friday, Andre.
Came with the right color shirt on today, that's for sure.
Tick
Never
by
bet
tick.
against America.
Never bet against America. Tick by tick, crude oil keeps dropping slowly. How much more can we expect to squeeze out of this crude oil trade, guys? Anybody have the ATR for crude oil handy? I didn't pull it up.
I do. Daily, it is 4-hour, daily, weekly. Hold on. Mine shows 137.
Ooh, we're right at 130, and we're right at 135 right now. But the low, the range, our range is at 135. All right. You guys want to talk
that
to us?
in the mind. I like
We're going to close crude though in 45 minutes. You know, technically settlement. So, do you hold it till the end of the day, like the auto liquidator, or do you get out of settlement?
Well, I'm thinking about adjusting risk.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna lock in.
Crude has that propensity to reverse the last 45 minutes of the day, JD, too. That's I'll tell you from watching it. I'm not saying that's a market state it has right now, but it does have that gear of that last.
Yep.
And you know, Dee and I have talked about that a bunch. That last 45 minutes, sometimes you get that. You know, everybody kind of covers mode. But yeah, just I like the idea of, especially now that your ATR is kind of maxed out. Yeah, I'd like the idea of adjusting it.
Yep. I moved our CYA down to 57.80, full dollar away from Hoag's weekly kickoff high at 58.80. We're gonna lock in some profit. Worst case scenario, we make $150 on this trade on a single micro. Not a bad move in crude today.
Nice. Beautiful.
Crude never
Crude
cooperates.
gave a little bit of a profit.
Right?
Yeah.
Here's a question from Dawn. This could go a couple of different ways. Dawn wants to know, what's the difference between cumulative volume delta and regular delta? So I was looking at this one a few minutes ago, and I was sort of confused. Cumulative volume delta and delta are basically the same thing. It's the how much traders are hitting bids versus taking offers, right? It's market orders coming into the market. When you're looking at futures contracts, when you're looking at options, it's a little different. Option delta is how much an option will move based on a $1 move in the underlying asset, right? So if you have a delta of 60 on an option, that means for every $1 a stock moves, you're expecting the option to move about 60 cents. A little different between options and futures. But cumulative delta in futures is just the number of market orders coming into the market.
I think Bookmap throws it up there, JD, as CVD. So that's why I think a lot of people, when you hear Delta or see it on a different, platform, it's the same thing, but like I said, Bookmap, they have CVD and call it out quite prominently.
Yep.
But it's technically the same. To me, I agree. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Same thing. Same thing.
And it could be used differently though, right? So,
right.
Delta, cumulative delta, it's just the way you use it, right? So like for myself, I use it during regular trading hours. I'm not looking at the full delta reading. I'm looking at the cumulative delta from a certain time frame. So you could use delta in different ways, so it depends. Are you using delta with options? Are you using it with futures and that kind of stuff? So, there is some differences there, but they're pretty much the same thing. I think it's just the way that you're using it.
Yeah.
Mine's time frame specific.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Agreed.
Exactly. Oh, I see Dawn in the chat. You are welcome. Thanks for the question. Here's an interesting one. Do traders tend to do better in an XFA or a combine?
No, combine.
Very, very subjective. Yes, traders will always. Yeah. I shouldn't say always, but
I agree with that. I would
post our pass rates right on our website.
They're just
because there's no skin in the game.
Through the
right?
VIPs. Yep, they're more laxed when they're taking trades.
Yeah. As soon as you make it through the trading combine, you've got actual skin in the game. You're fighting for a payout now. Whereas in the combine, you really don't have any problem trying to set it and forget it. But once it becomes real, it's a different game. And
I can't write a check and reload the XFA either. So,
how many VIP coaches have you guys coached? You both coached 100, 150 VIP traders.
3 seasons. Yeah, that'd be 150.
3 seasons.
Yep.
150 each.
Yeah, plus all the ons in Discord.
It's
JD,
that's Discord, probably one of the biggest questions to ask. How do I trade? How do I trade better once? Am I right, Vinny? Like they all get real nervous at first because they want to make. And from what I get it, they're a player in where they're coaching. They're like, they get real nervous and they try and get real quick at first, and then they slow down and they've got their resets. So then they're like, after the first month, they're like, I'm going too fast, need to slow down. Then they get past, and now they're in the XFA and they're like, oh boy, I don't want to trade it. I don't want to lose it. So their mindset changes pretty quick.
Exactly.
Yeah, it does. And then you have some too that want to rush to get a payout, and that is very, very hazardous to your account. You can't rush the profits. I keep telling people to, you can't force it. The profits will come from making good trading decisions, so just let the market give it to you at the market's time. Because once you start to force it, it's like running up river. It's like swimming up a river. It's gonna smash you in your face till you drown. So you got to just take it easy and just look, process, right? We always talk about process over profits and that kind of stuff. And it's true. You want to stick to your process and let it get you through the downtime, right? Because we're all going to go into drawdown periods, and it's just risk management, but it's going to get you through it. And if you can't manage your risk, you're going to end up hitting the reset.
Yep.
That's it. Back to risk management once again. We got another question here about the program. If I have a live account, can I also have additional combines or XFAs? If so, how many? If you get transferred from an XFA to a live account, those XFAs get closed. Your balances get moved over to the live account, and you can no longer access those XFAs. And while you're in the live account, you cannot trade an XFA either. So on the funded side, you're either in an XFA or a live account, not both. You can have open combines during either, but you cannot be in both an XFA and a live account at the same time. Hope that clears up any confusion. Real quick, this is another one about risk management. We've got 3 minutes left. Trader X says, mathematically, what is a reasonable average daily profit target for each of the 50K, 100K, and 150K account? All right. We talked about this 100 times on here. Right off the top of your head, the traders can extrapolate this for the 100K and 150K. On a 50K trading combine, you have a $3,000 profit target and $2,000 of max risk. How much should you be profiting off of? So you have $2,000 worth of max risk. How much should you be risking on each trade, and what should a reasonable profit target be if you want to pass the trading combine in, let's say, arbitrarily 2 weeks? What would you think? Assuming you're not going to win on every single trade.
Yeah, I mean, we always call it swings of the plate. We use sports analogies. Yep. You have to be careful in this industry trading P&L. That can, I've heard Jay talk about it. We talk about putting ticks as opposed to your strategy. So I think you have to be a little careful about it, but I think the sizing is, you have to get that correct first for your strategy. So in a 50K, you're always going to have, you have to figure out what market you're trading and how much you want to limit your risk per trade. So like you said, JD, the other thing is everybody tries to do it in 2 days, or 3 days. I like how you said 2 weeks. Put more time on it. Let your strategy, let it develop. So I think I'm always saying, most of the time, I would say inside of a day, like you said, because of your drawdown, I don't think you should have a risk over $250, maybe $300 in a day tops. But it's got to be relative to the market. This is the other reason I went to a 150. I have a hard time scaling if I'm trading cattle or hogs, right? Because there's no micro contract. Other markets have micros. So that's another dynamic to what you trade. So this is the other reason why I've kind of said, man, I can't manage risk so much inside of a 150 or a 50K. I need to go to 150 so I can make it a little bit more scalable. So I think it's dynamic. But I think, man, it depends on your strategy.
I agree with you. It's a very loaded question, very subjective. There's 1,000 different ways to answer
I'd love to say it's just this or that, and Vinny, it's not.
Vinny, we got 1 minute. What's your take on it? 1 minute, 60 seconds.
Yeah. So for me, I would say take your account balance divided by 30 trades. If you lose 30 trades in a row, obviously you have a strategy issue and a risk management issue. If you can't sustain with the 30, if you get stopped 30 times in a row, you need to reevaluate. So I would say take the account balance divided by 30. That's your risk per trade. Shoot for at least two to three times your risk if you can, and try to build the account slowly over time. I mean, if you're a more seasoned trader and you know your levels and they're pretty good. So for me, professional trading is risking no more than either 1/4% or 0.5% per the account balance. But unfortunately, you only have a $2,000 balance to trade with. So it's a 4% drawdown. Doesn't give you a lot of room for drawdown. But, if I had a full $50,000 account balance, my risk per trade would probably be somewhere around the $125 to $250 mark to keep it comfortable. That's me. But take your account, divide it by 30. That should be your max risk per trade, and try that and see if you can sustain.
Well said. There you have it, folks. All right, we are going to step aside. Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Hoop.
And thank you guys.
That's it for group coaching today. We'll be back again tomorrow with some more group coaching. I believe Gabe will be here running the show for group coaching tomorrow. All right, stick around. We got Trade with Topstep coming up next.
guys.
A couple of special guests. I see him in the green room right now. Coach Jack Sr. You know him as Coach Jack Sr. I call him Dad. He's here with us, and Hogue will be here. We're going to take a short break. Trade with Topstep coming up in just a minute right here, Topstep TV. Let's go.
And an even order bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Order, half, the orders, and even.
Feeling good, Billy Ray. Oh, hey, we're live. Welcome back to Topstep TV, friends and traders. I'm JD. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland. Over there on the right, my dad, Coach Jag Sr., also a VIP coach here at Topstep. Good afternoon, everyone. How's it going? Dad, what's new? I heard you took an ice skating lesson the other day for the first time in 50 years. And we don't have to go too deep into that, but I'm glad you're feeling better. Welcome
what
back.
What is new? When you ask the question, what's new? You notice this sweater, John?
Oh, is that
sure
a
your wife
little
put
Christmas
that?
gift?
Yeah.
I do believe my wife picked that out. She sure did.
Yeah, I think she got good taste. I'm much better looking in this sweater.
He buys all my clothes too. You know, it's
And
does
you're a
good
good-looking guy.
Hoag, do you
But
want
it's
to?
nice
You got a
to
list?
be on. Thank you guys for having me because doing this kind of keeps my desire to keep going and going and going, and hopefully have something to contribute to this new world we're going into. This AI is really, well, it's doing exactly what they said it was going to do. It's going to be much quicker than we thought. And it's here.
Yeah, but it still
It's not
can't
good
roller skate.
advertising.
What was that, Hoag?
It still can't ice skate.
I still can't skate. No, never got good at that.
Neither can he. Neither can AI.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Well, they might
my
have
son
an ice skating
John
robot
was a
coming out
great
very soon.
skater.
Oh, many
John
moons
could
ago.
do
Many
anything that
moons
can be done on a pair of skates. You have to see him in a hockey game someday. He was very good.
You're making me blush, Pop. You're making me blush.
That's okay.
Let's check in on these markets before we do anything else. S&P just ticked up to a new high, 69.87 in the ES. What's the NASDAQ doing? Last trade in the NASDAQ, 25,799, 25,800. Russell is still ripping higher, 25,8160, and the Dow still printing new all-time highs, 49,726. Gold is tapered off, and we got a couple more ticks in this crude oil trade. Oh, let's talk about this crude oil trade for a few minutes. We've hit our average true range. How much more realistically can we squeeze out of this trade, do you think? Are we
just looking at it? So the last range we saw, similar to this, opening range was the high of the day, was the 31st, was New Year's Eve. We had a 110 tick range. Opening range was the dead high. Let me see if I can find this here. There it is. Okay, so there's the last day we had like this. Opening range was the high of the day. Closed at the low of the day. 130 close, right? So we're coming into the 130 close. Then it just kind of leveled off. So if we're not out of this by 130, I think we think about possibly getting out of it. And we're well beyond that. I mean, that was 110. We're at 152 tick regular trading hour range. The average true range for a day is 142. So we're beyond that now. But when you look at this trend line, I mean, okay, there's the top. We got 1, 2, even on a 5-minute chart, it's absolutely beautiful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points of contact on this trend line. We got to watch this trend line carefully. If we break out above this trend line, we're out. Now there were four really areas of potential profit targets. We took one at $58, which was yesterday's value area low. Okay. We opened above it entered into it, accepted it. We got out of one of them. We took all that heat. Remember, John, we were saying, well, let's just take the pain. Let's just take the pain because we both kind of thought there'd be a lot of stops up here. And I think that's exactly what happened. If we had moved our stop up there, we would have been letting out of this trade a long time ago. So we took the pain. Now, the next level of target we looked at even this morning during the opening call was 57.50. There's a session gap that we just went all the way through. The next level is the late spike base to the upside that was from the 2nd of January, and that's 57.22. We take that out. 56.93 is the naked point of control from the 2nd of January. If we were to get that, I would say, John, JD, you and me are a couple of financial geniuses if we can get price to get all the way down there and take that much out of this trade. It's a great trade. Watch this trend line. You know, I think if we give up this little session gap, that's going to take us out of the trend line. I think we're out of this. Where's the stop now? It's at 80?
57.80. $1 away from your weekly kickoff high.
It's a good spot for it right now. Let's just see what happens here. And remember,
all right, we'll let it roll.
He tells us all the time, man, when you get a directional day in crude oil, watch the end of the day because there can be that vicious return in the opposite direction.
Yep. And the end of the day, well, technically settlement happens in about 18 minutes in crude oil. So you could call the end of the day near. Crude oil, all energy settle at 1:30 p.m. Central Time.
Is this a 3-bar reversal down here, John?
Oh no, we're still making new lows. It's still dropping.
Haven't seen one yet. Haven't seen one yet.
Wow.
Yep.
Not since 9:10 this morning did we see any 3-bar reversals.
More selling. Last price traded in crude 57.20, 57.19. More new lows.
It's dropping pretty quickly.
It just keeps
here.
going. Yep. We will watch it at the bottom of the hour. But
putting a
I'm going to draw that
mental exit at $57.
57. All right.
Don't put it in. It'll scare the market away.
Oh no.
It's
I'm
a
just
mental
drawing
bid.
I'm copying your trend line on this 5-minute chart. That's a mental bid.
Is it
$24?
Geopolitical situation that they want to get oil low enough to hurt Putin, or does that even matter anymore? Do people think?
I mean, you can
of
go
that
about
anymore?
it either way. China and Russia are the two largest purchasers of Venezuelan oil, if I'm not mistaken. And now that's off the table, right? So what does that mean for, we're trading West Texas Intermediate crude. So what does that mean for crude oil companies in the United States, right?
Well,
I'm not saying we're
really
taking $1 trillion worth of oil out of Venezuela, and I'm not sure I don't think there is a plan for it yet, right?
No.
But go ahead,
Two
Hope.
different.
Continue.
There are two different kinds of oil. You know, what West Texas Intermediate is light, sweet crude. That crude coming out of Venezuela is dirty and it's real heavy. It takes, I think it costs a lot more to refine, and it's a lot, I don't know, it's a lot dirtier. It's different. I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make to crude prices in the US, especially I think they're only like producing 1 million barrels a day. It's not like it's a huge amount of production. They can produce a lot more. Just their infrastructure is destroyed.
Yeah. They don't have the refining capabilities. We would likely just ship it to our refineries here in the US. Wouldn't that be correct? But I don't know if there's a different process for refining that oil. I honestly don't know the finer points of what we're going to do with that crude oil. To tell you the truth, I'm sure we'll get some answers on what's going to be happening very, very soon because a lot of people are curious. But we are heading towards $57 a barrel in crude. And we know when prices get around $55, $54, we'll start shutting down jack pumps here in the U.S. We look at that Baker Hughes rig count every Friday. The
Before the
number
show's
of
over.
open. Taking it?
We might be at 57 before the show's over.
I know, right?
Oh yeah, we're
Pretty
10 ticks,
close.
15 ticks away right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we look at that Baker Hughes rig count number every Friday. That's how we know the weekend's upon us, right? How many open active oil and gas rigs are there in North America? That would be Canada, the United States, and the Gulf of Mexico. And once you see oil prices starting to drop, you see the number of open and active oil and gas rigs start to drop also. Because at some point, the level of production, the price of the crude that they're pulling out, and the cost of production and refining that oil, it just doesn't match up anymore. So they'll shut down those pumps until crude prices get higher again, and it's more cost effective to pump that oil. That's typically how it works. 5708.
Wow.
Low print in crude oil. Dad, what are you looking at today? What's on your radar? Any market in particular?
Well, I tell you, I was going to mention to John that I think everybody is really doing a magnificent job of incorporating other things in their trading than the big four. Hoops, of course, is probably the leader there. He's in things that most of us don't trade. But I'm looking at natural gas, and I haven't traded it. But cattle and hogs, I've been trading for my whole life. And, you know, it rekindled my interest there. Instead of just being interested in corn and beans, I'm interested in other agricultural products. Just the gold. And I came on with Jay a couple of weeks ago, and our talk was about the silver gold relationship.
Ratio. You were just talking about that.
Ratio, yeah. And it was only, I mean, it wasn't anything out of the ordinary that moving more than, you know, I'm wondering to myself why. And I started talking to Jay about, well, why, you know, so what do you take out of that? There's a shakeup in the basis between gold and silver. So what? Well, there's an opportunity of making a nice trade if you pick the correct side. You know, if you pick the gold or pick the silver. And had you picked the silver, I'm guessing you would have been a hugely more successful trade than had you picked the gold to be long.
To be long, right?
And,
let's clear. Let's talk about that spread real quick. So when Dad's talking about the ratio and the spread of the basis between silver and gold. So when you see it start to spread out, you buy one and sell the other. It's called a spread, right? So you're waiting for everything to come back into equilibrium. So when they start separating, when you see that gold silver ratio hit 90, traders will either buy silver and sell gold, or buy gold and sell silver, right? And try and wait for the prices to come back into equilibrium, or wait for the ratio to come back into equilibrium. And it makes a big difference which one you buy and which one you sell.
Yeah, it's just the difference between the two. The market could be going up or down. And that's why, you know, agriculturals, if you look at a corn market or a cattle or hog market, they're called carrying charge markets. And some industries look at the carrying charges as the only thing that's important. What's the difference in the carrying charges between beans and corn, or between cattle and hogs, or any mixture of those? And if you can figure out where the snag is somewhere along the line with those carrying charges, whether it be interest rates, whether it be relationship to cash, whether it be relationship to similar products in other parts of the world, whatever it is that's causing things to move a little differently, you've created in your mind a reason for a trade. And in the agricultures, if you see in a carrying charge market, if you see if the front option goes higher than the second, they call it an inverted market.
Right.
And the reason, well, it could be a lot of reasons, but the reason is there's more demand for the front, even though the carrying charges have been eaten up, still going to go higher. And those are some beautiful things about ag markets and carrying charge markets, and that aren't in other markets and are easy to understand. And that's why a guy like me likes those agricultural things. And I think as a company, we've awakened the average person who's comes in and just wants to be a trader of S&Ps. Well, it's a big world here. You don't have to just be a trader of S&Ps. You don't have to hang your hat on the same hook every day. There's several different things to do and ways to go. And over time, you can pick something that's busy and has the interest of the public in it today, which gives you movement and volume and open interest, everything you're looking for. Whereas sometimes the cattle is going to be slow, sometimes the hogs, sometimes the corn, sometimes the beans. But you can look to gas, you can look to gold, you can look to silver. There's so many different options, ways for us to go to be an active participant in the market on a daily basis without taking risks you don't want to be taking by trading in a market that's not as liquid as you need it to be. And being liquid doesn't mean it necessarily is going to trade like S&Ps or NASDAQs. It means there's interest in it from everywhere in the world, and there's work to do at every tick. And it works beautifully with Dalton's system, being able to put things where they belong in space and time so you can make intelligent predictions on which way it may go. So it's
you
just
don't even
been,
have to run between pits.
yeah. But it's this is such a wonderful way to learn and still be part of the world we live in without getting a PhD from Harvard. It doesn't take that, but it is as much a profession as any profession there is. It's as much of a profession as teaching or the clergy or law enforcement or anything. These are all professions where you go to work every day to work and learn to be a little bit better at what you do today. In other words, to be more professional on a daily basis. And you can truly put the money aspect of it out of your mind, because if you're doing this the right way, you're thinking, I just want to be better at what I do. I want to understand what it is I'm doing. I'm willing to risk a little bit every day to do it. I'm not going to risk everything, but I'm going to risk a little. And if I lose a little, I'll make a little more on the fourth and fifth day, maybe. I know I'm going to come out okay because I listened that old guy who said Mickey Mantle only got 3 hits and 10 times at bat, and they put him in the Hall of Fame for Christ's sake, you know. With us, you know, in other businesses, you don't get that luxury to be right 3 times out of 10. You got to, you know, if you're a banker or a doctor or something, you got to be right all the time. This should be a breeze for people like that, but it's not, because they turn themselves into such perfectionists with such standards that they have to realize that this is a different ball game, and you got to relearn it from the bottom up. There's no starting in the middle in this business and being successful. I don't believe. I think you have to start at a certain spot and build on it, and build and build and build. But your building blocks have to be in place for the rest of the building to sit right. So, no, there I am preaching again. Hail Mary! I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, Dad.
People are more interested in the market here than me.
Keep cooking. Keep cooking. I think people are listening. I know people are listening. Of
course.
But yeah, Dad, they say there's no other industry on the planet where you walk in as a rookie and you're going toe to toe with the smartest people on the planet on day one. You know, there's major banks and financial institutions spend millions of dollars a year.
Yeah,
hiring the smartest people, gathering the newest technology with one single purpose: to separate people like us from our money. Right? That's their job, and they're very good at it. And yeah, there aren't too many places like this where you step in on day one and that's what you're faced with. It can be intimidating.
Yes.
Sorry if I scared anybody.
One of the beauties of this business is how ego, you know, you take these big traders, and we'll call them traders, people who handle huge amounts of money for others. They can let this thing go to their heads where they think they're really pretty smart because they happen to make money this day or that day. But the beauty of this business is the reason we have a market and it changes and changes and changes is because of free will. We might go through our process, take in all the information, do everything we want and can do, us and the biggest money managers in the world. It means nothing until they press the buy or sell button, which either agrees with or disagrees with their process. And there's no guarantee what that's going to be until they do it. Even they don't know. They're just a sum of what they are until this moment in time. And anything we're fortunate. We live in a world where we take our lumps every day. Take the garbage out, honey. I got 5 loads on here, dear. I can't be taking it. I'm an important guy. I ain't taking the garbage out. That don't last too long. But we know it. We take our licks every day, you know. And when you're eating mashed potatoes with no gravy and a steak with no salt and pepper, you know, you have to get up 4 times during dinner to be able to eat an egg the way you like it. You did something wrong. Face up to it. And in this business, we know daily if we're doing something wrong. And that's what's going to take us through on a daily basis. It's not how much you're going to make every day. It's how much you're going to learn every day and how much you're going to you're Johnny Schwartz and Billy Smith and Sally Jones and whoever you are, you're a regular schmoo and you're trying to make a living. And if you made $60,000 a year for the last 5 years, don't come here looking to make 200,000 in a year or 500,000 a year.
Right.
Come in here and look to learn the business. The money's a byproduct of your professionalism. And it's such a beautiful thing because you don't need a college education. It's a beautiful thing because you don't, if you're an insurance guy and you come into this business, you're not used to losing money. Money goes one way in the insurance companies, to their pockets, not to ours. So they're here and they're losing 7 times out of 10. They have a very difficult time with it unless they're willing to basically turn their back on whatever it is they know or think they know and come in and learn the right way. They're not going to be successful. It's a very hard thing on the ego, and a lot of guys. I've talked to so many people here. They buy 20, 30, 40 combines and they make the same mistakes over and over and over. And you tell them you can't do that. And they say, yes, I can. I'm going to be successful the way I'm going to be successful. There's not much you can do. What do? You tell them from the heart what it is they got to do. But the guys who do it seem to be guys who were brought up and in their families or their neighborhoods or whatever type of youth they had, if they made a mistake, they got kicked in the ass. They didn't make that mistake too many more times. And we are all that person. We all got kicked in the ass every time we did something wrong. We resented it. We resented the people who did it to us. Resented this, resented that. You got to get it behind you. You got to remember the things that are important about remembering it. If you made a mistake, you shouldn't have to be told 2, 3, 4 times, don't make that mistake again. And I just say, like in my house, when I was growing up, my father would leave the house and say, I want you to scrub the kitchen floor today. You do this, you do that. Dad, we got homework. Dad, we got this. Dad, we got that. I'll give a show what you got. This is what I want done when I get home. You come home from work at 11 or 12 at night. It's not done. You're doing it at 4 in the morning if you have to be doing it. Plus, you're going to be nursing a black eye maybe, But you didn't make that same mistake twice. And I always say, he told me this and he told my brothers and sisters this. He would look at us when we're at our very lowest. And he would tell you, don't ever believe your own bullshit. Don't believe your own bullshit. You are where you are because you put yourself there, because you would not listen, you would not follow the rules that generally say you will succeed if you do this. And when he told me that, it didn't stick with me right away, but I learned when I got into the pit years later, not too many years later, but I learned, don't blame the market, don't blame the other traders. You did what you did to yourself. Don't believe any other bullshit. And that's what we have to do in this business. If we feel for some reason we got to throw everything on the line, don't blame the market. Don't blame anybody but yourself when it blows up in your face. And here, you don't have that same experience because you put up $50 and you start all over again. It's a wonderful thing. We couldn't do that, John.
No.
John, if you went home, you lost 20 grand, and you went home and said, Dad, will you call the banker, tell him I'm going to come over and ask for 20 grand? Your father would say, no, I'm not going to call a banker. You had to go back and work and make that 20 grand one way or another and put it up. Nobody's interested in how you got it, just so it's there. And that's what this business, it's such a, like I always say, the thing that kept me in this business was the joy of being successful at times and the knowledge that we're not put here to be comfortable and happy any more than a guy going to work at the factories. Going to the factory to be comfortable and happy. They're there to go and learn what their job is and learn who they are so they can learn how to understand the job it is they're doing so that they can be successful both inwardly to themselves and to the people around them. Because just being all the things you want to be by yourself, it doesn't make it. You got to give away what you have or you can't keep it, it was told to me one time. You have to react.
Keep it is to give it away.
Yeah. Yes. And it just, this thing brings so many things to the front of your mind that you can work 40 and 50 years and never realize it. But here, that you're not a ship. You know, people will say, I draw no quarter, blah, blah, blah. I'm me, I'm self-made. It's all bullshit. Everybody has help. Everybody. Everybody. Nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes. Nobody knows everything, although they think they do. And those are the guys who take the train home instead of the plane because they don't want anybody to see them when they might know at the airport and say, "Hi, I heard you just lost your father's grocery store. Good job. What are you going to do now?" "I'll go back to Harvard and learn some more stuff." Doesn't work. This is you learn by doing. And there's simple rules. Learn by doing. It's the simplest thing in the world, but you got to understand what they really mean by it. You can know all this shit. You know, you can read and listen and make schemes and plans and play with the numbers. But until you make that choice and press that button to buy or sell, you've done nothing to improve you're not going to learn. And when they say learning by doing, I say this is a business that can be learned. Yes, it can be, but it cannot be taught. I can't teach you to learn by doing. You got to learn by doing because you got to do it. I don't. I did it.
There's no class in Harvard that can teach you this.
No. And it's such a good lesson for people. You come in no matter what stage of life you're in. And even if you were successful at whatever business you were in, you're out of it for a reason. You're too old for it. You don't like it anymore. You can't bear people looking over your shoulder. Whatever it is. It's not enough money. There's not enough gratification. So you come here because you have found through trial and error that everything has led you here. And you say, well, I wasn't happy in this aspect of my life and that aspect. And then I would try the financial world and I wasn't happy with bonds and I wasn't happy with this and that. And then I found futures. You know, that's the greatest thing in the world. I'm going to be a futures trader. Well, you found it. It's not by accident. You're here because you were attracted to it. It was attractive to you. And you have to learn the basic fundamentals. And you can learn them in a day or two. Don't take forever. But it takes forever to learn to apply them to your daily actions and not let things, you know, the business is from the neck up. You can't make 5 trades and say, why doesn't everybody do this? You know, you make 5 trades and win, you say, I'm getting a little better, but I sure am lucky too, because it's through hard work and repetition, and learning by doing, and going to work, and just a few basic things that keep you in line with who you are and where you came from. Your mothers and fathers went to work every day to work, because if they didn't show up sick or well, there was somebody standing in line waiting to take their job. Now this is different, but in essence, if you don't come in and work to work, you'll get discouraged and leave eventually. So even in a day where there's maybe you should be trading for some problem that's going on, so you put on a practice account. But I personally believe you go in, and I personally believe you can flip a coin, get long or short, control that loss, do it in 3-4 trades. Your problems are by the wayside. You're thinking about the market, and you even have some idea of the temperature of the water, how deep the water is, how fast the water is moving, and whether you should be jumping in the lake or not. And it all builds and builds and builds and builds. And after years of doing it, you become so prolific at it, and so things become so habitual that they're automatic. And what used to take you half an hour to do to rework your process a little bit, or rethink this or rethink that, now takes the blink of an eye. It doesn't take you half an hour. And that's when you know, well, that's how you judge yourself. How am I doing? How am I progressing? What's different for me today than 5 years ago? And because I'm having a hard time today, maybe I'll go back to where I was 5 years ago and do a one lot micro, and just get used to playing the game again the way it's supposed to be played. Get used to winning, get used to losing, get used to all the things. Bring back all those feelings and memories that made you what you are. And it might take you 2 hours, it might take you 2 days, but then you hop right back into the saddle where you belong, and you're back in the game again. So we can self-medicate just by going backwards for a couple of days, and we can, nobody can take what we have away from us. Nobody can tell you you're right, you're wrong, you're indifferent. Nobody can tell you anything. This is you. And you build a network of friends, trading buddies, et cetera, but you don't do what they do because they did it. And you don't want them doing what you do because you're doing it. And you got to remember who you are. You start bragging to somebody, oh, I made money because I did this, and this, and I'm so smart, and I'm so that. Well, it might be totally what that person does not need to hear. He may be dragging him deeper into depths. Yeah, we're here to support everybody by listening. Listening. If you have something to contribute, that's okay. But as the person who is the subject of our conversation here, he has to know that I got to do what I got to do because I got to do it, not because that guy did it or that person didn't do it. I got to do what it is I have to do, because if it's wrong, I have to learn it's wrong through trial and error, not because somebody told me it was wrong. I have to learn my daily business to earn my daily bread. And all we can expect out of all this stuff we know is what we get today. Tomorrow don't exist. It's not here. We are in the today. And especially being day trader. I'm not equating day trading with what I'm talking about, but being a day trader, there is no tomorrow. You made an agreement to work for today with the person who's clearing your trades. And you don't have the the right to be projecting into the future that doesn't exist yet. You can look back into the past, that still exists because you can remember it. And you can look up into the now, and the now is that blink of the eye where you press that button and it's going to say buy or sell. And that's the moment nobody knows what's going to happen, including us, including all our knowledge, including all our processes and everything we do. It's the blink of an eye is the now. That's what we are, and that's all we have, and as far as we can go. And in one sense, learning to trade like that, what does it teach you? Think of all the things we're learning on a daily basis about controlling your money, running it like a business, doing all the things we talk about. Now, a guy who's in here with a pocket full of money trading for trading the weather market so he can figure out where the price of cattle is going to be in 3 months. We don't have to do that. He's doing an impossible job. We're doing a job that has much more chance of success and much more chance of letting us go home at night and get a good night's sleep and say to ourselves, well, I didn't make too much today, but I didn't lose much today. Well, what did I learn? You go to sleep thinking about what you learned, not about what you lost. Big difference in how you live your life.
Yeah. Jack, my dad always used to say, wealth is less about how much you have versus how little you need.
Yeah, so true. So true. You know, John, I'll never forget, and I told the story many times, but the last time I saw you on the floor, Mike Bonifetti and I were standing up.
Mike Bonifetti.
I don't know what we were doing, but we were in the pit, and you and your brother came up to say goodbye. And then after you had left, I looked at Mike and I said, like, do you think our kids will be that nice? And Mike looked at me and went, ah. But you guys came from such a wonderful background, and nobody has to tell people like us that your parents had to be wonderful people, because you are a kind, decent, considerate person. You're smart. You worked hard to get done what you had to do. You took all your beatings, and you never went crying to anybody, oh, the world's out to get me, blah, blah, blah. You went out and said, I did this to myself. How am I going to fix that? What is it that I did? And then you go on. And I'll never forget that day, because, you know, people back in those days, we might all look like we were all great pals, but we all hated each other, you know? Not too many talked to each other. Roman and Johnny Fisher were great friends, and I admired those guys so much, and they were always nice to me and always asked me to have a beer with them and everything, you know, and they're just good guys.
Yeah.
But
I appreciate that. Thank you, Jack.
Well, it's just true. You come in this business, and if you have certain things like that going for you, you have a chance to go into a business with the humility, and by humility I mean teachability, to become more professional daily. And that's really, you don't have to get any more complicated than that. When I say get a little more professional on a daily basis, I don't mean you got to go out and read 50 books. I know this. I still take Dalton's book and read it. And every time I read it, I'm thinking, I heard Johnny say that today, or I heard Vince say that, or Ray. You guys got such a wonderful outlook on the market. And people should look at you. The three of you are the three greatest teachers of what we do in the world, not just in the city. The world is coming here to learn how to do this business, and to learn how to do a business, you have to learn how to act, and you have to learn how to be part of what it is you're in, and you have to realize that everybody tells you there's nothing you can't do, nothing. Well, there's a lot of things you can't do, and this business is one of them. That's why 90% of the people, or whatever that percentage is, that's why they don't stick around, because they can't do it, because they won't do it. Because it's very humbling to be teachable. It's very humbling to have an 18-year-old kid teach a 50-year-old what he's doing. They're not going to listen for the most part. I just want to leave these messages behind because I'm old. I got no reason to lie. I got nothing to gain from it. And as part of this trip through life that we all take, you better leave, and you'll find out when you're my age and hopefully earlier, you better leave enough of you behind, which has to do with trying to be good and decent to the world around you. And I was never particularly very much like that. But I realize now, I look back and I say, I could have done a little better here, a little better there. But you got to remember, part of our job in accomplishing that.
But let me tell you, and I'll tell Bonifetti too, bless his soul, when I see him, Jack, you raised a great, kind, humble, smart, wonderful kid in JD. You can see from you what a wonderful person he is.
Well, I'm really proud of my kids, and they're all doing something different. And I don't feel, I feel fortunate and thankful and glad that they turned out pretty nice. And I give all that credit to my wife.
My kids turned out that good. It was my wife.
But yeah, a lot of guys make all the money in the world, and they're the most unhappiest people on the planet. What good is it? But there's got to be a mix. You gotta try to do your best in everything you do. And if something doesn't work out right, well, sometimes it's just not meant to be. Or sometimes maybe I got to change. Sometimes I got to do hard things that I don't want to do to change me personally. And that's what I'm trying to do at the end of my days here. If I can leave something behind, I don't want nothing for it. Don't send me a check. Just listen. Don't even write it down. If something I say, flicks a switch in your mind that causes you to have a thought that may help you, that'll go on my, like Sister Mary Cecilia said, that's going to go on your permanent record.
There you go.
But it's, I appreciate you guys having me on so much, but then after the show, I say to myself, people came here to see you guys, not me. And here I'm blabbing and blabbing and blabbing. And
I think everybody enjoyed the Coach Jack Hour. You got some good feedback in the chat. I've been reading it the whole time.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I read it too, but I don't know how to turn it on. So that's how far I've been back to the computer world.
98% of the time, that's the best way to go about it.
Going any further in it either.
Everybody loves you, Jack.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. You're, you are such a wonderful surprise to me that you and John met, And Tulser, I love that kid. You three guys are just amazing. And the other coaches, every one of them. I mean, how did anybody manage to put together a crew like you guys got? It's there's nothing like it in the world. There's nothing like it in the world. There's not a bad actor in the bunch. You guys are doing this
winners.
most of all because you love doing it.
Absolutely.
And you learn from it. I heard Dakota say, we're going to keep learning by teaching. I know what he means when he says that. Things come out when you're talking to others that you don't even know we're in there, And that's, I just want to get all that out before it's my turn to meet my maker. And then I will have felt that at least I tried. I gave it my best shot, and hopefully some things worked. But I've never been much
Jack,
at...
you've touched more than you know.
Well, all I know is if I don't get the garbage out by the time my wife gets home, I'm in deep shit. Important guy like me. Can you imagine that?
An important guy like that's. We're making T-shirts, Dad. An important guy like me.
What am I doing taking out the garbage?
All right, guys, we got to step aside. Dad, that was awesome. Thanks for joining us. We're going to have you back on again real soon. Coach Jack, head coach of the Bull Brigade, Topstep VIP.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you. Hog, thanks for letting me talk so much, Hog. I love
every
hearing
minute
myself
of it.
talk.
So did
All right,
everybody.
guys, we
Jack.
gotta-
Like I said, you've touched more than you know.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. All right, we got to step aside. Power Hour's coming up next. Andre, Jay, and Jack are here. We're going to take a short break before the end of the day. Final hour of the day coming up, Power Hour. All right, folks, we're going to get out of here. We will be back in a minute. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
Oh, Power Hour Tuesday. This is a new trio. Jay in the middle, Jack to the right, myself. Let's get right into it. Jay, thoughts coming into this Power Hour, new all-time highs Dow. Let's see if we can push high here in the S&Ps. Yeah, see if we get to 7,000. What's up, Jay? Good to see you on Power Hour.
What's going on, Dre? What's going on, Jack? I mean, what I'm looking at right now is the 4 equity markets and seeing if the S&P and the NASDAQ are going to catch on to the trend. The Dow's making new all-time highs. The Russell's making new highs of the day right now. And I'm looking to see if there's potentially a catch-up trade. I will trade, like you said in the green room, Andre. I'll trade anyone that presents a good trade opportunity. So we may talk about a few of them. Right now, I'm looking at the NASDAQ specifically, though, to see if we can continue a little bit of a push. We're above yesterday's high, above the high of the year right now. Just looking for a little continuation here, potentially in the NASDAQ. Up a little bit on the day. Set a trailing daily loss limit, so I'm not going to give back more than $800. So we'll be kind of specific about this trade, but it's Power Hour. I'm ready to trade.
It is Power Hour. It is Power Hour. I'm back in opening call. I also kind of took a short in Crude, micro Crude, short 1. Micro Crude from $58.75. Take a peek at what Crude's trading right now. $56.95. So about $2 in the money there. Jack, let's look at the ES. 10 points from 7,000. 7,000, Jack.
Well,
How about it?
You guys, you missed something here. The SPX did in fact make an all-time high. So we have hit the spot market high already. I am ready for the hour of power. I'm not here often, but things are setting up right now to perhaps send it on something. I have my above below set.
Wow.
And I think I'm hoping we go below. So we'll see how
All
that
right,
leads.
Jack. Well, let's see how we do this. We like to play a game around here called Above Below. For those that aren't sure, new watching for the first time, I'm going to ask Jack what he thinks the price will be on the close in the ES. In the ES, and we're going to pull the chat. You think it'll be above, below that price in the ES? Jack, what do you think the price will be on the close in the ES? Last trade, $69.90.
Andre, I am throwing in my suggestion for $69.92.
6992.
And I think that
close.
if it gets there, I'm going to be shortened too. So I want it to close below, but
all right, chat.
That's possibly where we end up.
Above, below, 69.92 on the close in the ES. When will that close take place? Well, lower right-hand corner, you see that countdown clock. 55 minutes till the closing bell. 45 minutes till MOC, market on close. Let's take a look at some of these other prices. We got gold trading $44.94, about $10 off the session highs. Silver trading $80, 15.5 cents. Session highs $81.48. Goodness. And all right, Jay, throw it to you here. Watching the NQ trading right around the highs. What's the play?
Seeing a little bit of a pullback here. I kind of want to see if we come back and hold these 800s. Then maybe getting it along there. Not a ton of risk, but to be honest with you, Dre, I'm looking at the Russell right now as well. And it looks like it wants to make a run to 2600s. So that may be the trade, right? I could either make something up in the NASDAQ or take a look at the Russell that's actually running to the upside. Dow's making new all-time highs right now as well. So we'll see here. I want to buy one of these because they're all kind of moving to the upside right now.
Okay, very good. Yes, Dow continues to make new all-time highs. Coming into today's session, all-time highs in the Dow, the YM, 49,463. You're currently trading about 300 points above that. What we got here in the NQ. We got a 400 lot in the NQ, 25,819 on the offer, 400 times. About 12 points higher right now.
Yeah,
Push higher.
looking
New
at
highs
the
Dow. Incredible.
Looking at the Russell here, my target is 2600. If I get in here, and I mean, look at the last 5, 6, 30-minute candles, right? They're all just to the upside, really not even taking out a prior candle's low. So that's where my risk would go, which is about $300 on this trade right here. The target, again, is 2600. So it's about a 1-to-1 trade, a little bit more than a 1-to-1 trade if I take it right here.
Okay.
That's kind of what I'm looking at. Risk is defined. That's well within the loss limit that I'm giving myself. I would be buying the high tick of the day right now, but see here, we get a little bit of a pullback. I may get into a long Russell trade here, and then we'll check and see what the NASDAQ does as well.
All right, very good. The poll is up. ES be above below 69.92 on the close. And the chat is here seeing calls for 7,000 evens. 7,000 evens. About 10 points higher right now. Tilt 50-50 across. Jack not having it, huh?
I mean, big round numbers in like the futures contract are kind of for me. We're nearer to the big round number 69.50 in the spot market right now. I think that that's what resistance is. It was a pretty tepid breaking of the all-time highs. We basically went about like 1.5 points higher. There wasn't any sort of like big stop run or anything. It just kind of happened.
All right, got a Delta update for you. Plus 9,900 in the ES, plus 4,000 in the NQ. You sit right up against the highs. Dow just made new highs, 49,761.
Jack, that 92 level in the S&P, is that an options level you're looking at?
Yeah, it's 69.50 in the
69.50, gotcha.
S&P. I mean, I don't know. Like, who's going to come in here at the end of the day to blow through all-time highs and that options
Right.
level? I don't see it happening unless there's some news or something.
Not seeing too much more scheduled for the last 51 minutes of the trading session in terms of news, data, like that. But again, we'll keep you updated here in real time on TopstepTV. Those headlines do indeed hit. Gold has found its happy place at 44.94. Let's take a look at silver one more time. We got Jay eyeing a Russell trade right now. Silver trading right around $80, $80.11. For shorts in the ES. So looking for a short, Jack, perhaps in the ES. You get to those 92s.
I want us both to be right. If anyone's long, I would love to see us like rip above it. Like anything above 92, I would be interested in. I'm trying to be patient. The shorts are tough because this market has just been, so resilient upside.
It's sight to behold. Again, that 400 lot in the NQ, about 13 points higher. Yeah, on the offer, 25,819. 819.
Yeah, I actually would love the S&P to sell off if I'm going to get long the Russell. It seems like they haven't been moving together too much. So let's see here. Maybe
Delta
getting into this
increased.
trade here.
Okay.
All right, I'm long one in the Russell. 25.91 evens. My risk is going to go right below the low of that last 30-minute candle. So risking about $300 on this. 2,600 is the target on this trade. So about a 1.5 to 1 risk to reward here. Just looking for this to continue to push up.
Trend. Yep.
Getting with the trend. Maybe late to the move, but what the Russell likes to do, from my experience, is just keep going in one direction once it picks one. So we will see here.
Expecting market structure. See what you're doing there. NASDAQ still holding above 25,800. If he wants to get those 819s, a little pullback here in the ES. 69.81.
Like team trading, Jay. I want to see your trade work out now so I can then short it.
Are you? It has to tag that 92. You looking at? Well, I guess so, right? Because that's at 69.50.
I mean, like I was thinking of pulling the trigger. Sorry for all the mumbling. What I'm thinking is if I start getting into it right now, I think there's still a decent. That's why I picked the 69.92 for the above below. So I don't love getting into a position before where I think it's most likely to close. I guess I still lean a little bit short, but you're looking at the Russell. That's a hell of a trend.
Yeah. It'll pop there in the NASDAQ also.
Mm-hmm. There's this step in right around the 804 level, popped up to 25,811. A little pullback in the Dow. ES just hanging right around 69.88. Used to be trading sideways for going into the close here.
Crowd is bullish. If they were 50, I gave them, I think when I said that above below, they didn't take the points. They say 55% of 69.92 with a 4-point.
Taken below.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay. Well,
oh, they did take below. Sorry, I misread that.
Yeah.
Good for
They
them.
are. Yep. So far, they are correct.
The trade of the day somehow today is crude oil. And
right.
Going to be honest, that is not what I expected this morning when we took that trade in the opening call. But hey, you don't get to choose that.
Yes,
Market's going to do what it wants to do.
Hours ago, last trade in crude, $56.93. About 2 cents off the lows. We're looking at about a $2 plus sell-off today. Is there more room to the downside?
Crazy.
You know, it was just methodical. It wasn't just like it just got whacked. It was just grinding lower.
Talking to Coach Paul, he thinks 2026 is the year of crude oil. So we'll see.
I mean, I fundamentally think
for good reason. For good reason, right?
Yep. All right. I can now report house accountant has covered the short in crude at the price of $56.93. $242 on 1 micro. Well done.
Good job. Great trade. Great trade, team.
Buyers came back.
Best thing about that is that we didn't overmanage it.
That was a good one. Just let that sucker run.
Yep.
Buyers jump back in here in the Russell. Yep, gold trying to make a run for 4,500. It's about $4 to go there. Close out that. Let me close the crude. What do we
Russell's
got
using
here?
my average price as a resistance here.
Let's see if it might be some more room here. And gold continuing to catch a bid. Oh, 44.97 last trade. See if silver's doing the same. Not so much. $80.26.
Once again, we are trading right now in the spot above the previous all-time high, but it's pretty slow going. Not the sort of flurry of activity we might expect.
Jack, do you pay any attention to it? So the cash market, right? We made all-time highs recently, but futures haven't made all-time highs since October. Do you pay attention to that at all? Why are the futures lagging so much?
Oh, I mean, it's just a function of how they work, right? I don't think that futures all-time highs, especially if you're measuring across like more than a couple weeks or something like that, I don't think they matter. There's a bunch of futures contracts out there. Like every ES contract besides the one we're trading is trading above 7,000 right now.
Good point.
It just is what it is. They take the hats out for the spot market. You don't get hats for the futures.
That's true. About
Good
all-time
point.
highs in this ES contract is 7,011. About 20, 21 points from there. I was wondering what the all-time high in this NQ contract is. It's up at 26,646. About 800 points from where we're trading right now. Go get that 400 in the NQ again. 400 offered at 25,819.
NASDAQ did what I was looking for. Pulled back to those 800s and held there. I got on a local train here with the Russell, but we're all going in the same direction.
And closing in on the offer there, filled. And another push higher here. New highs in the NQ, 25,825. ES about to make new highs.
What's the tilt look like right now?
Good question. 50-50 across the board. and gentlemen, we did see some heavy long tilts and short tilts in the NQ. 70% long, 70% short, back to back within 10 minutes or so. That was interesting. Can't say I've seen that before or recently. Jack, how we was closing on 4.2% in the 10-year. Anything?
It cooled off a
Or they
little bit.
retreat?
We're at 4.175. Maybe it's a little something helping the Russell too. Russell's up 1.16 today. Meanwhile, the ES 1.2. NASDAQ, oh, sorry. ES is just up 0.65. NASDAQ, nearly 1%.
Clarification. Thank you, Defrost. Tilt isn't 50-50 across the board. You are correct. But when it's give or take, it's under 60% one way or another. I just say 50-50. But you are correct. It is 60% short in the ES, 5% short in the NQ. Yes, I'll take that. I'm seeing 70-11s. George. Click on the daily. Click on the daily chart. Last trade in the ES 69.88. So a little bit of rejection.
Got those 92s.
Yeah.
The previous all-time high for the spot market is back all the way on the day after Christmas. Shot up and retraced pretty quickly.
What market was that, Jack? Sorry.
In the SPX, basically.
Okay.
So we're trading a little bit. We're trading exactly where it topped out before. Maybe a point higher.
That 400 lot in the NQ put in the top.
Yeah, one of those trades, Dakota caught a nice short during fast markets this morning. Very similar to that, where we saw that size filling up at the highs, and then we filled a 600 lot right at 775 and turned around. That's where most of my profits came from on the day as well. Right, we finally got that 3-bar reversal up there. So let's see if these orders up here lead to at least a pullback. Right, the trend's clearly been up all day, but coming into the last 40 minutes or so, that could be a little bit of a pullback from there.
It's been quite the bull run today. Take a look at the NQ. We got session low, 25,584. Almost up 300 points from there. Delta continues to grow to the positive side. NQ now up to 4,900.
Well, it's tight.
Right. Let's see what happens.
ES where I'm looking.
A bit of a range. Got 9 minutes. I call it 10 minutes till the bottom of the hour. House account is flat. Is flat after that all day short crude trade. How's that Russell? How's the RTY looking? Let's take a
it's up about
there you go.
a point right now.
What's your target for this?
2,600.
2,600.
Round numbers. I got a resistance up there, 2,603. And I think as long as the Dow continues to make all-time highs into the close, I think the Russell may want to follow.
How many different
Maybe I
products
could just be trading the Dow.
How many different products have you traded
Today?
In this session? Yeah, well, since the reopen yesterday.
Traded gold.
Yep.
I did trade the Russell, took a scalp short this morning. The NASDAQ, so 3.
3? Oh, no silver?
No silver.
I thought I saw you on slow markets trading
Dakota
silver.
was trading silver. Dakota was trading silver last night. I traded gold.
Gold, okay, gotcha.
I traded gold. Dakota was trading silver.
Gold did not want to follow silver.
No, it's honestly, Dakota was looking to short last night. He came in saying he wanted to buy it, and silver looked like the cleaner buy last night. Gold actually presented a short setup that I would take 10 times out of 10. It just didn't play out. And we both said it, right? Why are we shorting metals? It's kind of hard to be short metals, and it turned out to work against us. I actually, after we got off air, I got long and made up for some of those losses. But yeah, find a metal market and buy it has been the trade more often than it hasn't been.
It's wild. Yep. What silver was doing yesterday in slow markets was amazing. And here we go. Russell continuing to grind higher. Trade
Someone
session
asked,
high, 25.93.
what is fast markets? We call our show in the morning. It's when markets are. It's the opposite of what markets are doing right now, at least in the U.S., which is being like lethargic. And basically, from the opening bell, the first hour is usually the highest volume, fastest part. But the last 5-10 minutes of this hour get pretty rambunctious too.
Yes, it can.
We know how to party.
MOC working on close. Had a good one yesterday. See if that's the same case today.
So with the thought process behind this trade being, we haven't taken out a 30-minute candles low in the last 7. I'm going to take some of the risk off this trade and go right below this current 30-minute candles low. It still has about 7 minutes to close, but we are on its highs. So just going to take about $200 of risk off of this trade here. Trail my stop up just a little bit and see if this continues to push.
Hold on, getting with the trend. Gold gets about $2.50 from 4,500 session highs in gold, 45.04 all-time highs in gold, 45.84. See if we can get there. End of week tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, we got starting to get some jobs. This is jobs week, by the way. Get the jobs report on Friday. Kick it off with ADP private payrolls tomorrow. Is this 7:15 a.m. number? I do believe Central Time. It is.
Should be.
Yes, 7:15 a.m. Central Time. ADP. Those are and we also get JOLTS 9 a.m. tomorrow. The jobs number. Also, Jack, we got the headline about the Supreme Court perhaps making a decision on Friday regarding tariffs. They're saying it's a bit unusual how fast the turnaround would be for. What will you be looking for? We saw the market, sell off the equities for some uncertainty. Obviously, they bought it back up, but
if you see when that announcement came out was when we got the sell-off today, and I think that was just more uncertainty being priced in. It's basically impossible to trade that. The reason being it's not a binary. It's not like a CPI number that's going to come out hot or cold. There's my understanding is there's 6, perhaps more different ways they could rule. They could strike it all down. They could allow it all. They could tweak some things. They could send it back. So besides just expecting a little bit more uncertainty in the markets, I don't think there's any trade like, oh, wow, I'm going to go in and, buy the Russell because the Supreme Court's coming out on Friday.
Well, fair enough. Well, would you be surprised to see if the markets reacted, though? In one way or another.
I don't know when they're going to release it. I think they will react, but they may release it towards the end of the day on Friday. I don't know exactly when they do it.
Good call.
And yeah, the markets will react because depending on when it is, there are some, these are stocks or like indices based on stocks that we're buying in the equities. And a lot of weird things could come out of this ruling.
Who pays who?
Who pays who? What if we've already given the money to soybean farmers? I mean, it's it's a complicated question.
Sure is. Yes, still hovering right around the highs, 69.88 power hour. Where's the power?
I was just about to ask. I haven't traded power hour on air much outside of the reversal challenge. When does this start to pick up? About a half an hour or so? 20 minutes? Maybe at the bottom of the hour?
Maybe the bottom of the hour. Maybe.
Last 15 minutes, especially the last 10, tend to be it. But it is just a Tuesday in January.
That's true. A lot of data out later in the week.
Yes. Well, what comes after Power Hour, Jay? We got At the Buzzer with this
At the
guy
Buzzer.
right there in the middle. Jay, tell us about At the Buzzer. See you all day on
At the Buzzer, our market recap.
Yeah.
Myself, Coach Paul, we go over what happened in the markets for the day. I may talk about some of the trades that I took today. Explain why I got into that NASDAQ short a little bit earlier. We review all of the markets. One of my favorite things about At the Buzzer is asking Coach Paul what's on his scouting report. There have been some markets, and Dre, I look at a bunch of different markets throughout the day. I said I traded 3 different markets today. Asking Coach Paul what's on his scouting report and getting my attention on a market that I would otherwise probably not trade, but providing some good opportunity. I think we were kind of early to that silver trend when it started to break out because the structure changed, right? One of the things we do is look at the quote board and see what's moving percentage-wise. And that's a good way to catch onto a trend kind of early. And so we look at the top percentage movers. We go over our big 4 and any other interesting markets right after the close, myself and Coach Paul.
Again, yep. Like Jay was saying, numbers really start to pick up tomorrow. ADP, JOLTS, those are job numbers. Thursday, we got more job numbers with initial jobless claims. Then, of course, the big kahuna, non-farm payrolls, unemployment rate as well. You go, Maui Man at the Buzzer, best show on Topstep.
Maui Man.
Jay's been killing it. What is Jay trading? What time frame is he on? He's trading the Russell right now. He's long. And
long the
grinding
Russell.
higher. Yep.
The time frame is less than an hour. I would venture about 32 minutes at the most from now.
Yep. By the way, in case you missed it, we got a quick recap regarding President and the oil companies here in the States. Let's bring that in 90 seconds to the bottom of the hour.
I'm also meeting with oil companies. Let's go. You know what that's about. We've got a lot of oil to drill, which is going to bring down oil prices even further.
Well, there you go. He called that one. Oil down.
Keep selling it?
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be a point.
You know what producers do when the price drops?
Stop drilling.
They're incentivized to drill more of it. They're not. I'm just kidding.
If they can, I was gonna say, if they can afford, they can't afford to. Yeah,
I watch Nine Man.
No, that's the opposite. Is when prices go up, it tends to bring in new producers. When prices go down, there is no incentive to do so.
He thinks he's doing us a favor. We'll see how that plays out. Of course, Russell,
doesn't bother me. I'm not in the oil industry.
Nope. We definitely trade the oil. Jay, you are right about the 4 equities. Russell just continuing to grind higher. Long from 91, long from 25.91. Now trading 25.94.
Bottom of the hour here in 10 seconds, we may see some volatility.
Let's pop
pick up
this thing. What do you say?
Let's just run it.
Yep. Yep. On the
Oh,
hour.
there's my alarm.
Little bit of a little red candle. Yes, and Q tilt. Nothing really jumping off the board right now.
So kind of a rotation out of the big boys. I mean, Apple's down 1.6%, Google's down 1%, Nvidia's down 0.7%, Tesla's down 4.4%. What are people buying? Amazon's up 3.3%, and then like Palantir, Carvana, the risk stuff's on. CoreWeave, Oklo's up 7%. Beyond Meat, oh, they're still doing it, up 4%.
Still around? Go figure.
Barely. Life support. It's trading 92.68 cents.
Hang in there. We got MOC market on close in 19 minutes. Pretty muted power hour, but again, we stay patient, right? Stay locked in, like Jack said, last 20, 15, 10 minutes. Start to see some fireworks. We're starting to see gold roll over a little bit. Never got to 4,500s in this power hour. Now trading 44.94. Is that the same case in silver? Yeah, a little bit there in silver.
There's a story in Beyond Meat that applies to oil. Beyond Meat basically
It's negative gross margins. They lose money. So even if they were to pick up sales, they lose money on every burger they sell. Which is not a recommended business model. Similar, if oil were to go down to like $20 a barrel, who's going to produce it?
That's a good question.
I guess Saudi Arabia can, but
Stop is in profit on that Russell trade now, 25.93.10. So I'll make $105 or the 300 or so that I'm looking for. If we tag 2600s, 445 if I tag 2600s. The idea behind that, we just put in a lower wick on what is this now 30-minute candle. I'm looking at this 1 minute candle here that opened that 30-minute, and that's when my risk went below. So if that's the lower wick, then we just continue up from there. So making at least $105. We'll see if we continue to grind up here.
Stuff, Jake. Good stuff. In the chat, who we got here? Worldwide Imports saying, bro, why do you keep talking about MOC? It means nothing, my dude. Well, my dude, when MOC came out yesterday, market on close, NQ sold off about 60 points. So
It means something.
Yeah.
I always, sometimes it may. So my dude, I'm still going to call it out. And so we're not blindsided by it.
We're on air for like 8 hours a day. We don't have like hot content every minute.
Yes, sold off 10 points, my dude. So, I mean, it meant something. And 50 after the hour, 16 minutes.
And I would say, Dakota and I took that trip to the floor of the stock exchange, when he came out here in October. And there are some people who would say that MOC means a hell of a lot. And that's our only trading strategy. Find out what the market on close information is and placing some trades around there. But it doesn't mean anything to you. Don't trade it.
I'm just playing with you. It's it may not. It could be a dud, but I don't want anyone getting blindsided. Because, what happened? Well,
what was that?
Yeah. A little profit taking here in the Dow. Again, Dow making new all-time highs today of 49,761. Will we see 50,000 tomorrow? Oh, maybe we'll push higher here in the NQ. What's that delta looking like? It was plus 4,900 in the NQ, plus 10, almost plus 11,000 ES. Any change?
Nope, same. 10,000 in the ES, 4,900 in the S&P.
Chat's fired up. 2,100 people watching Power Hour right now. Click subscribe, my dude. Please click like. Please click notify. Just messing with you. It's not doing anything. Markets could pick up. Get a little momentum here.
Leave me alone. Don't tag me up.
We got, what are we looking at in the Russell?
Got to within a tick of my stop there. I thought about adding. It would add $5 of risk on a second contract here, just to see if we get this continuation. I like what this looks like right now.
Yeah, right there.
Really. Yep. Yeah, that little pullback, that first minute of this 30-minute candle.
Fire stepped. ES. Can't make up his mind right now.
Is dead.
Lower end of the range. Look at the 5 minute. It is just pegged to 69.88 right now. We can get into, will it be a head fake if we can go lower? If it goes lower into like what, 86, 85, 69, 86, 695. Yep, we'll head fake there. And that Russell, man, little engine that could. A little engine that could. It is just grinding higher. New highs 25.95. Buyers appear to be making a push higher here in the NQ. Maybe taking note of what's going on in the Russell.
I think like we talked about that risk rotation too. A lot of Russell, for some reason, people count as more conservative, but the companies in there are wild, man. Like the top weighted
stuff in the Russell is a lot of like the quantum companies and non-profitable tech and stuff. So they're getting a boost today.
Well, basket of trash, but it's going up.
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna
NQ going up a little bit. New session highs. NQ. We got another size. We got a hard lot up at 25,832. Starting to pick up new highs. And Q. ES not quite there yet. About 2 ticks.
You think like the Russell is a lot like my Chicago White Sox, right? Like it's a basket of trash, and when things are good, they're too expensive, and they go to a better team. In this case, like the Dodgers are like the NASDAQ.
Trying to get the call up, new highs, new all-time highs.
It's a great analogy. I'm flat on that trade there. I took
trade.
it off on when we tagged 95s. I think it's going to continue, but end of the day, I bought the high of the day. It's continuing to grind up, but sure, I'll take the $200. Getting out into a little bit of strength at those highs. Could see it continue to push, but I'm good there.
Well done, Rusty. We got 12 minutes till MOC. And buyers came back into gold. Oh, $3 from 4,500. 4,500. Pop some new highs. And Q barely in the ES. Will be more push to the upside.
NASDAQ tried to get that. What is that sitting up there? How much is that? At 832. 100.
Yeah. The formula was filled. Up in the ES. Anything on the ladder in the ES? Nothing yet.
Well,
on the bid, on the S. Watch. You want to see fireworks? Watch the S&P ladder, ES ladder, in the last 2 minutes. We saw 2,500 lots. They're doing something right now. 2,500 lots kept coming in, reloading on the bid, and massive size was trading on the bid in the ES in the close. What were they doing right there in the ES? They kept. See all the volume on the ladder?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yes,
sir.
Between 87 in the orders and 88 in the orders. Push here. Yeah, down, not done. Just like that. 72% long and Crude. What is Crude continuing to sell off? Just a gradual grind lower. A little profit taking, if you want to call it that. $57 even. 15 cents off the lows.
$20 minutes. 20 minutes. 10 minutes until the fireworks.
Yeah, we're starting to see things pick up now. More buying here. Jesus, we'll get the YM.
Question here from TradeX Investing. Have I ever thought about joining Dakota and Barron for slow markets and having all three of us on at the same time? We've talked about it. We may do that at some point this year. I think it'll be interesting to just get three perspectives on, overnight markets. But ultimately, that's Dakota's call. That is Dakota's call. He makes the calls there.
He's the booking
Good idea,
agent.
though. He's the booking agent.
He's the booking agent, trader, driver, all of the above.
Right.
All right. Well, we got 9 minutes till MOC this morning. And throughout the day, we ask you to hit us up at TopstepTV on X, using the hashtag PowerHour, using the hashtag Fast Markets to send us some cool submissions. Let's see how the peeps did today. James, how'd they do? Let's take a look.
Let's take a look, Andre. We asked you to go to Twitter and submit your Fast Markets and Power Hour content. And here's a small sampling of what we got. From Mark. Okay, cool. Appreciating to start my year with a winner. We keep jabbing on Topstep. Congrats. It looks like a lovely trade. I hope you closed it out and locked it out in profit. And I hope that you're ending the day green. Coming up next in Power Hour, we have from Guy Tradings, day 3 on this XFA. I need 1,300 more to make for the max payout on Topstep. will be some nice spending money for Paris next week. See?
Ooh,
You
humble brag.
trade to do, yeah, a little humble brag. Trade to do what you love. And if you love shopping through Paris, then keep jabbing away in your XFA and keep paying yourself, guy. Love to see it. Congrats on your hard work. Next up from David Mills, first payout of 2026. Focused on one account. I may copy trade down the road, but it felt like I needed to start 2026 focused on one account. Now, you hear it from our coaches all day long. Focus on one product, focus on one account, build up that trading muscle, and find success in your accounts. Congrats, David Mills, on your first payout of 2026. And finally, to end our Power Hour submissions, going out on a little bit realistic note here from Golderos Capital. Paid the ultimate price today. Didn't follow my normal trading routine before market open and ended red. It was back to school for my kid. I should have known not to trade today, but it's all good. That's the realness of trading. You got to show the losses with the wins, but at least you got your head straight. You know what to do for next time, and you know the number one rule: follow your trading routine. Be straight from the path, you're going to end up red. So those are your Power Hour submissions. Don't forget, tomorrow, if you want to see your stuff up here, just tag us on X and hashtag Fast Markets or Power Hour. But for now, I'm going to throw it back to the guys. Andre, take us home.
Thanks, James. Respect, Golderos. Respect for doing that.
James is undefeated at moving the markets. New highs on the day on the NASDAQ as soon as he comes on.
Buyers jumping in silver, buyers jumping in gold. Gold now trading above 4,500. Silver closing on 81 bucks. But yeah, new highs in the NQ. Price of 25,835. 835. Dr. Volatility, that's right.
Undefeated.
For 50K, 50,000 in the Dow. 6 minutes till market on close. J is flat. Jack is flat. Anything else in the NQ ladder? What's up here? There's a 100 lot up at 845. 15 points higher.
That last one traded out, right?
It
did.
100 lot? I did not see. Mm. I only pay attention to 400 lots and 500 lots in the NQ now. That's the only thing.
Right. What's 100, right? It's like I could do that if I really wanted to.
What else did we see? We saw 700 lot today.
Yeah.
700 lot today filled. Yep. Use that level 2 data. Topstep X. Go silver. Continue to see some buyers.
Grind higher.
Yep. $80.71. 70 cents from the session highs. $2 from all-time highs.
Is it wrong that I want to short gold against 4,500 again?
I mean, right now, no.
It's been the trade
the reopen
a lot of times today.
Why do you like it? Or what? You're just talking about possible another pop here in silver. Heads up.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to do it. Dakota's laughing at me in the chat. Nope, I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it.
What's the thought there?
Yeah, part of the reason I'm looking at it, right, I'll put gold up on the left side here. We're at 4,500, big fat round number level. And if I'm looking at where volume is right now, right, VWAP for the day is a lot lower than where we are here. So I'm kind of seeing this as somewhat empty price action, right, where the volume stopped trading at 44.79. Price is continuing to advertise higher, but you can see every time we trade against 4,500 here, it's been rejected so far, right? Not a lot of interest above 4,500s. Time of day, though, I'm not going to do it. That's a trade based solely on price. And if anyone knows how I trade, it's not solely on price. So I cannot take that trade there. It looks good. It looks good, but that's how they get you.
Setting up for the short squeeze because it is continuing to just grind higher. Now 45.01 last trade in. Gold $3 from the highs. Silver on the move to the upside. Who's they? It's the who is they? Jack, when we say they, who I've been asked that many times. Who is
the market?
they?
Everyone.
Yeah, the market.
It's them.
They. Who are you
Just a
talking
little
about?
pullback here in the NASDAQ.
Hey, they're out to get me. They just bought a lot. They just got short. 3.5 minutes. That got me.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that got me. Well, ES during power hour, we're looking at a low end around 86, 69.86 up
Andre, actually,
69.90.
by they you mean the algorithm that controls the market?
Them too. Yeah. I mean, all the above. All of the above.
Yeah. None of it's real. They just don't want you to know. It's all an algorithm.
Simulation. We got silver get to $81. Already has. We'll get there right now. About 15 cents to go.
That NASDAQ pullback to the 800 trade. That was the trade.
Yeah, I know.
That was the trade.
Yeah. I'm currently trading 25,830. And down making new all-time highs throughout the day. Only topped out at 49,766, and we're about 30 points beneath that right now. What's the Russell trading? Is it above 2,600?
25.96 evens.
Okay. A little engine that could.
It's the last one to make all-time highs out of the equity markets. Has a little bit to go.
NQ continuing to catch the bid.
2 minutes here.
Yeah, ES just chilling right now.
It's not moved really at all during this power hour. It made a slightly higher high, but we still have not got to 92. But
we haven't gotten close to
to
92. We haven't even gotten close to 92. Obviously, yes, they're gonna say, "Oh, 5 ticks," but you know what I mean. I mean, not even an attempt. Look at silver go. Last couple minutes, silver up about 50 cents. Now trading $80.95. We'll see if MOC does something here. Really hope it does. Nice trade. It's gonna go. What are we going? ES, NQ, and then the YM. Do buy side, sell side. Buckle up. Could be a doozy.
1 minute.
Watch it be a dud. And my dude's gonna
Should have
just
did
like
the Mohammed.
my dude's just
Day,
gonna laugh. He's gonna laugh at me.
Split that contract up into some micros. I think this could push on MOCs here, but we'll see.
Yeah, he's doing what he'll do 1 mini, 5 micros.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. All right,
See.
here we go. Yep, 30 seconds. Take a look at the prices. Dow trading 49,739. NQ up around the highs, 25,831. ES, pretty much the same price for the last 50 minutes. 69.88. Silver closing in on $81. Here we go. Unclose.
Turn the power on. Let's go.
Buy side, sell side. Here we go. Get some fireworks. My dude was right. Light, sell side across the board. 700 mil sell side ES. 700 mil sell side NQ. 350 mil sell side the Dow. Light, sell side. Those numbers can and will change. Right now. Oh, he's in there. And
Okay, we're getting close to 92.
Yeah, we just made new highs.
$91.5. You have an order out there, Jack, or you just want to watch how the market trades it?
I want to see how it trades towards the end. I mean, probably. Remember, I said above below. I was thinking it's going to close at 992. I was hoping it would rip above it.
I'm going to I'm not going to place any more trades here. We got 9 minutes left, so I'm going to switch over to a practice account. I just want to see something here. If
what are you trying to do?
I just want to see.
You're cooking something up.
Yeah, I want to see if the NASDAQ trades below this MOC candle, almost trading it like an opening range trade, right? Where we got the MOC here. If it breaks this low, just going to try it, right? With a micro, this is on a practice account. Up on the day in the XFA, no reason to put on risk here, but just short one and risk goes above the high. Let's see if we get a 2-to-1 trade here. Again, this is not a trade that I would normally take, which is why I switched over to a practice account. Just curious.
Just pop the highs. Just pop the highs in the ES 69.91. Half would be that price. And back lower. About 3 points.
It could sell off now.
Yeah.
92 is the resistance, very clearly. It would take some unusual tomfoolery to close significantly above it.
Oh, yeah, let's definitely take a look at our live leaderboard. Live trade from 11. Locked in their winning day. Nice job, Tyreek. My same P&L from Fast Markets. Well done. Keep the green day a green day.
Great day.
Love to see it. $10,500.
10 bands.
That's right. You know what bands do. Don't answer that. $81, $81.05. Last trade in silver.
Somebody on the offer up here.
What do you got?
NASDAQ 385 at 25,829.
Nice catch, Jay. Sell-side growing a little bit here. 800 mil ES, 750 mil NASDAQ.
$91.5.
Yep, closing in on that 400 lot in the NQ. 2 points higher. Filled. It's all been on the offer. New highs, NQ. Sell side lightening up a little bit. What's the ES? ES is just maybe exhausted. I don't know
It's
what's
molasses, man.
What
Yeah.
is wake up?
Like that
55
pitch
after.
drip they have
Get
in
another
England that,
rejection.
like drips every 2 centuries or something.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, grinding halt. And the 400 lot was filled on the offer. Still seeing sell side, but pretty light.
Why's it going up?
Middle. No silver. See what happens here. 55 after. That's when you'll see the flip. You'll see those MOC numbers really change.
Some more size up here at 845s. Another 113 lot. We don't pay attention to those, right?
Hey, no, call them all out. Absolutely. But I was just joking. I was just goofing. But I know what you see.
113, 845. Yeah.
Catches your attention. I want to see what the ES. We'll watch that ES ladder here in the last few minutes. See if those 2,000 and 3,000 lots continue to pile in there. Didn't mean anything this time. Just wait. It may change. That may change. Seconds. There's jumping in. Is going to flip. It just flipped buy side. Went from sell side to buy side. Now,
Okay.
300 mil buy side ES, 300 mil buy side NQ. Dow still sell side. Oh, flipped.
That volume's coming to the S&P. We just had 1,100 contracts trade in a second there.
Really? Missed it.
Yep.
All right. They just stepped on the buy button. $1 billion buy side NQ, $1 billion buy side ES. And growing. Yeah. 5 minutes. 5 minutes till the closing bell here.
New highs on the close.
Dow went buy side.
Check that 92 level, man.
What's RTY? What's RTY doing? Is it just,
It's
is it
just
cooking?
going up.
Solid as a rock.
Is it absolutely just cooking? Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. And nope.
Yeah, the Russell's
Still buy
just
side.
continuing to grind up.
Still buy side, still billion buy side market. It's just not going to budge just yet. We'll see. Last 3 minutes. You said 1,100 contracts straight on the ES ladder?
Yeah. That price range was about 69.89 up to 69.90.75.
Okay. Let's see them push this sucker higher. And at the
Paint
buzzer.
officially dry.
After we got more Coach JJ. You see him in opening calls, see him throughout the day, and then at the buzzer, even slow markets. Man, oh man.
I trailed that
sounds
Russell
like
trade a little too tight. Could have just left it, right? Just let the auto liquidator do his job. Continuing to grind higher here.
Silver closing in on session highs, about 30 cents to go. Gold about $2 from session highs. So saying buy side, will the ES get out of its 4-point range? A little profit taken here in the Dow, the YM, I should say, and making new all-time highs today.
We're very close to the all-time high close in the SPX, like pretty much right at it. So will this close be the all-time high? Yet to be seen.
Silver go. Come on, silver.
Gold about
And
to take
more
out these
buyers.
highs on the day.
Yep, more buyers. Silver, gold looking to make new highs as well. 40 cents to go. And new highs, gold. New highs,
That's
gold.
why you don't short
45.
4,500, Jay.
Positive
It's just
delta
the price.
growing. Positive delta
Just
growing.
the price of a future.
Yep. You said it, Jack. Those big fat round numbers do not mean much to you in the futures market, and we just saw it there, right? Just kind of blew right through 4,500s.
There it is. Yep.
They can, but it's coincidental versus like at 92 is like a Royal Rumble just knocking people out.
Right.
New highs, NQ, Dow seeing some profit taking, perhaps about 50 points off those all-time highs. And there goes gold. New highs there, 45.07. Now about $80 from all-time highs there. How do you only move 5 points in 2+ hours? ES, that's crazy. Oh, Phenom, you're telling me. You're telling me. And MOC pretty much back to zero.
All right. Above, below in the next minute and 20 seconds in the Russell, 2,600. Do we get it?
We'll kiss it. What are we looking at?
2.8
69.92 for Jacks. Above, below, 55% saying below. It's like going to be good there. All right, last 60 seconds. Will we get those 1,000 lots, 2,000 lots jumping in the ladder here in the ES? Not yet. Tons of size, tons of volume trade right here in this 2-point range.
I could still put on a trade. We'll see.
Look at all this. I mean, it's just, there's volume trade. They're just reloading on the bid, reloading bid and ask. What are they doing up here? Just 200 on the bid, but
interesting spot to watch for tomorrow, right?
Just look at all the volume accumulating up here. It's not. I know it's not exactly fireworks. There is tons of volume being traded, both bid and ask.
With the amount of data coming out the rest of the week, Dre, I think it means a lot.
They're holding it up here. I think you're right.
Yep.
I think you're right. A little bit of selling coming here. 20 seconds till the bell. Not the fireworks that we saw yesterday. However, I'm starting to see a little bit more size. 700 lots coming in on the bid. Another 700 lot there. 500 on the ask. 8 goes 1,000 lot. 1,000 lot. 1,000 lot. Not the most wild of closes there. What's NQ doing? A little profit taking.
Ooh, this would want to happen, but
there you go. There is your size. Look at all that. Here's your market on close. There is all. Yep. All right. Job well done. Didn't have the fireworks, perhaps, but it was a hell of a day. We're not done yet. We'll see more Coach Jay right after this. With that being said, shout out to all the bellers. We are all in this together. I remember when that used to be a controversial thing to say. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here into At the Buzzer.
Ooh, absolutely, Andre. Thank you, Andre, Jack, and Jay for another wonderful power hour. And thank you to you out there. That's right, you, the viewers, the chat. We appreciate you. We appreciate you being here. Our show wouldn't be the same without you. So thanks for being here, bell to bell. And whether you are just tuning in for At the Buzzer or you've been here all day, we appreciate you hanging out with us. We wouldn't have it any other way. But now our show, I cannot speak. Our show is over. But At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul is coming up right after this. So stick around as they break down the entire trading session from today, and they make sure that you are ready to go for that 5 p.m. reopen. Then be sure to come back later tonight because at 7:30, Coach Dakota is back for Slow Markets. Coach Dakota is joined by Baron tonight, so get a load of those two in Slow Markets. You never know what they might get into. They're trading silver, they're trading gold. It's a great time, so show up. If you haven't been watching Slow Markets, tonight is a great night to start. Then Aaron Trades is going to be out the rest of this week on vacation, so no London Open for the rest of this week. but we will still have Eurotrade with Deanna at 3:30 a.m. Central Time, so don't miss it. Then, of course, we're going to be here bright and early, 7:15, ready to go again with another brand new episode of Topstep TV. You never know what these markets are going to do, so be sure to never trade alone and stick bell to bell with the guys who do it best. But for now, I'm James Harden. You're the chat. At the Buzzer's up next. Thanks for hanging with us. This has been Topstep TV. Let's go.